No.
Okay. We are live. Oh my goodness. Derrick, we're live.
Woohoo! We're here.
We're at Pathways Live, which for me, Pathways is usually recorded out of Arizona. So I want to welcome everybody here today and all of our Owwll network, our community there, as well as a lot of our friends that have been in the co-author space, but also that might be with us on Friday. You'll hear us talk about Barnes & Noble this Friday for a book signing. Lots of projects and a lot of authors that I'm interviewing today, specifically because I'm maybe a little bit of an inquisitive person, but stories are so important to help not only ourselves, but others. And I thought about doing this about a year ago with all these special books that we've been reading and publishing and the bestsellers that we have access to. So I'm so excited that you are here today to watch all of us and capture some of the stories, but also hopefully be able to write your own story, whatever it is. I'm hoping that today will help motivate all of you. So my first guest of the day, Derrick Hatch. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Amber.
So as I told you, it's very important to have you be the first, I think, because I think you have always been a natural storyteller. And you talk about this in a new book. So let's pause there and do a little congratulations on your book launch that's happening. And it's real. As of Friday, we're going to be holding them and celebrating that.
Cannot wait for that.
So it's a long time coming though, right?
It is, yeah. It's a lifelong dream that I've had. I've always been passionate about writing and storytelling. And so I've had these dreams of being a published author, right? And, you know, working with Wendy, working with Patricia, working with all these different co-authors, that moment has arrived where it's going to be a physical, tangible book.
Yeah.
You can buy it Barnes & Noble, Amazon. It's a beautiful feeling.
Yeah. So I won't spoil it for anybody. You're going to have to read it for yourself. But as I've gotten to know you through we've been on video calls with our community. Let's talk about all things narrative.
Yeah.
Just even hearing your title of so you founded that, but you've always been a natural storyteller. So let's go back in time a little bit. I think you always had it in you that this was going to be a thing and you kind of knew it, but can you share how this, from being young to present, how that kind of unfolded?
Sure. I mean, being able to write stories, tell stories in different artistic mediums, you know, I share this in the book, but like first grade, I got to be in a play. I got to have the lead role. That was kind of like my first taste of like, oh, I really like bringing stories to life in creative ways, you know, and I'm a musician as well. And so I've had a lot of different experiences in the arts, in being able to play around in the world of storytelling. And so I feel like as my career has developed and my educational journey, it's always been there in some way. And I didn't always quite know that that's what it was. But when you look back on your story, when you take that time to reflect, you start to see, oh, that's the common theme. That's the thread that links everything together. And so that was about 5 years ago that I started to actually realize that. And then, you know, people would call me like, oh, you're the story guy, you're the narrative guy, right? And I was working, you know, as like a teacher at a nonprofit. And I was always interested in helping people to bring their stories to light, to have a sense of clarity of what their story is, the stories we tell ourselves, the stories we tell others, and what is the journey towards living our stories more intentionally, more meaningfully. And so that's what I've dedicated myself to. I feel like my whole life, just in different ways.
Now, I'm bringing this up because you're probably a natural, which then leads to you helping others do this in real life, because some people are going to have that, but you're not feeling that calling yet, or you're not trusting it. So it's like you gave yourself some grace 5 years ago. You're like, okay, we're going to do this.
Sure.
And I'm going to make a change.
Yeah.
So throughout the episodes with Pathways Live Unleashed here in Florida, Boca Raton, Florida, when we get through these episodes, there's this foundational element of like, what are people asking of you? And so you have these people coming to you and you're like, well, that's not my job. I don't. And then something comes to fruition. And you're like, okay, you got to trust that I'm actually good at this. We're going to make this happen. So the reason I wanted to bring that up is that also you have developed some courses, and this new world that you have is now helping others pull their story forward. Can you share a little bit about, I almost feel like this is something you wish you would have had when you were younger, to say it's okay
Absolutely.
to be me and do these things.
Mhm.
How is that then pulled into your curriculum and how you help
Great,
people today?
great questions there. So, like, the entrepreneurial spirit goes way back throughout my life. And so, what I found myself doing starting in high school was I was creating these spaces where we can just get together
Yeah.
and have people
Like you're the
share the
OG doing
stories.
this.
Yeah. And I think that's half the battle, right? Is like making space and time in our lives
Mhm.
for us to reflect on our story, because life is busy, it moves quickly. Sometimes it's happening to us, we're reactive, we're not active. So, how do we take the time to stop and reflect
Mhm.
on our stories? And so, when I eventually wanted to pursue a master's degree, I was like, oh man, I want to do something that like helps bring that together, right? And so there's a field of study called narrative therapy that I
Oh,
was
yes,
very
that's, yes.
interested in.
Yep.
And as I studied it, I started developing what was going to become that course, right? That was actually my thesis innovation project. Was we had to create something that would be able to bring a lot of these ideas and principles and practices of the world of narrative to the people that we serve, the people that we want to reach, right? And we've all got a story. Everyone's got a story to tell, right? And even though, like, you were talking about this idea of being a natural, right? I think everybody does have
Mhm.
a storytelling voice and a style that is natural to
Right.
them, but we need someone to draw that out. We need someone to be able to listen and be able to coach and to be able to say, oh, this is what I'm seeing here, right? And so that's a lot of what my course here, my program, does. The art of storytelling is really about immersing you in this world. What the art form is, the different ways that we express it, how each of us personally use it, right? As entrepreneurs, as leaders, as artists, in all these different ways.
Relationship, really.
Exactly. How do we find that storytelling voice that we have? How do we get clarity about what our story is, how we communicate it? And I found that as you do that, it changes the way you live the story of your life.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So for somebody to get actual proof of this,
Mhm.
reading your chapter in your book that we have, Unleash Entrepreneur,
Mhm. Mhm.
you weave this beautiful story, like almost like a character, and I'm not going to give it away.
Sure,
So
sure.
like to get full evidence of like the proof of how you built one story,
Mhm.
explaining it, like you have evidence in how you wrote the book. But can you explain to the audience, for the person listening, narrative?
Mhm.
Narrative. I mean, I could think of like Webster's definition. What does it mean to you? Narrative therapy. Like, what is that?
Sure. What is that
You're the first
world?
person that's brought this up to me, and I think it's
Cool.
fascinating.
Yeah. So essentially, the foundation is what we call the narrative metaphor. And that's that we make sense of our lives through stories. It's as simple as that, right?
Therapy.
So as human beings, story has been a part of our DNA. It's been a part of our language. It's universal across cultures, across different groups, right? It's always been there.
Mm,
And so storytelling is a way that we make sense of the world around us, and that we make sense of the world within as well, right? Of our own experiences, of our identity,
yeah.
of our relationships. And so narrative is essentially, we all have not just a narrative, but we have many narratives about things.
Well, back in, I think you read the Word of God, or
Uh-huh.
but the history. Let's call it history of any sort, whatever people are reading.
Yeah,
There's always a story.
there is.
People are traveling,
Mm-hmm.
and not such great, times and places and times and weather, and they got it done way before us. We're very lucky
Mm-hmm.
to be here at this
Yeah.
point in time, but we're telling the story and
Mm-hmm.
writing it in something. And so that's right. It's been since the dawn of time we're
Right.
communicating, and so it's important to share that. But we've been doing it since we've been born doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's great books that talk about this as well, like psychologically, like The Storytelling Animal is a good one by Jonathan Gottschall, where it talks about how our brains, our psyches, everything about our being is wired for story, right? And so what I really get the pleasure of doing is unlocking that for people, is being able to help people to realize that you have a story and it is unique to you, right? And there's a paradox within narrative, which is that on the one hand, we have stories that are unique. No one has the same exact patterns of experiences in life, right? But at the same time, we have themes and ideas that we share together within our stories. And that's how we connect with each other. People are going to read my chapter and the different chapters in this book, and there's going to be different things that they connect with in each person's story, right? So that's the beautiful paradox of narrative. And it's in that paradox that we ultimately are trying to make sense of life.
Yeah.
And what does my life ultimately mean?
Purpose.
Yeah.
Taking it from that, pulling it into a business for a moment. There's people that say, study the people that you want to be like. So if you're reading these chapters, it could eventually, you could borrow 5,000, 10,000 hours of someone else's studies to then pull it into your own world and your own universe to figure out where it could click in and bring purpose. So I know that you have a podcast, and in addition to the courses and the podcast leading into this, I'm going to ask everybody what really was the catalyst to unleash this entrepreneurship for yourself. Like, was there a certain path, or was it pathways? Like, did it just...
Yeah, I think when we have stories and we become conscious of the stories that we're living, it's not just in the past and the present, but it's in the future, right? What is the story that I want my life to be told? We talk about legacy and these different words, but when we think about narrative, where do I ultimately want my life to go? And for me, I'm a father. I'm a husband. That's very, very important to me, right? And I want to be a father. I mean, my daughter's sitting right over there. I want to be a father that's all in for my family, right? And I wanted to create a lifestyle for myself where I could be more present with them, where I can do the things that I love, but on my own terms and not living somebody else's dream, right? And so that was really the catalyst, was just realizing, what do I want my story to be? And starting, a company, starting All Things Narrative, it gives me a lot more agency in how I want to be able to live out my story. And I mean, in the last few years, I've just seen such a shift in my relationship with my kids, in my marriage, and just my overall sense of being and purpose, right? A sense of contentment that I have, even though as entrepreneurs, we're always looking for the next thing. But at the same time, I know that I'm doing what I'm called to do. And that's what gets me so excited, is I know this is the story, and that story is about helping people to unlock their story. And so it's just such a privilege to get to have that level of clarity and to chase after that narrative.
There's a bit of control in a good way, controlling your own narrative.
Yes.
But what you're ultimately talking about is leadership. And that's part of the reason why, even today I was talking with some people here at the Owwll Studios. We are live at Owwll's networking. The founder let us be here today, talking through, like, what do you do? Well, part of this is also showing leadership. So whether or not it's to ourselves, to others, it's really, we can show our families that they can do it too. So I think that's really special. So I'm glad that you're able to do that and help others do that. I know you've mentioned a couple things that people can Google search, but how would you like people to find you so that they can work with you?
Yeah. So allthingsnarrative.com has our coaching, workshops, classes, events here in the South Florida area, and our podcast that you mentioned as well. You can also find me on Instagram at allthingsnarrative. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Facebook. I'm on those different places as well. So let's connect. I believe you have a story worth telling. And at All Things Narrative, we want to be your guide towards telling and living that story more meaningfully.
Do you think we should bring your daughter over real quick?
Sure. Do you want to come
ready?
over? So my daughter is here because it's take your kid to work day. And she told me, Daddy, I want to be an author one day. So she's writing
her story right now.
She's literally over there writing a book right now. So I'm really proud of her and honored that she can get to see this. She's a little shy, but it comes out in her writing.
That's the point. We all do it in our own ways. And so eventually, and that's where I felt like in your story from the chapter of the book that, you trusted your gut feeling, but sometimes it takes some different, like we talk about pathways to get to that point, to be like, all right, it's time to execute that. So I'm really excited that we can we can do that this week together and
Yep.
and meet our crew in real life. So
Yeah, it's all a leap of faith.
yep. Well, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Amber, for having me.
Yep. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, but Stephanie, do you mind? Can you move that circle over to? I'm gonna have you try to show me that behind the cameras, the clock over there. Oh. So as I was saying, we are live in, I want to keep saying Del Rey, but we are in Boca Raton. So I'm getting used to all the places that we are here in Florida. So fortunate to be able to do this with Jason Hill. He's the founder of Owwll Networking app, and his team is here. So anyone watching live that wants to connect with us, we will eventually have all this information in description boxes to connect. We are happy to point you to a community, a network that would be helpful to you. And happy that you're here.
Yes.
I think we have some little entrepreneurs we could bring in. I know. So as I approach my studio today, I'm able to meet some mini entrepreneurs, and ironically, their father is one as well. So that makes some sense. But I got a little hustled in on the way in, where I have bought and purchased a lovely bracelet and some drawings from the entrepreneurs in, which you all will meet eventually today. Do we have many entrepreneurs that are available? Yeah. Okay. So my next guest is special to me because I've known her for a few years and have been able to work on projects with her. And so we'll be meeting Kate Beck and talking about her journey. And what's been really neat is that the people that are in the projects today, we're not all together in projects, but by reading some of the books, I have a few here. We don't have all the titles here, but they will be available at the Barnes & Noble in the book signing that's happening this Friday. And what's great is that I'm learning about them as I'm even coming into this conference, but in the previous conferences too, have been able to learn and then meet them face to face. And so welcome, my friend.
Welcome.
I'm going to get you all settled in. I'm going to just help my friend here just a moment. Let's do real quick. Oop, there you go. Give a little, maybe out of your, just tuck it behind here. There you go.
Yeah, crazy Florida hair.
Well, you're used to some humidity, my Portland gal.
Yes.
I'm used to the desert, so I really do have to do a lot of serums. But I was telling the audience a little bit about you on your way in. That we've met before, my friend.
We've met before, Amber. I'm so excited to be here. Yes.
Okay, so we come from, I was telling a little bit about the why behind today and all these authors that I want to meet. And I had an office manager once tell me I was a little too inquisitive, and it bothered me a little bit back in the day, but now I know why. And for anybody that's like trying to get through something in their life, whether it's a transition of sorts or just trusting yourself, it's funny as you hear these stories unraveling with different pathways, you end up going, I knew all along who I was. And you've always had this sparkle. And so back, a couple years ago, we've been in financial services, part of an organization in financial services. I'm not going to call us disruptors, but I feel like we definitely want to do things differently and pull other people's stories and experiences into our world. You and Medicare, as an entrepreneur, PDX Insurance, but also as a co-host of a different podcast that we've held together, just launched last October. You've been an entrepreneur for how long now?
Since 2009.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you're going to be you are
I'm a published author.
So we get to celebrate that this week. And so a lot has happened, Kate. Why don't you share a little bit about your journey into entrepreneurship? I don't want to talk about your chapter too much because I want everyone to read it for themselves. But can you weave in a little bit of like how we even got here together? Like, what was it initially for you to get to this point?
Absolutely, Amber. I said yes. When I met Amber, she was literally in the path the walking path of a conference we both attended. And I'm coming from the perspective of I write Medicare insurance for people transitioning to Medicare for the first time in Oregon. And I serve on a board for women in insurance and financial services. And I thought, why am I going to go to a conference in Arizona? How's that going to help my 64-year-olds? And actually, it's not about helping them. It's about attracting, advancing, and developing myself by doing things that are hard or that are not something that I would do in my everyday. So if I stay in my office and do not change my routine, I'm going to continue doing things closely to the same thing. But I went to a conference in Arizona, met Amber. She was doing a podcast that ultimately, like that, sometimes it doesn't quite take off.
That was a series from a financial services group. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was celebrating that.
We were celebrating a series, and from there, she invited me to be a guest on the Amber Stitt show. And our energy was so magnetic and electric.
Yeah.
We decided to launch our own series called Timeless Vitality. And the Timeless Vitality podcast, it's truly talking about what makes someone or something timeless. Because regardless of which industry you're in, we all face challenges. And at the time when we're uncomfortable and we're in that growth state, they always end up leading to some pearl of wisdom. So how did I become an entrepreneur? That was your question. In 2008, I was in a different industry. So I changed from the food and beverage industry to insurance. And we all know what happened in 2008 with the markets. Like all of a sudden you did not need your food and beverage director in 2008. You needed, so I wanted to be set in a role that would be timeless, that would be necessary.
You didn't even know that then, what you were doing.
I didn't even know it, but I was choosing to be in a path. But I was also inspired because of my mom who chose this path, and she had laid the groundwork and said, this would be a really good fit for your personality because you love working with folks. You've always volunteered at senior centers. So why not help them choose their health plan? And so it was a great fit for me.
Okay. So transition from there was an economical change. A lot of the authors that we have in front of us, it's all different stories. So it's important for us to have this conversation. So anyone listening could say, well, that could be me. Maybe that's not me, but I know somebody. But this momentum that can help you see there's other ways to do things. And it's not like you failed at something. I know you talk about failing forward, but it's like there's no rules. Like
you're right. There isn't any rules. And it's not only are we failing forward, we're out there doing something with the tools we have at that time. And then we have this growth spurt, which launches us to our launching pad where we now are, where I find myself in Boca Raton, where I've never been before, here on the Owwll podcast, live on LinkedIn. I'm like, hey, peeps, this is cool. But that wouldn't have happened if I would have stayed at home doing the same thing every day. And so even these circumstances that don't quite work out the way we want, they're opportunities to give us the strength to think what else is possible. Or maybe we weren't even thinking big enough.
Yeah. Well, you're right. If you're sitting at home, just working all the time, you know how I like to just get in my routine.
Yes.
People like you will pull me out of my routine and say, hey, we got to go have some fun. We got to go meet some people. But what you're really talking about is innovation, even if it's communication and meeting people. That's where the juicy stuff comes from, those magic ideas. You won't really know it's possible if you stay in your shell. So even with like a blend of timeless, there's the biohacking book that you're in, you're talking about more of like rethinking. And you and I want our audience to think outside this, hey, you're going to retire at this certain date and the life is over. And a lot of our entrepreneurs are going to tell more stories today about that, where like, we have time to be timeless, but like, let's not shut it down at 60.
Oh my gosh. If there's one thing that I want to say to all the marketers out there who are creating photos for people who are age 65-year-olds look like their 40s. The 60s is the new midlife. Like 40s are the new 20s. Yeah. It's truly, we are living to age 100 and beyond. And we need to start thinking about that from a health perspective. Number one, like what are we eating? How much water are we drinking? Are we getting enough rest? we need to think about it in a health perspective, but we need to think about it financially as well. That at 65, many people are still at work because they're going to be living another 40 years. It used to be that our mortality rates were 70, 75, and that just isn't true any longer. People are living well beyond. People are running marathons in their 70s. Like it's not well, shout out to Craig Ospo. He just ran a marathon, and Erskine. Yeah, and Erskine, he was running with him in Germany.
No way.
They were both in Berlin running a marathon.
But that's what I mean. There's no rules. There's no excuses. And so like, we're not going to just stop. I don't say you have to work forever, but some of us want to because we're doing these things that are pulling us into our flow and our pearls of wisdom. I don't know if you want to share about that, but the expectation of this next 40 plus years, like I like what you just said about photography. Like, let's not just disappear because there's a certain age. Like this can be whatever you want it to be. And that's really where this biohacking conference and the books and are becoming really important to us, and our community is growing.
Yes.
So that we have people that we can rely on when we need a little bit more insight on that. And I know that that's how we connected, was really talking about health and doing things differently, because we're going to live to 200. Is that right?
Yes, 200.
We've decided.
We've decided we're going to be around for 200 because we have a lot of things to get done.
Yeah.
And a lot of time also living in the moment of enjoying and relaxing. But back to pearls of wisdom.
Yep.
We wanted to have conversations about living. We came up with an acronym. Okay. Pearl. Purpose. I want to make my life doing things on purpose. I don't want my life to happen to me. And when I think back at the times of my life when I was struggling the most or the most unhappy or making just a series of terrible ideas, it was because
all part of the plan, all part of the pathway to here.
The pathway to here. It was because I was letting life happen to me and I wasn't being purposeful of my next smallest step. And so I want to talk about values like purpose, empowerment. Empowerment to me means if I don't know something, I can ask and be curious and ask someone a question. And also to the people working with me, let them be curious so that I can empower them to take control of their health insurance plan. And there's many things that they can do. Accountability. What good is all this purposeful idea if you're not accountable to yourself? And surrounding yourself with a community of people to keep you accountable to these wishes and dreams and whispers. Because the difference between commitment and interested. Do you know what the difference is if you're just interested versus committed?
Wow.
I can tell you if you
A
don't.
little execution, a little consistency.
Someone talks about something they're interested in.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Someone who's committed is taking the next best step towards realizing that goal. And even if the goal transforms or changes, I just decided I wanted to surround myself with committed individuals because, we can all be interested in things. I'm interested in.
But we need to be doing something about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like you're really good at helping people commit. But even clients too, even on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, the visions and then helping people take action on that. It's really cool. So would you say that your pathway to success really started in 2008 for you to this world, or is it still just evolving?
Oh, it's still evolving.
Yeah.
I would say I would lean in on the fact that my strengths are innovation and creativity, 100%. And I'm an action-oriented person.
Yeah.
I've always thought out of the box.
Yeah.
And with every idea that I have or whatever vision or heart whisper, even if I didn't know how to do it, I just took the next step forward. And really and truly, all of us in our lives, it's like, whatever you're thinking, what if it could be even bigger? Think bigger.
What you're doing, Kate, is planting your seeds of peace. Let's wrap up talking about that. Don't forget about that.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
So share with people.
So
this is what kicked it off. We planted this and now we have trust trees, and you'll have to watch Timeless to figure this out. But part of the joy that Kate brings to the conversations when she says things like this, where she's going to have a book with all these isms because they're just so cool. But let's just talk about seeds of peace. And I want to have people find you.
Yes.
So let's talk about how people can plant their own seeds of peace. And then if they need your help, how to find you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yes. Planting seeds of peace has been a mantra that I have shared with my board, with the board I so joyfully serve on, Women Insurance and Financial Services.
Portland,
the
Phoenix, shout out to
Phoenix and Portland. And here's the thing, and our national, I mean, we couldn't do without our national board.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, planting seeds of peace. How are we doing that on the daily basis? It starts right here in our own heart. It starts with managing our personal and our professional feelings, emotions, and actions. And we can do that. We can do systems and processes all day, but if we don't acknowledge ourselves and be in the moment, none of that's going to happen. But planting seeds of peace has been a prosperous garden of trees that we'll give a shout out to Jessica, who's the trees when they're bending in the wind, that they're growing trees of trust. So planting seeds of peace,
the evolution of the tree,
the evolution of the tree and clarity.
Yeah. All right, Kate. So how can people find you?
Well, you can find me right here on LinkedIn, Kate Beck PDX. That would be awesome. I actually have Instagram these days. So Kate Beck.
Getting hip with that.
Getting hip with Instagram, Kate Beck _net, because there's a lot of KBs out there. So a little dash there and you'll find me. And Timeless Vitality. You know where I'd love for you? Find me on YouTube with Amber.
Yep.
Give us a listen. We had so much fun sharing these stories. We have 19 episodes. We'd love for you to pop in and listen.
And you're new to the Owwll Network, so you're going to be meeting some of these folks here.
Yes, and I'm brand new on the Owwll Network, so this is a super exciting moment for me. So you can find me on Owwll as well.
Thanks for being here, friend.
Thanks, Amber. And there's snacks in the fridge for you. And coconut latte.
No way.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
All right. So that's a good friend.
Okay.
Cheers, honey.
Cheers. Have an awesome day.
Thank you. We are live, Kate.
It's
all
about
right.
to wrap.
You're about to wrap. You're wrapping it up, girl. Thank you. I'll see you in a little while. We got more to do this week.
I have your parfait in the fridge.
Thank you so much. That's good friends. They'll feed you and caffeinate you. Very important. We got a full schedule today, which is super exciting. In all different walks of life. I don't know everybody, so it's going to be interesting. Like after reading their stories that I get to actually interview, and you guys are a part of that today. So it's really fun. We have our very fabulous guest coming up. I call her fabulous because she's very exquisite and fancy. We'll call her fancy, and I'll explain why here shortly. But we have Malvina coming in soon. Gotta try this coffee and not spill it on myself. Oh, it does need a straw. This could be dangerous. And I'll take any mini entrepreneurs, like I said. I know there's some in the building. Oh, awesome. Hey, Malvina. Perfect. Yeah, we're okay. So there's a lot to share about my next guest, and 15 minutes is just not enough. I met her about over a year ago, and as more time with her unfolds, so many things, and we're going to talk about how you can really bend time with her, and I will share an affirmation soon about what I will plan to do with her, because we're going to make it happen. And we've been talking about these books with this lovely book signing that we have Friday at the Boca Barnes & Noble. We've been talking about these books. So you got Unleashed Entrepreneur. A lot of our guests are featured in this book, among some others that are bestsellers already. And then we have the Biohacking Entrepreneur. So when we're talking about biohacking today, we're referring to not only, there's 2 books, but there's a ton of books out there. And Malvina has also been a bestseller through a Becoming You novel or co-authorship as well. So we'll be talking about that a bit, but I do want to pop your new cover over here, and then I can help you. There we go. You good?
Okay, got it.
Okay, so we have a world traveler in the house. And naturally, you got a way to prop. Can you prop it?
Girl, I got
it.
When
This is
there's
not your
a
first.
will, there is a way.
Because she always had her book propped up. When you meet her in your consultations with her, she'll always have her fancy setup. We're going to talk about, I called you fancy, and I hope that's probably an understatement, but you've made me want to be more me, like more polished, there's more of a global, there's more in the world for me. And I know that you're going to help me make that possible. So we're going to talk about that. But Malvina, thanks for flying in. You've been jet setting. You've been around.
I'm trying, it's California to Florida to Paris. That's the dream life.
I
right?
know. And I met you last year at the Unleash Superpower conference. And it's kind of evolved into wellness advocacy through the biohacking. Plus we have the Unleashed Entrepreneur folks. When I met you last year, there was this spark and this brightness that you brought. I'm like, I got to talk with this person, this woman. Like, I got to meet her. And then more that we are in a book together at a co-author book. We've been on calls, and just every time you meet her, there's just something there's like an energy that's been brought. And I know that ironically, you're going to talk about quantum, the reason behind, and I'm not going to try to explain that. I'm going to let you do a little bit of that. But you really unleash it in the book. So I'm so excited for people to know that about you. In addition, already a best-selling author, entrepreneur, but if you have a calling to do something completely out of your scope, she's going to be the one to pull that into your world and kind of snap it into focus, because you've made some things happen that is just unreal, and you just make it a reality. So I will stop talking, Malvina, and let's talk about, can you share like what you not only are we excited about the new book, but I'm just excited for everyone to know what you do. So I'm just going to leave that loaded intro. Let's just kick it off, girl.
Amber, I'm so happy to be here. You and I immediately clicked.
Uh-huh.
I love your vibe, and you dropped my favorite word, which is energy.
Okay, good. She should not pay me to say that.
But the truth is, energy is the currency in today's world. And we can have all the skills we want, we can have all the education and accolades, but if energetically we're not vibing with our prospective clients, with potential partners in a community, we're not going to attract those juicy and lucrative opportunities that open doors.
You're talking about money? I thought you were talking about fashion. We're doing it all.
Both, all of it, right? Okay. But it's and fashion is an aspect of it, because as a quantum coach, I teach people how to actually open different portals and access them to tap into this quantum flow of abundance, of prosperity, of success on their own terms. And for me, beauty and creativity are absolutely one of those portals. And so fashion lays right there. And me being European, I had to bring it, because
she's kind of cheating. She's European, but you didn't grow up in Paris.
No, I'm actually from Poland originally. So born and raised there, grew up in communistic Poland. So it was pretty dry, pretty gray, pretty dreary, if you know what I mean. It was kind of doom and gloom when I was growing up, even as a kid. We didn't even have candy. Chocolate was not existent. We didn't know what bananas and oranges were. So I really went from the mindset of scarcity to now teaching people how to really call in whatever they want in life.
I want to interrupt you because I have a question. Did you have this energy, and did you have to squash it because people around you were just very serious, because it was serious times?
It's so interesting that you ask, and I'm surprised you even caught up to that, because the truth is why I even moved to America was that I felt the mindset wise not aligned. And I was really sticking out with the energy of positivity. I was already studying all the greatest in terms of the power of our mind, and I didn't buy into the idea that it has to be this scarcity mindset, this no possibilities, no hope. So I didn't fit in.
I don't want to pull your book forward, but I'm going to pull the quote. I've already pulled the quote. Success doesn't come from grinding harder. It comes from aligning smarter. And this is important, that people who feel that they know their true self when they're young, this is important. Today's a bring your kids to work day. I'll say it probably incorrectly, but for the younger generation, people, anyone, any wave of life, like a demographic or generation, people might feel kind of lonely in this space of entrepreneurship, these big ideas. And Albert Einstein was like the OG guy that you were studying, and he's been around for a while, right? We've been studying him for a while. So it has to feel hard sometimes. But you made a choice to go find another culture, potentially to let yourself grow and then build out whatever you wanted, and you did. It's so cool. So keep going. But the aligning smarter, what does that mean to you?
I think it comes from the experience, because even when I came to United States and first started as a glorified waitress, I had a career in hospitality.
A lot of us have done that, yes.
Right, which I really appreciate. It allowed me to travel and live in places like Alaska and Hawaii and Aspen.
Oh.
But when I made a shift to professional services, and I entered the traditional business world, which I felt so proud, like I grew up, I learned the old-fashioned strategies for growing your business: cold calling, pounding on the pavement and knocking on doors. And I thought that was the path. So the hustle, the grind, the climbing the corporate ladder, working longer hours just to prove yourself, just to keep your job, like that was a standard that I kind of entered. And I think it is a very dangerous mentality and mindset and way of operating in business. And eventually I thought, gosh, is this what I was working so hard for? There has to be another way. And I actually got pretty successful doing so.
Yeah, you did.
But it has to come usually at the expense of our health, relationships. And, I was able to grow my career into becoming a co-founder of a national franchise brand, then growing it to 35 locations, becoming a VP of business development for a couple tech companies and working with startups. But in my journey, what I saw is everyone was overworked, overwhelmed. People didn't take care of their health. People didn't have time for their passions. Word passion was like, wait, what? Who has time for it? Because everyone was just so focused on doing the right thing that was expected for us. So when I thought, gosh, there has to be another way, I started tapping into Albert Einstein, to the teachings on quantum. And I really figured out that there is an easier way, more aligned way, more fun way to be successful, and also to combine professional journey with personal development.
Okay. And business energetics. What part of that? Yeah. What is that?
Yes. So, I think that old paradigm of business is all about the masculine energy, because we have there's a masculine energy and feminine energy. And that doesn't mean that as a woman, I only have the feminine energy. I have both. And the masculine energy is the part that is the doing, that is organized, that does the checklist. It's more analytical, more rational. And the feminine energy is the one that collaborates, masterminds, that tunes into the intuitive guidance, that is creative. And this is the innovator within us. And so the old paradigm of business is all about the masculine energy, but the quantum entrepreneurship is all about balancing the business energetics and knowing when to lead with the masculine energy and be in the doing of things, and when to lean on the feminine energy. And we can do it.
Sounds like you need both.
Yes, men and women can tap into both, and more men are actually learning the divine feminine aspects of this business.
Okay. Quantum entrepreneurship. Okay, so how are you helping your core client establish some of this? And this is through some of your retreats and really just having fun, trusting themselves. The fashion that I'm seeing online, your photography, where you're going, it's magic. So how is that affecting your clients, or even you now? How is that unleashing success for you today?
That's right. I believe that the way we see ourselves is the way we show up. And so in the context of quantum success, embodiment is everything. You can read so many books on quantum and entrepreneurship, but until you embody it, until you become it, until you feel it in your DNA and your body, you're not gonna have that same result. And so retreats and immersive coaching with me is really focused on that embodiment work. So for the ladies, I host incredible She Rises in Paris retreat, which is all about the unlocking of your iconic self, because we all have that next level all within us. And I work primarily with already high achieving women entrepreneurs who really want to unlock that next level, which could be mean writing a book, becoming a speaker, going from hiding to being seen, because maybe you're hiding behind your business, or maybe expanding your impact empire. And then once you come to Paris with me, we even capture this journey with a photo shoot. But
I wrote it down here. I would love to bend time with you in Paris. I will go one day.
Yes.
And I'm not saying I'm not going next year because I'm trying to say it and not do it. But I have to have my daughter be a little bit older, and I haven't been to Paris yet. And so I think my husband would rather go with me first. I think I'd get in trouble. We'll talk about that. If it's business, it's business, right?
Right. Well, maybe you leave Paris for your husband first, and you come to me to the French castle.
Okay.
For my embodied
All right.
Empress retreat.
Sold.
Hello.
Get him there. We'll hang out with my hubby for a little bit. He works with me, so we'll try to do our board meeting there, and then we'll meet you after.
Excellent.
I love this idea.
Who wouldn't want to spend time
See what just happened?
In a castle? And this is this quantum manifestation, that we don't say this or that. We find a way to have this and that.
Ooh. So
I got you, girl.
you got me. So for those that are interested, please come find us at the Boca Raton Barnes and Noble Friday if you're local. If not, no problem. You're going to find the podcast later. But how can people find you in general outside of the book?
Absolutely. Well, I'm on Instagram a lot, so you can find me at Malvina Messler. Yes, and you can get inspired through what I put on there. Of course, LinkedIn, also Malvina Messler, and my website, Malvina Messler, and Malvina.
And you work with clients virtually too.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're talking, there's no excuses, international, global. She has you. She's got your back.
I got you. Florida, Europe, anywhere.
I'm so happy you're my friend. I can't wait.
We're gonna be in Paris.
We will.
Enough.
All right. You better count us in on that, and don't call. There's no bluff to call. We're gonna do it.
Yes, we're doing it. You claimed it. You said it's happening, and I know the universe and the quantum vibe is coming to make it so.
You're just gonna dress me first before I go.
I gotcha.
I know you do.
The style, personal branding, and unlock your next level, all while enjoying Paris.
Thanks for being here. I'm gonna see you soon and later tonight, tomorrow. So
beautiful.
Okay. Thanks, Malvina.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So excited for my lovely savvy senior that's coming up next. And I've been able to spend some time with her most recently and get to know her reinvention of new business and how she's helping people. Super inspiring. And if you've been listening or been part of the Pathways podcast, we talk a lot about doing things at any time for yourself. And I can't wait for Ann to explain some of this, of what's really impacted her to make some moves for the demographic that she's working with. But I think it's important and I haven't told her this, so I'm going to welcome you, Ann. Welcome to the live show. And we're in real life together. This is our first time.
It is our first
see
time,
each
and
other.
it's so special.
It is. And I've been so personal reasons. Okay, so yes, you got to see this, you guys. She's so cute. The savvy senior, working in tech, and is it still featured May for your new book?
Depending
no pressure.
on graphic design.
Okay,
Yeah.
So it's the graphic designers that we need to kind of hop to the program, but there's just so much new going on, and I don't think you're shy about saying, hey, I'm 73, so that's okay, right?
Not at all.
It's important because, as we've talked about in other episodes, kind of what I was trying to get at from, if you're on the show watching anything, we're live here in Florida right now, but normally I talk about success can happen at any age for the younger folks, and it doesn't just happen before you're 60. And so this is where I think our community really kind of debunks that. And you are the epitome of that. And I'm so excited for the people that you're working with, because I even think, like, at 45, I know that I could use the tools and resources with my grandmother that I talk about a lot. She's 93. She's texting, she's hip, but she does need some help. And so that's where here you are. So I think it's so important for people to know what you do. And I'm so excited for your new book. So congrats. Okay. So Anne, let's talk about you're working in senior tech. You're in the middle of this book launch, and you talk about old enough to have a past, young enough to have a future. What does that mean to you?
Well, actually, it's something that was said to me when I was 29, turning 30 as a
Okay.
baby boomer, and I thought my life was going to end.
Because you were going to turn 30. I know, we've all been there. Well, maybe
And-
not everybody.
And I was telling some 40-something woman about it. You know,
Yeah.
oh my God, I'm turning 30. And she says, Anne, what are you worried about? You're old enough to have a past and young enough to have a future.
That's really cool.
And it shifted my whole perception of age
Okay.
at 30. And when I launched my business in 2013, I
Okay.
needed a catchphrase. And one day it occurred to me, oh my God, we're all old enough to have a past and young enough to have a future. So I've been using it ever since. And the thing is, we have a future, but that future is determined by the choices we make. Our health, our wellness, our attitude, all has to do with the choices we make. And that's where I want to empower seniors to understand that we have so much control over what's happening in terms of how we think, what we say, and what we do. And that informs our experience of life.
Now you have this experience, or you have this attitude, we'll say. Do you have friends that think the same way as you?
Oh, yeah, most of them.
But do you have some that don't?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They're not so much in my inner circle of friends.
Well, you've chosen that.
Right, exactly. But in the extended world, and when I'm out teaching, there are so many people. And it's true, many seniors have physical issues.
Sure.
And I've had them. And I understand deeply, you know, if you have trouble walking, it takes effort to stay positive and to understand that this doesn't define who you are.
Right.
And what defines who we are is our attitude.
So how does that pull into tech?
Well,
what really got you to go, all right, I have to start helping people? And I mean, you pioneered this and you're like, let's do this.
What really happened is I consider this whole career very divinely guided, because it was in 2013 in October, the culmination of 4 years after the crash of 2009. And I was trying to connect with a career I could love and get paid for, and was having trouble. And I came home one day, I said, that's it, I surrender. I looked up, I said, I'm done. I'm not looking for a job because I don't know what I can do that people will pay me for.
Sure.
So send me the signs, I'm watching. It took 10 days, God's honest truth. 6 seniors called me.
No way.
Out of the blue, and all kind of said the same thing. I can't remember who told me, but I hear you teach seniors how to use computers.
Okay.
And by the 6th call, took 6, mind you. By the 6th call, I was like, okay, message received.
You got it.
And the next day I made a call to an independent living and got hired immediately
No
to
way.
teach tech to seniors. Yeah. So it has fallen in my lap. And even the book has been, write the book. It's in my head, write the book. And events conspired and I came up with the title. And once I came up with the title, the book just flowed out of me. I couldn't not write.
That is so awesome. Well, I'm a Droid user, and I think we should take a poll because I think you're the one to ask. Is there a better phone for seniors or just people? Maybe seniors? Do you have like a poll? Is there like a Apple versus Droid story?
Well, I have my own interpretation. For a lot of seniors who are on tight budgets, Android is going to be the better choice because they have a greater variety of lower end phones that are just a couple of $100.
Oh, sure.
So for those people, yes, Android will be better. But on the whole, overall, I recommend Apple because of Apple's security.
Okay. Oh, because that's a whole other issue. I know that in financial services, but it's beyond.
Apple security is better. There are a lot of problems in the Google Play Store.
Okay.
with apps, malicious apps
Okay.
that Google just, they can't operate quickly enough to get rid of these apps, but it's open source. Anybody can place an app on that
Got it.
store. Whereas Apple controls who
Yeah.
places apps.
Yeah.
So that's one piece. Another piece is that if Apple discovers a problem with their security, they
Mhm.
can roll out an update in a couple of days.
Okay.
Whereas on the Android system, it could take weeks before that update.
So it sounds
comes
like
out.
the cost is worth it for the security, just longer term, because if you get, that could be financially devastating.
Yeah.
In some, more extreme circumstances, but it happens.
Yeah, it
And
does.
especially with seniors that probably don't want to bother their kids. They don't want to, less room for error on that.
Some do want to bother their kids. Some don't want to bother their kids. The ones who want to bother their kids are my target audience. Are you tired of being the IT for your parents?
Right.
and
Well, that's what I'm
grandparents?
saying. It's like that's why I was like, I have to meet Anne, because not only just we're celebrating all the projects we have in our community, but I mean, I think that this is in my wheelhouse. And I was talking about how I do insurance and I work in financial services. I'm that demographic. That's me, helping my parents or my grandmother. But yeah, this is such a cool thing. And it's neat to have a niche, but you're also delightful and special too. So
Yeah.
that's always super helpful. Okay. So what do you think people are overlooking so there's someone my age and we're getting the calls. Is there something that we could do that's more tangible quickly, like go help mom and dad do this? And is there any application that we should be paying attention to right now that we're maybe missing or overlooking?
I don't think it's necessarily a particular application. It's gestures. Teach them how to interact with the phone, because the language of smartphones is touch. And if you don't touch the screen properly, you're going to get a result that's confusing. As an example, there's a tap opens the app. But if you leave your finger there a millisecond longer,
wow,
that's a tap and press and a different response from the phone. And that knocks seniors just for a loop.
Well, and people that have grown up with tech just don't even know that that's a language or a communication style to the device.
Because you've been using tech, you just,
yeah,
you learned it. You learned it by osmosis, but we did not.
Yeah.
So swiping and tapping and pulling down and just all these various gestures, the language of the phone. That's number one. Okay. And number two, the other thing that you really need to tell them, and the analogy I use is if you're walking down the street and a stranger taps you on the shoulder, you start a conversation.
Okay.
Oh, la, 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 so nice there. Oh, you're so nice. And they go, hey, I've got this great investment deal. It's can't miss. Can I get your email address and your phone number, and I'll let you know. I'll give you information.
Only if you're at Unleashed Community, I'll trust you. No.
And so, of course, every senior, I say, would you give them your information? And they go, no.
Exactly.
So it's no different if you get a text, an email, or a phone call. That is a stranger tapping you on the shoulder. Hang up. If you're worried about the truth of what they're saying, go to the website that they're talking about, make a phone call on your own, but hang up on that person. Delete the text, delete the email, do not interact. Those are the two gestures, and these unsolicited correspondence are strangers tapping you on the shoulder.
That's such a great analogy
for information. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a real question. I might need your help. So what do you think I could start with? What are you going to be offering to help others so that we can start taking care of our seniors?
Well, through my website, once the book is launched, I'm going to have every week I'll send out twice a month. I'm going to send out a newsletter that will have a tip for Android and a tip for iPhone.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
And then I'm going to put together webinars where seniors can sign up, and they won't be expensive.
Okay.
I'm talking, $20 or $30, because I don't want people who don't have a lot of discretionary cash to be priced out of learning how to use their smartphones. And in each of those lessons, I will explain how to do these various things. I also will have on my website 30-second, 45-second tutorials and a membership site.
Okay.
So you can sign up for $50 a year and get a deeper
Mhm.
lesson on that same thing, maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes. So you
Mhm.
can really go deeper.
And you've been
So-
speaking. You've been doing a lot.
Speaking engagements and of course private lessons.
Yeah.
I go to seniors' homes and I sit with them in
Okay.
their home because that's where they're the most comfortable.
Okay.
And then I show them whatever it is they need to know.
I just can't wait to see how this year just transpires. But you're already doing a lot of amazing things. So could you even work with people virtually if they needed your help?
Sometimes
So you're more local and you're Florida based?
I am Florida based and South Florida based.
Yeah.
I can work with some people over, say, Zoom, depending on their ability to let me see their phone in
Yeah.
the camera.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because that could be tricky too. Because then you can't really do that, like you were saying, some of the gestures, some of that just has to be like, you have to see that. And you also have to see how they're feeling about it too. So it can be very
A
useful.
lot of times I will start a private lesson by saying, okay, before we start this, let's take a couple of clean, clear, deep breaths.
Yeah.
Let's clear the mind, calm down, approach this with a happy attitude
Good.
because they have so much fear
intimidating.
associated. They are,
Yeah.
yes, it's intimidating to them. They think they're stupid, but
Okay.
they're not. You know, I tell them go look on YouTube and search for teenagers and rotary phones
Right.
because they don't know
Aw.
how to use them,
Nope, they don't.
and it's hilarious.
Okay. So anything else you want to share to have people connect with you outside of your LinkedIn, and then
LinkedIn,
you have your website?
Facebook, Instagram. My website is takethisphone-and-shove-it.com.
We actually didn't talk about that. Take this phone and shove it.com. Like, how do you not love that? My savvy senior. Well, thank you so much for being here today. And I'm excited to celebrate all this cool stuff that we have this week here in South Florida.
Me too, and I get to see you for the next
I know,
couple
for
of
real.
days.
Thanks so much for being here.
So my pleasure.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Good. I love this.
Bye for now.
Bye for now. So happy to finally meet Anne. Yeah, she's been speaking a lot, working with the Unleashed community. She's also on the Owwll networking app. So if you want to find Anne, you can find her after our busy week. And welcome. I'm ready. We got Suzy. You want to come in first, Suzy? Are you guys going to be together? Yeah. Yes. My next guest, we're in a project together. So we've been talking on Zooms for, I don't know, gosh, about a year, just remotely. We say hi. We're not always available to be on our weekly calls, but been able to get to know her. And we've been talking a lot about stories as we go through and do these interviews with the books that we have. So I'm so excited to celebrate this week with you, and you can travel to Florida to do it. And the ability to share and be so vulnerable is very important, because I think in the entrepreneurial space, or people are talking about business, it's like there's this, everything's okay, we're just going to push forward, and there's these things that are happening on the other side. And some people, I feel like you are maybe not immediately are able to live in the moment and be more accepting, but there's been a journey, and you've written about that journey. So really appreciate the story that you're going to share and people can find soon. I know. So thanks for coming and being here today. You've been a facilitator, a speaker, and a writer. And the story that I'm talking about, I'm going to call you a disability advocate. Is that fair to say, where you share about chronic illness and a disability? And I don't want to share that or steal that story from you, but you do write about it. And it's very, I want to say it's inspiring to come to the place. And I know I wrote this down. This is like so important that I pulled from you before meeting you in person, is to live and not wait for recovery. That can mean so many things for people we've talked about earlier today, waiting for retirement or waiting for this time. And we're naturally doing that.
Putting off the enjoyment until later.
And so you share your story, but like coming from you, can you share why you were so compelled to write this story now at this point?
Thank you.
Yeah.
What a wonderful introduction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was struggling for many years with this chronic illness that's been very disabling.
Mm-hmm.
And because I could be seen struggling to get up, stairs or get up from a chair, I thought that made me inadequate. And I was really worried about not being accepted.
Okay.
So my whole focus became about trying to fix this,
Mm-hmm.
trying to get rid of the illness, trying to hide it. Well, my body rebelled against that and just wanted love and acceptance.
We're the boss here. So
Exactly. It was really pointing me to self-acceptance
yeah, okay.
and self-love. And so I went through a journey of, I would say, a couple of years of taking little shifts on gradually allowing myself to be seen struggling. And
Now, are you talking about in your home, in
I was in my
public?
parking garage,
Sure.
at work. Like I could remember having a fire alarm, and my colleague was with me, and we're coming back into the
Oh,
building.
yeah.
And you can't use the elevator. So I had to be visibly seen, like pulling on the handrail to get up. And
Okay.
I had hit it so well.
But you don't also want people to be like, oh, how
Pity.
are you? Right.
I don't like the pity thing,
Right.
or the sympathy thing.
But then it was like, okay, it's happening.
It's happening.
I can't move fast enough.
Yeah. And so my body was just forcing me to allow myself to be seen.
Yeah.
And that was really what I needed, because I come from a family of perfectionists. And like you were saying at the beginning, it was all about looking good, performing, and showing that I had it all together. And I had a really good veneer. And this just forced me to let go of that.
Okay.
And so I just felt compelled as I moved through my journey. So I moved away from trying to fix it, trying to get rid of the illness, chasing, whatever healing modality I could find, to, okay, this isn't working. None of these
Life
things
happening for me.
Life happening for me. And really deciding, okay, well, what else is life about? And how can I enjoy this experience?
Sure.
Well, I can talk about it, and I can really go. So I went on the inner journey of looking at my limiting stories and seeing that I had so much invested in, this is not okay to be this way, and really challenging that. And okay, well, let me allow myself to be seen in the struggle and talk about it. And
there's some fellowship in there.
Really?
And maybe some reciprocating, not saying mentorship, but if you can share and you can help, you're going to find that you're not alone too. I think sometimes we don't share enough, and then that burden's yours. So you're like, enough of this. I'm going to put it on pen and paper. Did you always write?
I've always enjoyed writing. And I think it started with business writing.
Okay.
When I was in sales and writing proposals.
Okay.
And bad newsletters.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah. And then it became more about my inner process.
Yeah.
And as I shared that, people seem to really be inspired or to resonate with the clarity that I bring and the wisdom. I think I'm an old soul. And so there's a lot that can come through.
Well, it's nice to have you at this point of the day too, because as we have this series of live episodes, the first person we had was this natural storyteller, and then he can then help others. But sometimes that's not how it works. And that's okay too. And now here you are in this new path. And I'm asking people, when do you think you really unleashed pathway to success, or maybe a pathway towards wellness? I mean, because we are dealing with the biohacking, or not dealing, but having a biohacking conference later this weekend. This is like a perfect time to just roll this out, it seems, for you to have the ability to help people, but put it and publish it. Yeah.
Yes. So there's a question in there, and I'm wanting to answer your question and find it.
So with this point in time, what I think it's important for people to hear is that if you're not naturally this, like you might have liked to write, it's been this story within, but this is not your natural tendency. You did work. You weren't like an entrepreneur going, I'm going to write books.
Got it. Yes.
So I want people to know that there's no perfect way to do it. And sometimes, and sorry for the disconnect there. So thank you for that. That I want people to extract and see, like, is there something that is calling and tugging at you? Because you've put the pen to paper. Now you're going to be published with it. And I think it's important that people know that their stories are important, and it doesn't have to be like, the forever job I've always had. Now you're in this new phase of acceptance and living, like you said, having life happening for you and appreciating it.
Our voice matters.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what your struggle is, or what your business is, or whether you have a business or not.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm speaking to people who think they maybe want to write, but they're in some self-doubt because
You're right.
they're not an entrepreneur, or they've never seen themselves as a writer.
Yeah.
If you have that calling,
Mm-hmm.
if you feel that there's a message that other people need to hear, that I think is our soul guiding us.
Yeah.
To say, hey, get this out there.
And trusting
Someone
it.
will benefit, and trusting it. And going through the fear, going through the self-doubt, going through the imposter syndrome that I had at the beginning of our academy calls.
Sure.
A bit. I felt like, I don't belong here. I'm not an entrepreneur.
So there's this community call. There's a network, an Unleash network. And again, we'll share some of these resources with everybody outside of how to find the books that we're talking about with the authors. But we are joining these calls and making time out of our day and connecting virtually. There's really no excuses because we can do this anywhere. But I know what you're talking about, because on the surface, everyone's got it figured out, right?
Yes. And that was me.
Mhm.
And I just couldn't, my body just rebelled and said, we're not keeping this facade together anymore.
I love that. I love that for you, but you're probably like, I didn't love it at the moment.
I didn't love it at the moment, but now I'm really happy that this is my journey.
Yeah.
I really believe it is here for me,
Mm-hmm.
and that it has forced me to grow so much into self-love and self-acceptance.
Yeah.
And to model for others that, hey,
It's huge.
we don't have to be perfect. I went to a beautiful spa yesterday in Miami,
Mm,
and I'm with my cane.
yeah.
And I was walking along the beach, Miami Beach, with my cane. And my partner needs to help me up from chairs. And it's just like, it's okay. It's okay to not be perfect.
Yeah.
It's okay to be in a struggle.
But you also write about what is that perfect? Like, what's the norm? Just because, right.
Yeah.
I know.
It's all in our head.
And it's weird. Like, it's a daily thing too. Like, we have to have that self-talk prep and be okay with that. And I think the more we talk about it and share, that it becomes real. But we have the fellowship. So getting people reading your story in our community helps us know you better too. And then we can have more fun with it and know just how people, because I do a lot with focusing on talents and looking at part of Pathways was really just what makes you put yourself in this flow, this state of mind. We do Gallup Strength Finders. We've used other assessments, but I know that I have certain things that are not that also have a blind spot included. And once you just get grounded in that, like activator, or that's my impatient kind of like go-getter, is great for my work, but sometimes it's not great for my spouse or other people that are, dealing with my routine, but it's great for my job. So I channel it there, but then I have to have that self-awareness to rein it back.
Yes.
So really there's always this evolution of growing and learning about yourself. It never stops.
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's hard sometimes. And I think when we're in a relationship, we have to take turns with the freakouts. So
To balance it out.
My partner. This morning it was me. It's like one freak out at a time. That's
well, hopefully I didn't freak you out too much. Hopefully she might be talking about me. No,
we
but
just had a rough sleep.
well,
so
sure.
It makes me extra sensitive.
I had to ask for extra pillows too, because I'm like, and like turning this way all day. As the aging doesn't matter. You just find we just get through it, right?
Yes.
But back to getting to know you and yourself, I think that today I get to know, getting ready for the interview I knew I wanted to have with you. I get to know you, and that's important to me because now I can understand you more, and then we can have more life and more experiences. So really excited for this week and to celebrate your success. So cheers.
And I'm excited to read your chapter when I get my hands on the book.
Well, I know we just got the hot off the press.
Oh, that's
got these two.
There you go, up close look at it.
Hot off the press. So outside of the book, do you want to share anything else about how people can find you or follow you or connect with you online?
I'm on LinkedIn, and it's a long handle, so we'll have to put it in the show notes.
It'll be in the show notes. Yep.
Yes.
Perfect.
Also on YouTube, it's Suzy Sunflower.
I would love that handle. I saw that. Oh.
I'm here to bring joy to the world. I just feel, or to
I
spread
think
my
so.
sunshine.
I know.
Yeah.
So really appreciate. I'm glad that we can be here this week. I'm so excited.
Likewise.
We're not done. We got some time to go.
Beginning.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Suzy, for being here.
Thanks, Amber.
You brought your book. Okay, Stephen has his book. We're going to talk about it today, and I didn't have the cover in front of me, so I'm so excited about that.
Good.
Come on in. Well, you can put it in front of you. We can showcase it.
Okay.
I know Malvina found a way to like prop up, but get you settled in. Yes. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I didn't have my hands on the live copy, so I'm glad you brought it. Okay, so we met your lovely partner just not too long ago. We had
Amazing.
Suzy. Yes. So you guys had some fun in Miami.
Oh, we love it. It's her first time.
Okay.
To me, it's like a second home. But
Well, so we're going to talk a little bit about you and the backstory. But okay, so we have Stephen, and I have not said your last name out loud in real life. Goldhar?
yeah,
Okay,
you did it.
awesome. So we have an entrepreneur with us, published author, best-selling author, in a co-author project, and then we're celebrating our Barnes and Noble book signing. You're going to be here for that,
For
correct?
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Figured you're not going to come this way
Yeah, we're
to
gonna
not
hit
party
everything. Yeah.
and celebrate with all the amazing people. So I've been looking forward. I read this book. Gosh, it would have been a couple years back when I was meeting Wendy, and like, what's the story with this community and who are these authors? And I was able to learn about you way back and then meet you today. So pretty cool.
It's great to be here with you.
Yeah. All right. So you label your chapter sensitive entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up is Pathways Live. Pathways is the name of the podcast that I have. We're live in Boca right now. Is that, not to speak for you, but I think sometimes there's this persona of the entrepreneur that's just
Strong.
and I'm not saying you're not strong, but it's just like nothing phases us. Let's get after it. And sometimes you have to have the game face. I mean, you do.
Yep.
But you're uncracking this shell. So we're going to get to that. But what I wanted to tell you is reading about you being young, you just had this you had this spirit of life and entrepreneurship young. But then you kind of you go on this errand and you talk about it in your book, but then you're like, oh, wow, okay, this is life.
What is this world I'm getting into? What am I expected to be when I grow up? Yeah, it was.
You had success. You were smart. You'd start many businesses.
Yeah.
So why it's important for our talk today is in your late 20s, things started to change. And I think this is so many people.
Yeah.
So can you talk about this innocence of life, getting into the real world, which we're all in, and how to help someone see it's okay to feel these things that are happening?
Yeah. You know, one of the biggest mistakes I think most of us have to go through as we grow up is learning how to dissociate from more and more of ourselves in order to show up and be something we think we need to be. And you said it correctly. We have to be stoic. We have to look like nothing's impacting us, when inside we may feel scared. We're not certain about what's going on. We're having a huge response inside, but we can't let anybody see that.
Yeah, and that's huge. And the more people we talk with about wellness and our advocacy this week with biohacking, where it's coming to the forefront, but it was internalizing in you.
Because I'm highly sensitive, there are 20% of the population who come into this world wired slightly differently so that those impacts are felt deeper.
Okay.
We have a lot of gifts. We're really creative in ways. We process deeply. We can take a lot of information and do some wonderful things with them. But the other side is that when something's not going right, we feel it and it impacts us even more. So I was forced to reconcile with that in ways that not everybody has to. Everybody feels the disconnection.
Sure.
Say, I'm not going to be this way. I'm going to be this way, and I'm going to show up for the world so that I'm successful, and people want to count on me and work with me
and
provide
financials.
But I'm going to sort of take this other set of experiences and I'm going to put them aside. And there's a cost to that, and that's what we don't learn. And the cost builds up over time. We are spiritual beings in a physical body. There's an energetic quality to us. And so imagine we're having a certain experience and we're labeling it as being something that's not safe or okay to have. So we're really giving ourselves the message that there's a big part of us that's not okay.
And there's something wrong with you.
There's something wrong with us because I'm seeing the world in one way, but I'm not experiencing it in the way that everyone's projecting.
And that's what I wrote down, having a different lens.
Right. So I was forced to deal with that and figure out, how do I bridge the two together?
Yeah.
How is it possible? I know what people are expecting from me. They want to know they can count on me. They want to know that I can help them. They want to know that I can be there in certain ways for them. But is it possible that I could bring a certain amount of that other experience into the fold without impacting everything in a way that falls apart? And you can. There are many conversations happening today about authentic leadership, conscious leadership. You're hearing conversations about bringing the emotional intelligence quality into our working experience. It actually is all about that. To have emotional intelligence, it's not something you can just read and say, okay, I'm going to be more emotionally intelligent. You have to experience it. It means that you're aware of all the things that are happening internally, and you can decide in the moment, because you've got a relationship to those parts.
Okay.
That you can decide, how can I responsibly bring this in? How can I responsibly show up and be authentic and let people know more about what's really happening for me, add some vulnerability in.
Right.
And at the same time, be there for myself to support myself. And it doesn't mean you're always talking about it externally, but you know how to do it internally.
And giving yourself some grace.
Yes. And self-love is the foundation of all of it.
And let's talk about some of those projects you have. You've talked about them in the book, but before that, medically, you had kind of not chased medical solutions, but you had some medical treatment, and then you also had some hidden medical issues. And so was there a point you're like, something is wrong? Something is wrong. Was it hard to find an outlet to like correct it? I mean, is that a loaded question?
That's one of the reasons I love being a coach now, because I wish I had someone to hold me. I had the trifecta of it all. I had a broken down marriage, which was very difficult to get through and to separate. There was a lot of stuff going on.
There's just emotions there, period, outside of just other things going on internally too.
And so, and then my health from all the stress, not looking after myself, sort of gave in, and I didn't know what happened that caused that. So I lost my health and the ability to work for a couple of years as I got treatment for heavy metal toxicity. And
yes. Okay. So you did not work during all of that time?
2 years. And I had, at that time, I had investors in my business. I had a lot of things going on, and I couldn't do anything about it.
Well, I'm picturing, because Stephen, it's the chelation, and that's not something you can just sit. It takes a long time, right?
It's like 3 hours of treatment.
So you're not able to just bebop around.
And you're tired afterwards, right? So moving heavy metals out of the body or toxins like that has an impact that is beyond the treatment itself.
Because that goes up to your brain,
and
right?
That's what it affected in me the most.
Brain barrier.
Yeah. So for 2 years, my life sort of unraveled.
Sure.
I had to let go of what I was doing. I couldn't pay the debts I took on in my business. So I had to claim personal bankruptcy, and I'm so much about integrity that was a hard thing in itself. And I had to surrender to life in a way that I never had been asked to do in the past. It's really like, whatever this is about, whatever I'm here for, I will accept that.
Okay.
Whatever it looks like.
That's hard to get to that point though, right?
Very hard. And that's the beginning of actually opening something new. Like, what is it really about? What did happen to me? Like, it's where you can actually ask the questions to yourself and be curious rather than judgmental and being hard on myself for what happened. I didn't try hard enough. I should have done this. I should have done that. It's like, what is going on? What is life really about? It has to be about some of the things that we do in life. We have to make money. We have to live. We have to provide.
Yeah.
But how do I bring the experience into more of an alignment that it's more sustainable, that I'm not just chasing a dollar.
Yeah.
I'm actually creating an experience. I'm not just saying that I'm going to be happy at the end of achieving certain things,
Yeah.
which often doesn't really happen because then we set our sights further out.
Yep.
Right. And we're used to comparing at that point. And so we just compare with different people and we get more. But how can I bring a more satisfying experience in balance? What does it look like?
Yeah.
And how do I get there? And that was the beginning of my journey, the next journey.
Well, part of the questions, just to kind of make it fun to say, when did you unleash this success for yourself, on the pathway? Was it a certain path? Sometimes it's all the pathways to get to this point. With the projects you're working on lately and how you're helping people, is that outside of all of this and getting through that medical period of time? You've been helping people for how long? You've been building some things. Can you share how you're helping others?
So I had the fortune of being connected to a therapist in Miami, Rachel Levy.
Yes.
Who had created sort of like almost channeled. It's so profound, the body of work that came out of her. And it's called Healthy Love. And it's a program for emotional relational education.
Okay.
For those that don't understand that, think of it like emotional intelligence on steroids.
Okay.
It's where you're really rebuilding the relationship with self. You're not waiting.
Sure.
You're not waiting till you break down like I did.
Okay.
Where you're forced to ask those questions. You're going in and you're taking inventory about what's really happening, but you're doing it in a way that you're being held by other people that you can relate to of all walks of life. And you're saying, instead of hiding or ignoring what I'm feeling, what is going on with me? What does it mean? What are my choices?
Like
what
a
can I do with it?
check-in.
Check-in.
But you're talking about self-love. I think you said that.
It's the foundation of healthy love.
Healthy love, yeah.
Because you can't really go and look at what's really happening, the traumas we carry.
They're all different.
The beliefs that we want to change that aren't working for us, the shadows that are deep within that we've forgotten about, that we're not aware of. Until we learn to look at ourselves with more reverence, with more compassion, to be able to say, whatever it is, I'm just going to work with that and be more solutions oriented than focused on the problem. So knowing how to practice self-love, not just in the head, but in the heart and the body, is sort of like the beginning point of healthy love.
Yeah, we talk about focusing on talents and just looking within and that evolution of yourself. But if you're not healthy, how can you then affect and help other people if you don't have it dialed in? And nor do we want, without doing the work, we want to make sure that we're living it and not just talking to our clients about it.
Exactly. So we have to go through it.
Yeah.
We have to look at our own.
Because then you have the solutions you can then help others execute.
And so imagine if we could hold our dark side that we fear, that we will not look at in any way. We put it aside, and maybe one person or two people get to ever experience that.
Yeah.
But we can hold that, understand it, bring it into the light, and let it shine with the light side of us and claim both. And it really works. And we show up with a different kind of exuberance for life.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than I've experienced of feeling like it's okay to be me. I could come here. I didn't even, prepare to talk. I used to prepare for everything because I thought I have to be perfect. I have to show up in the way that I've expected.
There's a common denominator with our guests. We all are trying, but because sometimes you feel like you might fail if you just show up as you, but that's part of these conversations that are so important. It's just not scripted, and it's just, I study you and I want you on the show because I think it's important for people to meet you, but we're all different, and that's good. It's a good thing. Yeah. But going through these experiences, we need to have the ability to, like I was talking with Suzy about having fellowship with others, sharing stories is so important, because trauma or not, there is something that we can give and give back. It's like a reciprocating friendship, and it's global, and there's no this community that we have together. So it's really neat.
It's beautiful. It really is. Community is a necessary component to any conscious awakening process. We really can't do this alone. Most people can't. I won't say it's impossible, but for most of us, the relationship with our mind is just where it's not strong enough. We will just get overtaken by whatever's happening and become it. And there's no distance. And one of the fortunate things that happened on my way back up, sort of like these miracles in life, we also have to understand how that happens. But that's a whole other conversation about noticing and knowing how to flow with life better. But when I surrendered at a moment the first time I ever prayed,
Okay.
I wasn't a big believer in religion or
Yeah.
God or anything, but when the pain gets so great and I cannot see any hope, like, how is
Sure.
this going to change?
Yep.
And I'd say, if there is a God, I promise, if you help me get out of this pain,
Mm-hmm.
I will show up in whatever way that you need me to be.
Full surrender.
Yeah. And it was 2 weeks later that I got a call from someone who I'd known, who knew my background in digital marketing and a pioneer in that field. And he put together a program for Eckhart Tolle.
Well, that's what I was wondering. After all of this, in your late 20s, 30s,
Yeah.
going through this stuff, it was your network. You had met a lot of people in that
yeah.
previous life. Yeah.
Hundreds. Yeah. And so this was one of those people. And it's
Uh-huh.
just amazing how quickly, and they said, we need someone like you to help us launch our new digital platform for Eckhart. And so when I met him, I just connected so well with the man that I ended up spending a lot of time helping him with his company.
Yeah.
But that gave me an in to start to understand this other side of life,
Mm-hmm.
to be what he calls more present with it, which I still didn't quite understand at the time looking back. I mean, I understood it from a head perspective.
Well, let's talk about that, because it's like, got to give ourselves some grace. And sometimes things don't make sense. And that's okay, because the stories like yours, there was this foundational seed that was planted so far back.
Yeah.
And then if we're not showing up with who we are, then how does anyone know what we're really great at?
Yeah.
And then here you go, having an opportunity. How am I going to figure this out? And then here comes an opportunity. Now, you did surrender, though.
I did.
And then opportunities are coming.
They do. And I find that in the moments of surrender, these miracles appear. So I really do believe, from experience, as I'm trained in, I went to university to become I got a degree in molecular biology.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a scientist in my head.
Okay.
It's hard for people who think that way to believe in anything that we
Sure.
cannot experience with the five senses.
Sure.
So, but believe me, there's a path for people like us to get there. And it requires some of the foundational work in healthy love to be able to hone in and own the feelings that we feel more. And this is part of what I do as a coach. I sit with people,
Okay.
help them own more of their experience to become aligned with what's really going on, so they don't feel the backlash of something pulling at them all the time and screaming at them that we're not okay. And so it feels like we're just going uphill all the time.
And that's happening naturally, but then we put ourselves in environments that just make it worse too.
We do. We look for things or think that we need to be in things that are not in alignment with what's really happening on the inside. We're in conflict. We live in conflict. There's a voice inside that's telling us one thing, and then there's us thinking that we can't listen to them because we need to be going in this direction.
Yeah.
And there's no reconciliation. So we live in that state of conflict, and it gets worse over time. It gets harder over time.
Well, because if you're studying the brain, not like the traditional scientific way, but maybe like a neuroscience way, the brain can change or better depending upon what you're adding to your life. So it's important to do the work so that the positives build on each other. I'm
here to tell people listening that it is possible to do that kind of reconciliation. It is possible to have the success, to have what happens when you start to relationships, the first thing that starts changing. All relationships, work relationships, personal relationships.
Sure.
Relationships are built on connection, trust, some level of intimacy.
Yeah.
Even if it's on surface level.
It's so vulnerable.
Vulnerability is important.
Yeah.
And so we can't do that if we don't have that kind of relationship with ourselves.
Yeah.
It just can't happen.
Got to start at the core, the foundation.
And then things start to shift. And with the relationships changing, more opportunities and more different types of network where people just want to help you and be there and support you because they like who you are, because they feel the glow. Coming from you, the realness from you, that you're not afraid to be you. And they're even, a lot of people are intrigued by it. Like, wow, it feels so good. I can't explain it, but it feels so good to be around
like the
you.
energy. We were talking about that earlier today too. But if you're not showing up, it's just going to put cast a cloud over the real energy that you can have shined through.
Exactly. And so it's possible when you do this work to come through it feeling like you are building your world again in a way that you can not only achieve things, but you can sit back and enjoy it.
There's some control in that.
Yeah. And the relationships and the people around you strengthen, they deepen. And they're going to be asking, like, what's changed? What's happened? Like, how can I
So
get some of
easy.
that?
No big deal. Just amazing. Takes the work to get there. I'm asking people, how do you like to work with clients? Can we work globally with you, virtually, in person? What's the best?
Well, most of the sessions are virtual, and it seems to work really well.
Yeah.
And we can go through all kinds of different things together. And then being part of the Healthy Love program is something I really encourage people I work with to do, because as much as I can give them that advantage of really looking deeper, closer, and more quickly at what's going on, there are some things that you can only get from other people.
Yeah, that third party, we'll call it, that expert.
Yeah. And also just the relatability factor. When you hear people, there's something in us that often thinks that we're unique and people can't understand, won't understand what we're going through.
Yeah.
And so we need to flip that on its head. And when you hear other people that are going through things that you can relate to, and you really feel like, okay, I'm understanding the struggle. It's not unique to me. And I'm hearing how they're dealing with it. And together, it's like we can come up with more ways and collaborate. And then the other part of it is being able to show up authentically with more than just me, with other people, so that we understand that we are desirable in our authentic form. Because there's many people now. The thing that happens to a lot of people is there are people who love me and want to be around me more when I'm in that more authentic, vulnerable mode. Than before. Before it was so superficial. It's like, it depends on what I can do for them, what you can do for me. But here it's like, you want to find ways to be around it, and they appreciate it. And so you reprogram the beliefs that it's not okay to be me. And as that gets reprogrammed, you can live more at ease and enjoy life more while creating more in the flow and a positive vibration. Vibration to attractive things instead of getting what I call red light syndrome.
Right, it does happen. You're like, then the rest of your day is awful.
Exactly. And one thing after another, it's like the green.
Don't complain about it. Here it comes. It's gonna keep happening now.
Yeah. And so then you realize living in that flow is real. And to get there, I have to live authentically in me, which means I have to start paying attention to what my inner parts and my body are trying to communicate with me.
Yeah.
In addition to my mind, there's nothing bad in any of it. It's just we only live in our head.
So if you check in, something that's kind of stemming from today, and those that have families, if the adults can figure this out with people, this is going to be so important for the younger folks.
Yeah.
We could prevent much.
We could start a program, have this dream.
I'm not challenging you to a new program to roll out, but the leaders that are working with you can then be better at home.
Exactly.
Whether it's taking care of your parents or the younger generation.
You know what started happening with Healthy Love already? I mean, the program's been around for 3 years, but we have people who are bringing their children in. They're adult children.
Okay.
We haven't had anybody younger than, I think, 18. But it's not to say that you're right. They would bring this to them, but it's changing their relationships. My own father, who's 86, is there. We have people bringing, like they're Suzy and I do it together.
Okay.
And so you share, like it guides you in how to connect deeper together.
Yeah.
How to work through conflict in a way that you stay connected.
Yeah.
And that's the key. Can I learn to work through and be so aware of my own process that I don't have to project onto somebody else and get them defensive? Can I do this in a different, more responsible way so we can stay connected as we work through things?
It makes it so much, you're not balanced. I don't want to use that word. The connection will help you get through it together, have the experience together. And there
you deepen
connection is more connection,
and you just fall in love even more because you can see the part of the other person that they haven't learned to accept, and as they do, and you love that part, there's
not
nothing
trying to change them. You're just being with them.
Yeah.
Okay, so how can people find you?
Well, they can go to either healthy.love and learn about the Healthy Love program. They can go to myselflovecourse.com or they can go to my website, stephengoldhar.com.
Okay, and we'll have that in the show notes too
Yeah.
after this week. So we're gonna celebrate more in a few days here, or all week, I guess, until Sunday.
This is becoming an annual regular
Yeah.
thing. I'm just loving it.
Yes, I'm so happy to meet you in for real because I haven't had a chance yet. So
Thanks, Amber.
so good. Okay, thank you for being here.
Very welcome. See you soon.
So good. Okay, I think it's really happening, you guys. We're having the real live I'm calling them mini entrepreneurs. What do you think, Jason? You coming in? All right. Welcome. So I was telling everybody about this amazing bracelet that I have on, and I think you made it, or did you pay someone else to make these? Or was this you? Was it all you designing it?
I make the other ones, the loom, but I don't make those ones.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I'm scooting in with you over here,
Let's
so I
do
get in
this.
the frame.
all right, Jason, kick us off.
You're the host of this show, not me. This is your thing today.
I'll do my lipstick application here in a moment. So we are live, Boca Raton. We are at the Owwll studio. I'm going to call it a studio. The founder's with me, Jason Hill. And we're going to talk about you a little bit later. First, we're going to talk about your kiddos. So I got some mini entrepreneurs. You're supposed to be in school, I think, but they let you ditch class to become entrepreneurs today. And I already bought some things from you guys. Did you know you're going to sell products today as part of your deal? Like you've been planning because you're business owners. So that makes sense. So is this naturally happening? Is it in the DNA?
Yeah. They love setting up the lemonade stand. What's the name of your lemonade stand, Weston?
Weston and
What is it, Kay?
Legendary Weston and Legendary K lemonade stand.
Oh,
No.
I think we
Weston and
reversed
K
it.
Legendary lemonade.
There it is.
Okay,
There
so
it is.
When does this happen? I don't live here. So am I missing out?
Oh, yeah, it's legendary.
Well, like we do it a couple times a year.
Okay. So in the neighborhood?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me more.
So like just people come. We do it like right as like when the cars go out.
Now, who is running the sales behind it? So who is bringing the people? Hey, cars, come over here. Who's doing that?
am,
All right. So you're the
yeah.
sales guy.
Mhm.
Would you call yourself more operations? You're holding down the fort, making sure everything's running smooth.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else do we need to pull into the business? Are you going to be running like behind the
Oh,
scenes
no,
products?
this is their business. I
Okay.
just go to Costco.
Okay. So
and I
you
make
are
sure we buy-
supply.
We're the supplier. I
Mhm.
help them get the ice, of course, and I set up the chest for them, but it's on them after that. They set up the table, they put up chairs, they take our wireless microphones so they're nice and loud, and they bring people in.
Okay. So what age did you start doing this?
Like maybe when I was like 6 or 7. Yeah.
So you think my daughter could do it? Like it's time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe not in Arizona where it's 100 degrees, but maybe at some point we could figure out the season for the lemonade stand.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have any advice for entrepreneurs because it doesn't matter what age you are. We're learning that with my guest today. It doesn't matter what age you are. What would you say to motivate people just to put their ideas into motion? Do you have any thoughts on that? Is it hard?
Not really.
Is it fun?
Just find stuff to sell.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Like we sell chips, ring pops, and lollipops, and then some toys that we don't use.
Okay. So any ideas of things that you would like to sell that your mom and dad say no, not yet?
Well, like our mom usually says no to the lemonade stand, but our dad says yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
You
so
see that,
the
Amber?
executive leadership has
They
a
want to
board
do it
meeting.
like every 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
My wife gets concerned that it's out in our neighborhood a little too much.
Okay.
So
we're trying to make it
kinda-
more of
we
a
kinda
VIP.
compromise a little bit there.
If it's a little more like scarcity, then it makes it more exciting when it happens, and then you can make all the money in just like a couple times a year. So you have like a season, sounds like.
Yeah, we do it in like the summer or when
Okay.
it's hot.
Do you make your mom work the lemonade stand ever?
Nope.
She
No.
says
She's
no
never
thanks.
out. She's just inside
Yeah.
chilling.
She's
Okay.
chilling.
Okay.
Not bad though, right?
So did you say they have microphones? They're
Oh, we have a wireless microphones
Okay.
and we hook it up to a speaker, kind of like a little mini karaoke set. Think
Okay.
about it from that point
Yeah.
of view.
You guys think you're shy when it comes to public speaking, or is it more like a natural thing for you?
Well, like we're pretty used to it now.
Is it his fault? Did he get you started early?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you know how cool that is? It's pretty cool. Because then you can just live your life and just be out there meeting people. Networking's the currency of life. Would you
Of course.
agree?
Yeah.
Connecting people.
Most people who have success, it's
Mhm.
done through relationships. Absolutely. So, Weston, do you have any shout outs?
Ooh.
I'm gonna shout out to Mercer, Lily, L, and okay. I'm gonna give that shout out to my friend, my best friend Mabry,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then Lily, and we're gonna give
Mika?
a shout out
Ooh,
to our
Mika.
principal, Miss
Aw.
The
Seltzer,
principal?
Oh, awesome.
and her dog Pink, and her husband.
Oh, really?
You know the husband too?
Not really.
Just in case to make it fair. Okay.
And the awesome cupcake she made.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then do you guys have any pets?
No, I really want a dog.
Oh no, I shouldn't have said that.
Thanks,
Okay.
Amber.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Thank
Well, maybe
you.
with their money that they're earning, they can. They're
And
responsible. They
buy
could handle it.
And what about the maintenance costs? Come on.
I
Come
know.
on.
I'm
And the
totally with
time.
you. I'm with you. Okay. But that's what's going to be exciting. You're going to make all this money and then buy this big old house one day, and then you can have as many animals as you want. Freedom, baby. All right.
Hey, why don't you show them what's underneath the sweatshirt over there?
Ooh,
What are you wearing today?
the swag.
What are you wearing? Oh, she's got an owl t-shirt. Here we go.
Aw, that's awesome.
And watch this. Brittany, if you're watching, here's your owl.
Okay, so we need to figure out how to get those out
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
of
people.
course.
All right.
Yeah.
Need to know more.
Okay, give us a hoot hoot.
Hoot hoot.
Hoot, 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 hoot.
And what did we do that one time we went to a convention when we stood in front of the Starbucks? What did you say? You said, if you download Owwll, what was it?
If you download Owwll, we'll give you like we get $10, you get $10.
That's right.
Nice.
And what happened? We got a lot of downloads that day, right?
Yeah.
And then they fell in love with the Owwll app and continued to use it. See that?
I'm so proud of you guys. It's really cool.
Okay.
Going. Never
Amber.
give up. Thanks for being on my show.
Okay. And now
For
you
all the many
guys
entrepreneurs.
don't know this, but you're in the books on the table right there. One of those books Daddy's a co-author in. And in that chapter, when you read it tomorrow, when you come to Barnes and Noble, you're going to see that you're part of the book and you influenced Daddy.
Mhm.
Pretty darn cool, right?
Motivation.
Yeah. Any final words, Wesson? No? You're good. What about you, Kay? Any final words?
Hoot, hoot.
Hoot, hoot. That is right. She is hooting. Well,
Wow. Thank you guys. I'm so glad you can sit down with me.
absolutely. Well, we're going to get our next guest up
Yes.
on deck.
Thanks for coming.
And Wes and Kenny are going to go back to selling items up front while we
Okay.
get the next 10,
Business
10
has
plus
to
people
keep running.
rolling through the studio today. I'll see y'all later for my segment, of
Mhm.
course.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks, you guys. We can move it. I think it's too dangerous to drink. My lovely friend. Oh no, go for it. I haven't even had it. All right, that's how we do things. We just on the fly, figuring it out. Entrepreneurial style. Yay. All right. We got VIP. We got the paparazzi here. Come on in. You can come in. You're good. Oh, he's gonna stay behind us. It is so cool to I don't know that we even got a chance last year.
I don't think we did.
No. And so this is really neat to have you here. Yes. Let's do that. And in my world, we talk a lot about financial freedom. And I meet you, Kathy, through a community. We've talked about Unleashed community through our podcast today. And we've had some projects together. So we're going to be continuously celebrating. So that's been exciting. But we have with us today the passive income. Well, you're a passive income coach,
Correct.
but you've been an entrepreneur for so long
I have. And
with lots of different amazing stories.
yeah, and I love to call myself more of a mentor because I have discovered over the years that I love giving it away. So I love mentoring, bringing
Well,
someone along.
When I was taking my notes, I don't want to go back to the dairy farm and talk about all the things in the books because I want people to read about your chapters, but I just feel like this is such a beautiful start. And you grew up in this I don't know, this beautiful, innocent world, but it was hard work from the beginning, and you had that in you. And I don't know if you want to go back in time and talk about more of like an origin story, but I guess what I wanted to say is when I meet you and you are having the real estate investing and having the passive income from that, I'm like instantly jealous. I mean, this was a couple years back. So I'm like, I want that. And then learning more about you, I think it's so much of a way to have control and have financial freedom. And you really had to figure it out coming from more of like a core. You had it in your DNA, but it wasn't easy. So do you mind going back a little bit in time to open it up? 'Cause I
not
want
at
people
all.
to know your story.
Yeah, I grew up on the back of a dairy farm. My grandparents actually owned the dairy farm, and so I grew up on the farm basically. And my mother was a factory worker, and my dad had had some major surgery even before I was born, to where he
Okay.
was not able to work. So my mother was working all of these crazy extra overtime hours to try to pay the bills, and of course I was hanging out with my uncles on the farm. And seeing the hard work. So I think that work ethic just
Yeah.
kind of is in there, you know.
Everyone was working hard.
Everyone was working hard. And so by the time I was an adult and right out of high school, you know, I just thought, well, I got to get a job, you know, as many of us do. We think that's the next step, is to just get the job. And
That
so
traditional route, just what's that going to
exactly.
be for you? But you didn't.
So I was just working and trying to pay the bills, and it's the same today. We're all broke at a higher rate. I mean, everything is the same. And when you look at what rent cost and
Sure.
what purchasing your first house cost, and it's always a sacrifice, I think, that we have to make. And so I just remember working 2 jobs and, you know, trying to pay the bills. And I had a car that just didn't want to run. And so, yeah, it was just a struggle. And it wasn't until I was probably 40 that my story really starts to take a turn and changes for the good.
Okay, so now that you say that, I want to pause for a minute because I feel like there's a new world of younger, wealthier, younger people, because there's really no rules now when you can start a business. We just had those many entrepreneurs on here. And then there's some very trendy ways that people have made money that's not for all. It's like a top 1% type of deal. But I think that when people go through this high school phase, college, and then the things we're supposed to do, it's supposed to connect right away, and you're supposed to make this money because you finished college now, and we have this. And obviously now I'm 45, so I can say this with you. It's okay that your 30s are a time to dabble and learn, and your early 20s, you might not be making it Instagram, you know, fancy with all the stuff that's out there that, you know, supposedly is happening for all these people. There's a world of just like seeing all this success out there, but most often the true entrepreneurs or people just working, it doesn't truly always connect until you're a little bit older, and it's okay. And so we don't have to rush to have all the things. And sometimes it's like the vanity items that we kind of go through sometimes when we do make some money, you're like, awesome. But then there is some, I guess, fun and wisdom with turning a certain age where you're.
And there's always
more
the
at peace.
exceptions. Yeah, there's always, you know, the young 20-year-old that's, you know, making his first million already. And but we find that when you're just out there and you're meeting common folks, that oftentimes they don't know what they don't know. And so they just don't know how to turn any of their income into passive income.
Yes.
And
so
so they're
talk
just
about that.
So they just think they have to work more hours. That's what I always thought.
Well, this is something too in my notes, and not to interrupt, but impact making a difference. You talked about you talked about just briefly at the beginning, maybe with having more meaningful work. Sometimes we have to do more traditional work, but you talk about that in your writing, and we haven't talked about the fact that you're a bestseller in the books that you have, and then we're going to continue celebrating throughout the week. That's what I loved pulling out and extracting from your work, is that we might have to go traditional for a moment, and it's probably teaching us, but
I learned so many skills. I learned so many skills in the traditional workplace, and I can carry that on through now into my entrepreneurial. I had beauty salons. That is actually what turned the corner for me. When I realized that my nail tech was making more money than I was. And I said, oh my goodness, let me take a look at this. And so I went to cosmetology school, came out as a licensed nail tech, and after a year or two in the industry, realized that yes, I was making more money than I had made on my corporate job. So I left the corporate job behind.
So you had to, that's the thing I think a lot of people want to think about is, okay, do I just start a business? No, you don't have, you could be corporate and start the side business, then eventually take that. That might be the safer play if you have access to do that. So thanks for saying that. Keep going.
Yeah, I've done that all along. So whenever I'm ready to reinvent myself, if you will, I always try to take a couple of years to do that, so that I have that foundation, that financial
That's cool.
foundation. And again, for me, it wasn't because I was brave or smart or all those things. It was because I was scared. I didn't want to let go of that corporate job with the health insurance.
Like, you've been brave, girl. You've been brave.
And so I made the jump and I went full time into the salon industry. And then, of course, when I realized the potential, and my coworkers around me, they were all like, "Oh, you should start a salon. You should be a salon owner." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness, what does that look like?" So I just had to start. And I say this all the time to my students. Oftentimes they're expecting to get clarity and then they're going to start. And I say, you have to start first and clarity comes second.
Okay. So it doesn't have to be this perfect, pretty. We had a lot of perfectionists so far today. Can you imagine that? And you talk about, so you're going to just start, but also have some health and wealth. But can you talk about, I wrote this down, fasting, because I don't know, I don't have this crazy fasting schedule, but you talk about health in your books and your writing. Are you still doing that? Is still incorporating that into your daily?
Yes, absolutely. The first book was called To Speak, Lead, and Impact. And in that book, I talked mostly about my story and how I transitioned from corporate into being an entrepreneur. And then the Impact Entrepreneur book, which was my second one, is I talked more about how you can make an impact not only in your community, but around the world from giving. Because I was at the place where then I could
you
give.
said something about doing things for free early on, but you're talking about the giving, making that impact. So that's from my notes. I want to make sure that it's really neat to see the transitions.
And then my third book, which is the one coming out this week, is the biohacking entrepreneur. And I see you have a copy here. So that's the third one, is the biohacking entrepreneur. And in the biohacking is where I talk about the fasting, because I spent 25 years in the salon industry. And I have to say it was very good to me. Once I realized that there was lots of money there, it was very good to me. And I was able to, after 25 years, retire. Actually, we just purchased another property, but I've retired with 29 rental doors, which is really quite small in my world. In my world, where I hang out with a lot of investors.
Stores is each individual unit.
Individual units. And we hang out with folks that have 500, 250. Sure. So my 29 doors is really nothing huge, but it's huge for me.
And when you say retire, see, in my industry, and I've talked about this a little bit, retiring at a certain age, that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about, and I don't know if this is the freestyle living part, but financial freedom is coming from you choosing what your day looks like and how that income is being generated, but passive income is helping. So can you talk about retirement from like a traditional source and then what it is for you?
Yeah, for me, once I was in the salon for 25 years, I had to punch a time clock. I had clients every hour on the hour, and I was breathing a lot of chemicals. I had my hands in a lot of chemicals. And so that's where the biohacking comes in with the third book, is that I knew I needed to stop that.
Okay.
And so yet again, at age 60, I was at a spot where I had to reinvent myself again, or I told myself I needed to, which for health reasons I did. And so that's where I made the transition and said, okay, what do I really want my life to look like? What do I want that freestyle life to look like? And I said, I want to be able to work from anywhere in the world. I want to travel. I want to podcast from London, which I did, by the way, just recently. And I want to podcast from Italy. And I want to do what I want to do and live the life I want to live, but have the financial foundation that allows me to do that and not have to worry if I have to, count my pennies to buy pizza on Friday night. And so that's where over the years, I have just built my entrepreneurial business to where I can look back and say, I figured it out. I look in the mirror every morning and say, Kathy, you're smart enough to figure this out. There's people that have it figured out. You are smart enough to figure this out.
So I brought up the fasting part.
Mhm.
Talk about your wellness journey, things that had changed for you. And was it different from, like you said, 60? Are you doing things differently that
Absolutely.
are even better now than ever?
Absolutely. Again, I spent 25 years in the salon business, and I was a licensed nail tech. I did not, because I was age 40 when I got into the salon business, I did not do the full cosmetology program. I just did the nail program because it was faster and cheaper.
Yeah.
And that's why I did it.
Okay.
And so I sat behind a nail table for 25 years.
Mm.
And after a while, the doctor was talking about surgery on my shoulder and on my elbow and on my wrist and on my neck and on my back. And,
sure.
because I was repetitive sitting at the nail table for 25 years. And so I knew that I needed to make a change. And I was having such a hard time with that, because I knew once I left my clients, I couldn't call them up and say, oh, I changed my mind. I knew that once they found another place to get their nails done, it was highly unlikely that they would all just go, oh, sure, Kathy, we'll come right back. Because their thinking is, oh, when is she going to do this again? I know she's going to retire someday. So we're just going to stay with the new person.
Okay.
So I knew I had to mean it. And that was hard for me, because the business had been so good to me that was really a tough choice. And so I had to connect with a coach. And my coach helped me draw a line in the sand and pick a date and say, this is the day you're going to walk out of that salon and never look back. And so I did that. But my biggest fear was not that I would get healthy. My biggest fear was that I don't know what my life was going to look like. What was I going to do? Because I had spent so many hours there. And so during that 25 years, I had gained up to 200 pounds.
Okay.
And so now I knew that I had a long road back.
Okay.
And I tell Mark all the time, I wished I wouldn't have allowed myself to do that, but yet I struggled to keep it off. And for some reason, I just couldn't.
But maybe the stress factor.
Well, I'm sure. And then just sitting for 12 hours a day doesn't help. So, and eating all the wrong stuff and eating all the wrong times.
Busy.
And sometimes I didn't get to eat at all. So I'm like, how am I gaining this weight? Well, because when I finally did eat, I would eat the whole bag of chips because I'd be so hungry after not having, a decent meal during the day.
Sure.
So anyway, long term, I decided that once I walked away from that salon, I had to get healthy.
Yes.
That was going to be my number one goal.
Okay.
And so with all of my research, I happened across fasting. And I remember thinking to myself, why didn't somebody tell me this earlier? And
just graze all day, right?
I have a business partner in one of my coaching programs, and he said, oh, I've been doing that for years. I said, why didn't you tell me? He goes, why didn't you ask? I said, I didn't know.
I know. And that's when I feel my best, is when it's almost like I'm not a doctor, so do your thing. But I know I feel better when I give myself some space, get enough rest. And there's a different feeling when your body's just kind of going into grabbing all the things that's already sitting in there and not adding more into the system too early, too soon.
Correct. So once I started fasting, and what I learned, and this is the lesson from, and again, the times are variable because everybody's different.
Yeah.
Every body.
So I'm like, I'm not a doctor, so there's certain phases of it. You might be more hardcore than me.
Well, and every body is different. So, your body makeup and your complex and your weight and your height and all of that plays a factor. But generally speaking, when you eat, insulin kicks in. And then you have to wait about 12 to 14 hours before your hormones kick in.
No kidding.
And then you have to wait to about 16 hours for ketosis to kick in. Well, ketosis is where the weight loss happens. How many of us wait 16 hours?
Right.
Most of us eat every 3 to 4 hours, and we're constantly kicking that insulin in.
Got it.
And we never allow our bodies to get into ketosis. And then at about 18 hours, autophagy kicks in. And that's where your good body cells will
I've never heard of that phase.
attack the bad body cells, and your body is self-healing, and it will heal a lot of diseases if you just let your body do that. And most folks
just trust your body.
They don't wait that long. Right.
Yeah.
So once I learned that, and that's why I said, why didn't somebody tell me this? Yeah, well, I didn't ask because I didn't know what I didn't know. So I started practicing fasting and I gradually moved into it. And so that is what my new chapter is all about, is how I left all of that chemical lifestyle behind.
Yeah.
And really focused on fasting and losing the weight. And so I started at 200 pounds and I weighed in yesterday at 130.4.
Woohoo!
So it's been a big weight loss for me. Had to buy all new clothes.
I know. So
Darn it
there's
anyway.
that budget. Oh, but yeah, especially if you're traveling international, you also have those amazing foods over there that are probably okay to eat, but that's a whole other chapter probably.
Yes.
But you have to shop for those outfits too, I suppose.
Yes. We discovered in Italy that I could eat the pasta in Italy because it doesn't have the same chemical makeup that it does in the States.
It's pretty sad. Okay, so now you're a biohacker. You're a best-selling author. Oh, but you're also doing some coaching work.
Yes.
And this is important because you wouldn't be here without your own coach. And now you have the solutions that you can provide to others. So I really want to be sure that you can share about how people can work with you and what would be a good person for you to be working with.
Well, I originally thought that I wanted to work with someone that was basically an earlier version of me, someone that wanted to retire and needed to reinvent themselves. But I'm discovering that my tribe is all over the map age-wise.
Okay.
They can be young folks. They could be in the middle of a corporate career.
Yeah.
They could be ready to retire. But in every case, they're wanting that passive income. They're wanting to take something that they already love and turn it into where it can make money while they're sleeping, or something that they can do entrepreneurial-wise that they can do from anywhere so that they too can travel.
Yeah, that's my big goal. So you and Malvina are going to get me there.
Oh, yes. Malvina and I, we talk probably, maybe even a couple times a day.
Yeah, that's really neat. So I'm excited to be able to celebrate the rest of the week with you.
Yes.
In the show notes after today, we're going to have your information linked up. And so you gave me all those goodies. And then if anyone local in Boca it's tomorrow for the live book signing, you can meet her and celebrate all these books, but definitely get your book signed by Kathy. So really appreciate you coming in today, and we're going to keep this party going all week.
Yes, I love it. Thank you so much.
I'm so happy to hang out with you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're live on Instagram, by the way.
We are live. Okay. We're going to bring in the culprits of the community, the people that started this. We're going to celebrate. So awesome. It's really happening.
Oh my God, you're doing such
Hi.
a great job. Hi.
Let's get your headphones.
Oh my God.
We can.
You're doing an amazing job. Can we put these up?
I know.
Let's see if we can put these up.
Gotta travel with the book easels, those photo easels.
I'm scooching.
Miss Wendy.
And we're on LinkedIn here.
We are live. We got live streams, and then we're gonna post production. So this is evergreen, baby. What? We got both of you. I just looked up. You're here. Yay. So ladies,
watched some of it on live stream.
You did?
This morning, you and Kate.
Good. Oh, that was fun. Okay.
I saw you and Suzy and Stephen Goldhar.
Good. Okay, so I prepped and was really reading up on people's chapters. You two ladies, I kind of want to take the middle of this day and just celebrate what's happening. It's really happening. Are you present? Is it really happening for you? You've been busy.
Surreal. I keep thinking to myself, it's surreal between having so many things happen at the same time. The Barnes and Noble book signing.
Okay, so that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow, everybody.
That's Friday night. And we've not attached the Barnes and Noble book signing before to the conference. And the conference, which has been one day, is now 2 days.
Yeah. So I wanted to celebrate because let's pause for a moment. My goal for this, it was like a vision about a year ago. And I think I brought it up about 6 months ago too, that these stories are important. Obviously, having the production, the best-selling status. This is so amazing, but I don't know that people share enough about the gratitude of the community that you guys have built. So I wanted to pause there and like do 2 parts in our shorter segment of time today to say, like, let's celebrate first. This is an amazing week, and it's pretty wild because I was only here last year, and I know this has been going on for a bit. But the collaboration I want to talk about with you two, and the ability to be entrepreneurs, best-selling authors, but then to come together. And I think people need to know, like, there's this beauty behind what you put together in the community, but it's like there's this evolution and it keeps going. So I want to talk about the power of that and just about you two, and I mean the partnership aspect. So why is that so important to find a good partner and to have these projects together?
Well, we started out as doing this as a project, you know, and we met during COVID. We met on Clubhouse, just like how we met you.
Uh-huh.
And so it started as a project. And then, you know, often these kind of projects that you have them, everybody disperses, and then you just move on with your life. Then we decided to do another one. But then what we found out, authors were coming together and they were building real relationships. And then we had repeat people, you know, Kathy's been in 3, and they kept chatting with each other, like in the WhatsApp groups, and all, even when the program was done, right? They're still coming together, and we're like, this is really interesting, right? This isn't like you signed up for something and now it's done. And so Wendy and I just kept working together, and I was tied into another business at the time.
Right.
But as that business was not a good fit for me anymore, and I literally called her an hour later and said, remember how we've talked about wanting to do more together? I'm free. And, you know, and we were both really excited because we have a personal relationship and connection. It started as a professional relationship. And it's the same way it started with our community. It started as a professional. For me, she's known a lot of the people, you know, that have been part of the book. She's had years and years of relationships with them, but it started
Bringing
professionally. And now we're all friends and support each other's businesses and each other's things. So it's really been magical.
And there was a period of time that because Patricia, we had our first book together, and then Impact, we have these bestsellers here, and then the new books. There's you get involved in the book. We're doing our Zoom calls, and then I had to kind of tune out because business. And then I told myself after a phase of just a project that I had for my work, October, I have to start joining the calls. And it was like I was letting it go by, and then I've actively participated. And once I'm sitting in the Unleashed community, which I think Mindset of Millions, there's a collab. We do a few things that you guys have started. Once you put the work in just to be present with the community from anywhere, there's really no excuses. You can do this from anywhere. It just started changing me. And then I developed this back to why I wanted to do this today. We were able to put it into motion, but I don't think I could have actively seen the fruit of it if I wasn't in the community. And then you guys allowing me with Jason too to be here. It's been really cool. But how do you do these things without being present and being a part of each other's lives?
Well, when I left corporate, I knew that I needed a community. So like right out of the gate, I found a community first, and then online, building a community. And then when I had gotten the idea around the collaboration book and then went looking for somebody, I found Patricia, and it was a click. I actually had the vision of it for many years.
You were manifesting.
Thought about it, and I reverse engineered it, like actually wrote it down in reverse. And what I don't know that Patricia really knows is that I actually was manifesting. I saw she had a business partner and that she was doing a lot with her. And I thought to myself, I really would like this to be a full-time thing. So
you didn't drop the bomb on her just yet.
But
she
you
was
don't have to actually say it. Like many times, like for me, I often don't say something, like we hold space for it. Like you have the vision first. So having the community and bringing together, like the first book with 22 authors, which was called Speak, Lead to Impact. It was pretty much everybody that I kind of knew in the community here in South Florida. There were a few outside people that came in, and then it worked so well that we were like, okay, the second book, which was Becoming You, and then that worked so well.
Well,
And
that's what I was reading that on a vacation, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's how I
the
really got to know
Becoming
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
You were reading Becoming You?
And that's where I really started to get to know you, because I had already known Patricia. But you can see where even that was a catalyst.
So you read that chapter. And actually, so what I did was I actually started a podcast around it.
Yep.
And the vision was to have a podcast and have all the authors come on and share their stories, because the stories are so profound. Some people read, some people like to listen to a podcast or on social media.
Yeah.
It's so great. We have Suzaita, who's here from Becoming You, all the books.
Yeah.
Now we have 5 books worth of authors that are here for this conference.
Yeah.
And it feels surreal.
And that's really where I wanted to celebrate that and give you guys a moment, because you've been so busy, and not to be cheesy about it. Like, this is a big deal, and it's affecting so many people's lives. And my guests, we've been communicating on the side. I'm getting to know them a little bit more so I can help share their story. And it's just this amazing thing that's happening, and it's not stopping here.
Well, you're so good. Like, the way you pulled this together, it takes a lot of work. Like, I just did the one book of the podcast, and it took a lot of work to do it. Like,
I'm reading a lot of
these
books.
things, and literally you have to be able to interview. You have to know their story and ask the questions around it, and allow people an opportunity to shine about what they're most passionate about. So thank you.
Well, and
we're celebrating you for doing this too.
The foundation, and we'll recap this a lot in the post-production phase, where we really unpack and introduce the authors and give the show notes so people can find everybody. But what I'm seeing is there's this foundational element of like getting really to know yourself. And I do that on Pathways. We talk about focusing on talents. My number one is input. I'm gathering all this data. I've talked with you about that, Patricia, where this is fun for me because I like to grab a bunch and be acquisitive and interview, and that's my thing. Maybe more so than public speaking. So the communication style that you guys have been allowing people to do is in their own way. Now, it doesn't mean we shouldn't keep training for the big talk, but some people are better podcasting, some are better as a guest or host, and some are better like you. She will work the room, Patricia, right? Wendy will work the room, and she will find you, and then you guys are all friends, and then here we are building a community. Patricia and I might be more ambivert, more like behind the scenes operational, but there's beauty in all of it. And so I love that with how you've built these conferences, people can be present and really show their own talents that way. Kind of switching off that to the biohacking book. You're both in both of the new books. I didn't prep you for this, but did this have to happen because of what you both have gone through in life? Like, was this the evolution of like, we have to bring people to more information about wellness and advocacy because you guys have lived through your own phases of learning about your bodies?
Well, I think, one of the great things about like Wendy and I, we're very creative. And so we're not married to an idea. And so if we're interested in something and we can figure out how to integrate that into our business, or our community's interested in something, we're like, let's go for it. And so we both personally like biohacking. She's done a lot more of it than I have.
Okay.
And, so it was an idea, and we were like, I don't know if we're going to fill this book or not. I think I was definitely more skeptical than she was. But, we were like, well, if we could do something, integrate our interests and what we're doing. Now, for me personally, like if you read my chapter, I've been on a health thing since my son was born, 17 years. So it's been up and down. And so for me, it was refreshing actually when I got people's chapters back to see how many people that I wasn't alone. There were so many people who got into health and wellness out of a need. Because now we're seeing a lot of people more of as an interest, like longevity or to look younger or whatever. But it was really interesting to see these people that I look up to, or I'm so inspired by, that are entrepreneurs and business people, and then see that they've been struggling behind the scenes just like I have. Like they've been going through their own thing. And so I thought that was really cool that we had, You know, we have experts who are actually doing the work. I mean, that's what they sell for a living, is in the
Sure.
health and wellness. But then we also brought people to the table that have crafted their own health and wellness plan.
Yeah.
You know, so I think it's a really interesting book, and it's really brought I think a lot of attention to what is accessible.
Yeah.
You know, and so and actually we've had to put these books up on Amazon to be able to get the copies for the conference,
Sure.
but we haven't promoted it.
Mhm.
And there's organic sales happening already without
Right.
us telling anyone, just people finding it on
Yeah.
Amazon.
So important. So then you put all these people together. I'm thinking more of the conference style and the modalities. But even your all your foundational elements of your book come back to a place of wellness. You've always had that, I think, as part of your journey, but you've had your own, you know, medical things you've gone through, like the aha moments of maybe finding something and let's take care of it kind of a deal. But you've always even share on Instagram, like how strong and fit, and but it's a mindset too. So can you talk about?
Yeah, well, I've always been interested in fitness. I taught fitness, I taught aerobics, so I got on board with fitness
Mm-hmm.
very early. I've taught yoga, I've taught, you know, swim aerobics, all this kind of thing. So I gravitated towards it. But I think really what happened for me was working in the pharmaceutical industry
Mm-hmm.
and then calling on the clinics and walking in, and all I would see, and all I remember too, is the despair that I would see on people's faces.
Okay.
And the whole idea around health is the most important thing, health before wealth and all
Yeah.
the things. Like, we usually don't get that memo until we are in a health crisis.
So you're saying you're seeing these people, they're not feeling good, and it's just like you're coming in and working with these practices that are supposed to be helping these people.
Well, and a lot of them were. Like, I really respect the industry.
Mhm.
And I respect the doctors that I worked with,
Mhm.
because there's a blend of Eastern and Western medicine that's most important. I worked in our HIV division. So we developed the second and third drug that became the
Okay.
cocktail that saved lives.
Okay.
So I was actually brought in for education, for the public health department, help agencies start nonprofits. Of course, I was in sales and other things too. But I have a respect for it. But that being said, that it's what I call the biostacking. It's like layering. You can't just do aerobics. You have to eat healthy. You can't work out and then eat donuts,
Right.
which I used to do. Like, think I could eat 4 donuts and then go for a run.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, so.
Yeah. It's some of the stuff was fat free. I remember being like high school and they're like Atkins diet, but you can eat fat free stuff. And so they'd market stuff. And it was like, no, it's just
Now
a
they say
box.
gluten free.
Right,
Now
right.
they have all the pastry in there. They're
I
all
know.
gluten free. But the bottom line is, you really have to
Mhm.
think about that food is our medicine.
Yes.
And to think about the whole 30,000 foot view. So I am loving that biohacking is starting to
Mhm.
become a thing. And the speakers that we have at the conference are the top in their field.
Mhm.
They're really cutting edge. We have providers and researchers that are coming in from Prague and different parts
Yes,
of
it's not
the
just
country,
Florida.
and not just Florida,
Yeah.
throughout the country, throughout the world. So it's truly an honor to be on the
Mhm.
cusp and the cutting end of the research,
Yeah.
the beginning of it.
So we don't have a lot of time today, but let's talk about the community. You guys have put together Mindset of Millions. Is that correct? That was a collab with you guys.
Mhm.
And so let's talk about how people can benefit from being a part of it. I know I have, but I want you to speak the truth of like what's to come, what to expect.
It's a good question. So Wendy and I look at this last year as
Yeah.
been one great experiment. So
Okay.
we officially came together
Yeah.
like 12 months ago. So our company is called Mindset to Millions. And so we've had a lot of different programs and things that we've done with our community to
Mhm.
sort of test where they want support and help. And so, you know, right after this event, actually, we're going to an offsite to sort of map out the next 12 months and what that looks like. And
Yeah.
what we're doing is we're taking input from
beta test.
I mean, everyone's going to be here, right?
Yeah.
And also we have a whole lineup of people that have just started with us that are just joining the community but haven't met the community, and new people coming on board. So we feel blessed that we're in a position where we can continue to pivot of where things are needed. And so it's kind of coming soon, I guess, to say.
Well, there is something though that for sure we're still doing, and that's the collaboration books. So we have 2 new collaboration books.
Well, I didn't want to go too early on that.
Like, and we're just launching these and all the above and celebrating.
But I want people
really
to
where
know,
we are. But we are, because we have
Yes.
people that want to come in, and
Yes.
you came into the biohacking book last year
The impact.
during Impact.
Oh, yes,
Impact
yes.
Entrepreneur. With that launch, you came into the next book 1 year later, and so did Rocco, and so did others.
And just like Kathy Benner, it's a different story. It's a phase, and the entrepreneurship has these transitions, these evolutions, and that's what you guys are doing too. You're pulling in together the need. It's not, there's, like I've been saying today, there's no rules. This is an evolution of things, which is really fun. But that's where, like, the community, the communication, the way you two are working together is amazing. But back to books, this has been like the core fruit, even for you, Patricia. Like, why is that so important? I mean, we're talking about authorship today. Why is that so important? And maybe it's on pages, maybe it's on stage.
Well, for me, it's been my career, really, for the last whatever years, decade or so. And, it started out with me being an author and publishing a book with Simon & Schuster, and that attracting people asking me questions. But where I ended up landing about 9 years ago was that I really wanted to work with people who have earned expertise. I don't do memoirs. I don't work with a lot of younger people. I really want those people who are like the best kept secret in their industry, and they just don't really know how to get their genius out there, because there's so much great information, great stories, things we can learn that is lost because people they're not on social media, right? There's all the lurker, 99% of the people on LinkedIn are lurking. They're not getting that word out there. They're retiring. They're taking all that wisdom with them. And me, I'm a curious person. Like, I'll never run out of things that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
And so working with different people with expertise is interesting to me, to learn about what they're doing. And so I think it's more important than ever. I get asked questions about AI all the time. And people are like, are books just going to go away because of AI? And I said, it is more important than ever that we get these stories and things written, because right now is the perfect opportunity for a new entrepreneur or new thought leader, because a lot of the big gurus that we've all been following for all these years, either they're big authors, big speakers, big whatever, and I'm not going to name names, but what they've done is they've fed everything they've ever done into AI, and it's a repeat, same messages over and over again. They've kind of almost got lazy about it. It's a great opportunity for somebody, I've been calling it quiet authority on LinkedIn, is to start sharing your new ideas that nobody's heard before.
Got it.
Because you can sneak into that. People are looking for something that's fresh, and they're filtering AI out. And so to me, it's a better opportunity because of AI.
And I think books are going to have to be in our hands as a part of just keeping our brains fresh too. But some of us just love the hard copy book. So I think books will never go away. I don't think hard copy would ever go away, but some people do. But it could get lost, definitely, with even things floating into AI and Google. Like, we want to keep
Amazon has formed a lawsuit against a major company that was creating AI books. They were allowing people to create AI books. They flooded Amazon with tens of thousands of books. So because of that lawsuit, Amazon now has developed technology, and they're going to keep evolving it, where they scan your book. And if your book has too much AI in it, and you'll get
corporations
flagged.
are starting to do that too, just to see if you're actually being authentic. So the quiet authority, really telling your story, but not losing the history behind it.
Right.
It's so important. Anything you want to share?
Well, that everybody has a story, everybody has a message, and everybody has in expertise.
Mhm.
And doing a book, writing a book is the way to share that lives well beyond your lifetime
Yeah.
for future generations or make a greater impact in the world. So truly I believe in the three. I believe in writing a book.
Okay.
I believe in then speaking on stages. You go as many times as you can from one to one to one to many,
Okay.
and then hosting conferences and events. You will see everybody who's made it really big
Yeah.
does events. They
Yeah.
host events. They speak on stages, on other people's stages and their own,
Yeah.
and they've written a book. That is the trifecta.
Is that the hack to earn confidence in yourself by telling your story? No one can steal your story. So if you
And
tell
it's
it,
unique to you,
yes.
and AI can't do that. And
Right.
that's how you get out there, because when you're in person, you have the book because that becomes your door opener.
Mhm.
And then you'll get more invitations to speak on stages, and you'll be able to host and create an event
Mhm.
around it. So that's the way, because it's very busy out there. Gary
Mhm.
Vee has a book. If you look at anybody and everybody, but they also produce events and they
Yeah, they
also
do.
speak on stages. So they do all three.
So it's the gateway. It's always a safe place to be is in the book world.
In the book. It's like a
Well,
vortex.
Yeah. And then all the energies that all of our co-authors are bringing in the modalities is just, and it's we'll see what happens even after this week. It's going to be amazing.
We have a big surprise like Saturday afternoon, and like it's all about the wow factor, right? Because
You've been busy.
people coming together. It's also going to be a lot of networking.
Yeah.
Like people collaborating.
That's where my head was
meeting-
going, but
Right,
I didn't know about
exactly.
your secret.
Oh, well,
Secret stuff.
it's all about like meeting, connecting, relationships. All of this has happened because of relationships, and Jason
Yeah.
and Al and Cindy and TEDx. It all is a layering. And if you trace the seed, where did it originate?
Yeah.
Where's the seed? Be really surprised. And yeah, it's important.
Well, thank you for coming and joining me, doing a little a duo.
Yeah,
But
thank you for
it's
having
important
us.
to have you both here. So
Thank you for all this.
yes. Well, and I was going to say, like, how can people find you? But it's on Google, through LinkedIn. It'll be in the show notes. And then we're going to have all the books featured. But do you want to talk about the book signing real quick before we sign off?
Sure. Boca
Yep.
Raton. It's
You're
a
local, so I
beautiful
figured.
Barnes and Noble. And it is Friday, April 25th from 4 to 6. So that's Friday night. And then the conference starts at 9 a.m. Saturday, April 26th through April 27th. You can come for one day or you
Okay.
can come for both.
Thanks so much. I'm excited. We have so much fun to have.
Yep.
And thanks for being here. And more to come.
Thank you.
Yep. A
Okay.
lot more to come.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. Okay. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
We got our books. Awesome.
Wow.
How we doing, Stephanie? The crew is doing well. We're vibing. My mini entrepreneurs are leaving the building. Hi.
Wendy's gonna check to see if she has a
Sure. Yeah.
I didn't bring one. I forgot. You
Got it. So we just had Wendy and Patricia in, and we're going to see if we can find a copy of Becoming You. That was my first book that I had read from the group of the co-authors, which was kind of the catalyst for me to become a writer with Patricia and Wendy in some of their books. And so we have our next guest, which I'm so happy I get to meet you in real life. I haven't met everybody yet, but I feel like I know you because of your chapter and your beautiful words. So we have Suzaita Hipolito. Yeah. And you just flew in last night for this event. We've been talking about all these events this week. And welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm getting comfortable here.
Get comfortable.
So pardon me.
Got the audio. Let's see if I can I'm gonna bring you here just a little bit.
Perfect.
We've had a lot of guests talk about entrepreneurial journeys, and we've had a few corporate folks talk about corporate. And I feel like when I want people to know about you is almost like 3 parts. It would be corporate life. There's a second part to it, just kind of like the detox of it all from your story. And then I have some notes here about new human, new lifestyle, new world. And so I want to talk about what that means to you, but I think we might have to go back a bit and share if that makes sense to this world that you want to have for folks. Then we can learn about what you're up to even present day. But I think it's not so much about authorship at this moment, but I want listeners to, if they are in that corporate position, that you might have felt as like the success, that amazing side of the world, and then it kind of like starts unfolding and unraveling. I like how you share that with folks through your chapter. And so can we talk about that a little bit and go back in time?
Absolutely. I come from the world of pharma and clinical research, and I've been in that industry for over 20 years. And just to put in context what I did, I still do, because I'm still in corporate. I help bring new drug therapies to market. It was my life, my identity for a very long time. Corporate life, glamorous corporate life, 6-figure income, and I really didn't know anything else except, working the 9 to 5, working for W-2, and I never thought that I'd be in this place where I am now as an entrepreneur. So I'll get into that a little later. But I think what Amber is kind of evoking out of me here is my journey with corporate life.
Because you said W-2.
Yeah.
A lot of my clients are physicians that work for health systems, and then they might have something else. And we talked about how people are business owners and might do something else, but you were all in corporate.
I was all in, and let's call it the golden handcuffs.
Sure.
I mean, first of all, I was very fortunate to be part of an industry where I can help make a difference in millions of patients' lives all around the world, helping with disease therapies and treatments. So that was a very, very, to me, a very honorable path. But what I didn't know was, what I wasn't prepared for was my corporate life, my role in corporate. I was married to my career, and my career became my identity. And so when I didn't have my career, which I was let go a couple times in my career, I kind of lost who I was. I didn't know who I was.
Yeah.
I also spent a majority of my career seeking constant validation and approval,
production levels, bonus.
Yeah, from the people around me, because I didn't have a life outside of corporate.
Yeah.
And so my whole world, I literally was so proud of myself when I, thinking, okay, I'm working 50, 60-hour weeks. I was constantly on. And that sense of constantly seeking validation from my work environment, from the people around me, I had no power. I was very disempowered. And it got to a point where later on in my career, I developed an addiction to Adderall, which
you gotta stay in the zone, gotta be competitive.
Yes. Because I realized I was having so much difficulty focusing. Then one day I went to go see a psychiatrist. It was at the beginning of my divorce. He prescribed me a cocktail of psychiatric medications for depression, anxiety, and ADHD. And when I got that diagnosis for ADHD, I was like, oh my God, I finally know what's wrong with me. This is why I can't think. So then I started taking Adderall, and Adderall, for those of you that don't know, is a highly addictive, very toxic pharmaceutical drug that is one molecule away from meth. So it's like a cleaner version of meth, if you will. And I would learn this years later. I when I took Adderall, and I'm by no means promoting the use of Adderall, I'm promoting actually the opposite of it.
Okay.
It gave me like laser focus. I felt on top of the world because I could focus, and that kind of became my path. And
so that probably felt a bit amazing because you're like, you could be even more dialed into the production that you want to make, because there is, I mean, business owners too, we're like, let's go chase that thing and then get it. And then this is the hunt, but you're now laser focused and you got something helping you.
It's that high.
It could be tricky.
Right. It's a double-edged sword. It's that addiction as a high performer of wanting to do, go, always be on, and, accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
I had an addiction to Adderall that I could not function without it. And I didn't realize my addiction to it until years later, when I literally, the days I would not take Adderall, I could not function. I had no energy. I couldn't get out of bed.
Because that's like, it has a shelf life per day, right?
Well, you develop a tolerance for it. So as the more you develop a tolerance, the doctor increases your dose. Right?
Yeah.
And I realized it was destroying my body.
Okay.
So then the third time I got fired in my career, I was like, it was the second time I got fired in my career. It was at the peak of my Adderall addiction, and I didn't care about being fired. I just was so grateful that I didn't have to show up for work, because at that point, all I wanted was to stop taking Adderall.
Okay.
And in my mind, I subconsciously committed that I am stopping this drug and I'm going to do whatever it takes. And I went through a 6 to 9 month detox period with it.
Yeah. Okay. So you're like, all right, but it wasn't just weaning yourself off medication. You had to get your mind right, because you can't just I mean, that's a different thing. It requires, you talk about even sleep and being present. So, I mean, this is important, I think. And as we go into more of a biohacking conference, but just in general for our own lives at any phase, being more treating yourself more kind,
right,
and allowing yourself to maybe.
And there's other ways.
Yeah.
There's
so
other ways.
How did you pioneer this?
That's an interesting word that you use. I think so. First of all, I didn't share with anyone what I was going through.
Okay.
I did it on my own, and I didn't have anybody that I felt I could open up to about it. But all I knew was I had to stop taking it, and I didn't want to, at that point, I wasn't taking any other pharmaceutical drugs, because in taking the Adderall, I was also taking sleep medication.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I got to stop this. But the first 6 months was really difficult, because I literally I didn't want to get out of bed. I had no energy, and I had to figure out ways to just get myself out of bed, trusting that, okay, this is all going to work out somehow.
When you even switch a job that you hate, that's a weird trauma, like a death in the family too. So you were going through like a transition of, you had done that type of work.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to, heal from
that.
Yes.
Right,
so that's like a double whammy right there.
Right. And it was interesting that company that I was working for at the time, me getting fired was actually a very vindictive kind of move on the person. But I was like, I don't care. I'm just glad to be out of that environment, because it was a really toxic environment across, a 600 person organization.
Oh, sure.
But what I do want to say, to fast forward, is now I didn't know this at the time. Okay. And I don't think we know it at the time when we're going through it. But my problem was not that I couldn't focus. It was because I didn't know how to manage my mind. I didn't understand my mind. I didn't understand myself. I didn't have the awareness. I didn't have the personal development tools. I didn't have a coach at the time. I didn't have the tools I needed to understand myself, to understand how my mind works, to understand how to make sense of myself in this world, and to understand that everything, Like we are the masters of our
Mm-hmm.
mind. Talk about biohacking, you know?
Like you were doing it, but you were developing that new becoming you is what you're talking about in that book.
Yes. Well, now fast forward 2 years later. So first of all, one thing I want to say with Adderall is it was destroying my body, and it really messed up my digestive system for years. So it wasn't until just a couple of years ago that my digestive system started to normalize. I stopped taking Adderall in when was that? 2017 was when 2017 was when I decided that was my last dose of Adderall, late 2017. And now, fast forward, now I'm a huge fan of Dr. Joe's meditation, Dr. Joe Dispenza.
Oh, okay. I was like, is that? Yes, yes.
And I believe that there's so much about our biology that we have a lot of dominion over, just with understanding how our mind works, understanding our consciousness, having a relationship with a higher power, with a force greater than ourselves, and actually having a relationship with our bodies, with our spirit, with our soul, and our minds. And when you understand how to orchestrate that symphony,
it's beautiful
system of 50 trillion cells of our body, and also be here in our human form, recognizing that we're not just physical humans, we are spiritual beings having a human experience. And when we harmonize the metaphysical aspect of life, the spiritual aspect of life, and the physical aspect of life, like that's when I know I'm thriving and I feel like a badass. And that's what I experience.
That the spiritual awakening you talk about, I wrote it down.
Oh yeah. It was a massive spiritual awakening. And I think that's the thing with corporate. If you're in corporate, I think part of the golden handcuffs, because you don't have a lot of autonomy. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. In my not W-2 right now, I have a lot of autonomy, but
right, because you still have some corporate right now.
I still am working in,
but it's a different pharma. But you have control over your life in that space.
Yes,
you've chosen that role. So maybe we talk about that too, because
absolutely.
Business ownership can take so many shapes and forms. So I always want to empower people to think about it. There's all kinds of ways to do it.
There's so many ways. So now I've made peace with my corporate life. And I'm very fortunate. I get to still do what I groomed myself to do, what work groomed me to do in my corporate life. And so that's my 9 to 5. That's what I'm fully committed to that. It pays the bills. It puts a roof over my head. And on the side, I have a lifestyle as an entrepreneur and a biohacker. And I've learned to bridge all the worlds now. And I'm very harmonious with how I live my life. So as an entrepreneur, I help savvy real estate investors grow and scale their investment portfolio. I have a very, very large network of lenders and capital providers and debt fund creators in the private money world. Right. And so I'm building that business. At the same time, I have my 9 to 5, which is very, very demanding. And the way that I think of my 9 to 5 is, okay, this is a life that eventually I'm going to exit in pursuit of building a thriving business in the private money world. And then that business is what's going to help me grow and scale and pursue more of the humanitarian stuff that I want to do to give back to the world.
Okay. Ooh, there's a few things that I thought about. I'm like, oh my gosh, don't forget the thought. Going back to your mind, and do you think sometimes people just don't trust what they can't see, so they don't spend time on this?
Absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, unless we have a model of possibility, or unless we consciously make a choice to be open-minded, to be more aware beyond what we know, what we see is literally limited to our belief system. So you have to make the choice to be open, to be like, okay, this is what I believe now, and I'm open to what I can't see. But then that's where the fear comes in. So I work on this every day.
Okay.
Yeah, I work on when anxiety comes in, because it's still, the anxiety comes in every now and then. Well, actually, it comes in when it wants to.
I gotta talk to my anxiety and say, no, not today.
Exactly. I'm developing a relationship with the anxiety. But it's like, it's being okay with the unknown. It's being okay with not knowing. And then it's letting go and surrendering, because that's where the magic happens. And literally this is where we want to control so much. We want to know, but when we want to control, and we want to know, we limit what the universe can literally bring into our lives.
Teach us, bring it to us, opportunities.
And think of it, I think of things in energy. So everything is energy. So if you're showing up in life, controlling and fearful and consistently anxious, you're blocking the frequency of what's possible. But when you raise your vibration and you come from a place of, okay, I'm trusting life, I have total faith, I love you, universe, I know what's meant for me will come. I may not know how it's going to look like, but I trust the process. It's like, it's a different frequency, right?
It feels pretty cool.
Right. So you're feeling it just as
I had to tell myself a little bit of that walking into all these amazing people today and make sure that, I do a good job, but I had to say, I get to do this. Who gets to do this?
Yes.
And just respecting that, you're being called to do certain things, and you might not have full control as probably a pretty neurotic person myself, this is good for me.
And you shifted. You shifted your mindset. I mean, we all have that.
But that's like, let's talk about it. And that's not like, oh, there's something wrong. It's like, we all have our little nuggets of something floating around in the energy, but trying to remain in that positive space. And so when you're talking about business, I feel, maybe I'm wrong, but when you explain what you're doing in conjunction, like with your 9 to 5, we'll call it, you're at peace with it and you're building it, and it's happening.
Right.
And that's pretty amazing.
Yes. Well, my skill set is in operations and working in a very pharmaceutical clinical research is a very heavily regulated industry.
Maybe I'll have patience with that too, I suppose.
Right. And so I've thought to myself, where can I really transfer my skill sets? Well, the universe opened up many opportunities.
So you've just been thinking and being okay with, like, I need to think about this.
Yeah.
So you're kind of putting it out there.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm seeing where I can effectively transfer my skill sets.
So anyone local, because we're all going to be at the book signing together, so they get to meet you. And let's show the Becoming You book too. With a community through what Wendy and Patricia have built, but also with like, I know that you're on LinkedIn. How do you want people to communicate with you and learn more about the projects that you're working on?
Well, if you are a savvy real estate investor and you want to grow and scale your investment portfolio, reach out to me. I'll give my business number. It's 858-815-35. Oh, shoot. It's 3509. No, 3508.
And we're going to have it in the show notes, so don't worry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's
not a number I thought I memorized.
I know. That's what happens now.
But anyway, you could also reach me at Suzaita at arayafunding.com. So Suzaita at arayafunding.com, and it's ARAIYA. Araya Funding. That's the name of my firm.
And then community keeps evolving and new projects arise, and the world's just beautiful. But
thank you.
I feel like that's what, when you're writing this is before, I read this a few years back. I was telling Wendy before, I think you were here, that this is the first book that really introduced me to her. And then I'm reading all your stories and I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to get involved with this community. Back to the book before we wrap up. New lifestyle, new world. This is where it's kind of like shedding the things in the space of like how we've coined business needs to be a certain way. And again, back to not being able to see tangible things. Sometimes we have to be okay with what we don't know. And I feel like that's what you're really cultivating that. And it's inspiring because I think sometimes we work off fear a lot. And that prevents us from taking these leaps or even being here in an event like this together this week. We have to, talk ourselves out of it and trust that that's okay and put yourself in different positions. And so here come opportunities from that.
Right. I think you make a really great acknowledgement that we often come from fear. I mean, it's easy to do when our world is designed by default. For us, we've been taught at the very youngest age to come from fear. So the work is disentangling from that energy and recognizing that first of all, it doesn't have to be that way. And we have a choice in every moment to come from love, possibility, collaboration, authenticity, opportunity, openness, expansion, and surrender and trust. And while some of this may sound a little bit woo, but that's actually the piece that is missing for many people. I mean, throw in the woo, because you would be surprised. Life can shift with just a little bit of woo.
Now, we're not talking like woo girls, because like in Strength Finders, we talk about winning others over, but like allow yourself to have some of that woo, which is like, it doesn't have to make sense completely.
Right.
That's okay.
Right. There's a whole unseen force, a power greater than us that is governing every atom of our existence.
It sounds like you're okay with that.
Yes.
Made peace with that. Right?
I have a relationship with it. I cultivate it every day.
Well, I need to get some more woo. I'm going to get more woo from you later this week.
Absolutely.
Okay. You're going to give me some
Amber.
tactics, tips. All right, everybody. Suzaita, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I'm excited to hang out with you.
Yes, it's going to be a fabulous weekend.
Yep.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, honey.
Thank
So
you.
good. Did you hear me on the earphones okay?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. You're like, you were loud in my ear.
No, it's great.
Cool. Okay,
Thank
honey.
you, love. You did amazing.
Hey,
Thank you so
good to
much.
officially, not just texting you. I love it. Thanks, Suzaita.
Thank you.
Miss Debbie.
Hi, Debbie. Suzaita.
Hi.
I want to go live on Instagram.
You can do it.
Tripod?
Yeah.
I'm a tripod. This is live, so be careful, Debbie.
Oh, sorry. Hi.
Debbie, come on in and double live it.
We're gonna double live it. Get
Double live. Hi.
Get some owl exposure.
It's been a year since I've seen you.
It is.
Hi. Well, except for social.
I think the last time we were together, we did one of these, didn't we? At the event, were we on the same?
We were doing an Owwll podcast live at the conference.
Go live, and I'll just put it right in the tripod for you.
Okay. Do you want me to collaborate with you?
No, because we're live too already. We can't.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Live. Okay, which way should?
Do the other way. Do your don't selfie it.
Yeah.
I think that's the politically correct
We got a lot of
term.
followers, actually, like commenting.
Here.
It's good. On the feed.
You are now
We
live.
are now live.
Okay, Debbie. All right, so we are going to have you put on those headphones and I'll check your hair because it can get,
Crazy.
oh no, you're like a pro. Does that feel okay? Okay, now it's the sliding forward that messes it up.
Okay.
So let's set it, pull it off and go like this.
So it's like, am I like?
We're wearing a headband with our headphones, but it can, my first guy had amazing curly hair, Derrick Hatch. There you go.
I love Derrick.
And he had some curls that are envious and they were getting a little wild. Okay.
Here we are.
I am You can hear me okay?
Yes.
That's good. All right, so we got Debbie Golden here, a best-selling author, and we're celebrating this week. We have new projects on the published.
It's weird for me to say that this is my second book that I've co-authored.
Well, we're not used to talking about it.
I know.
So they're here, and we just got them.
I know. I haven't seen it, so
You can
unleash
touch
on
it. Yeah.
This is it. This is my
Okay,
book,
so let's do a little
everybody.
cheers. Here we go. We got this. We'll go cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, so everyone live, you've seen parts of this today. Who knows how long you've been with us, but at Owwll Studios here, Owwll will be present at the conference this weekend, but we are celebrating a book signing, and we're in Boca Raton. So I'm not going to say the city that you live in unless you want to, but you are now a Florida resident.
I am a Florida resident up in the kind of Cocoa Beach, Melbourne
Mm,
area.
yeah.
So yeah.
Too many beaches. I can't keep track. I get jealous of all of you.
Yeah. So Wisconsin, I'm from Wisconsin, at which there's really no beaches except for
No.
on Lake Michigan. And you only can do that probably 2 or 3 months out of the year. So yes, definitely a different landscape.
But I like the transitions of the journeys, because reinvention is kind of your thing to help women.
It is midlife women for sure.
Yes.
For sure. Yeah. So right now, transition happens at any age, right?
Right.
When you first become parents, when you first whatever. I think the difference with midlife transition that separates us women during this time frame is there's a million things coming at us. Meaning, so we're going through empty nesting,
So what age are you talking about? Ish.
It's so funny. It's like menopause can hit women early. Empty nesting depends on when you had your kids, but it's really more or less like, when are these pivotal times in your life that these big changes happen?
Because I think your demographic could be a little fluid.
Yes.
Yeah.
It could definitely be. So it's almost more about the emotional stuff that happens when, you have aging parents, you have career burnout, the careers that you loved for a million years, they no longer serve you. Like you wanted to climb the corporate ladder. You were so into it. And all of a sudden, you just don't care anymore. Like you just don't care. And and then your kids are getting older and you want to spend as much time with them. All of a sudden you start going through menopause and you're just like,
what's normal?
Things are happening in your body. So there's all these changes, which I think why midlife reinvention is so important is because all of a sudden it's like this spotlight is on you, because the life that you had before is gone and you can't control it. Like you can't control that your kids are going off to college. Like you want them to do it, but your role as mom is changing, right? Your parents are aging and you can't change that. You definitely can't change what's going on in your body. You can manage it, but you can't change it or stop it, your career. So you have all these factors.
Yeah.
And so it's like, now what? And that's really where I work with midlife women, is this sort of this gap between, this is the life that you had, but now you want this life, and it's in that transition, kind of in that gap in between of the life you used to have and the life that you want to have, kind of finding purpose in this new life.
There's been some corporate talk, and sometimes it's just like a bad job, things like that. But I feel like I'm pulling from your perspective. I mean, I know you a little bit, so I'm kind of a little bit biased with my information. It's not just off the cuff, I guess. But I liked how you just said that. Maybe there's just a point where you're like, I don't like this anymore, and it's okay.
It's okay. And
let's talk about that, because I think sometimes things get yanked out under the rug, or like there's a trauma, or this is where you're almost like, nope, I'm good, and I just don't want to do this. And it's being okay with an acceptance. There's an underlying thing with our messages with the podcast all day is just like knowing yourself. So would you say the work that you're trying to build into the demographic of your client, we'll call it, or your community, is to help almost build a transition window, like before the transition, like help them be okay early, but then through it all?
I don't know.
Is there a way to prepare?
I don't think there is. And the reason is because you have to feel it in your soul.
Sure. You got to go through it.
It's to me more or less something like, what no longer serves you. And I could never have imagined when that hit for me. I don't think it was anything I could prepare for, but it's just something that naturally happens. And I'll say this just in my personal life recently is you get to these things where it, and to your point, it's kind of hard to put this together, but it's getting rid of the things that no longer serve you. Even if at some point they were beautiful, or at some point you needed them, or they protected you. During that time of life, you needed them. But then you can't take that where you're going or what your next phase is.
I think that's especially like chapters of your life and mourning that past. I think that's probably just it's a constant thing, but you got to be okay with that chapter might not longer serve you, or that friend, or the kids is hard. That's always hard. Like that
is hard.
But
it is. And the kid thing is hard because it's probably the same thing at like, you know, corporate America, or even being a mom, is like so much of your identity is wrapped up in being mom. And, you know, it is that chaotic, you know, activity thing where, you know, you're always, you know, running to the next thing, or you're cooking, or making sure there's
packing
food
something
and
and
driving, know, looking for the other shoe before the soccer game, and just like all the things. And, you know, all of a sudden it's gone. And it's just letting your kids go and having that faith in God, in the universe, that you believe that you did a good job and they're going to be okay. You know, and it is, you know, as I look at this, what I'm calling the midlife gap of, you know, you're no longer this, you know, this life anymore isn't the same, and you can't change, you can't go backwards. So now we need to go this way. So in that gap is kind of where my work has really turned into, of, you know, like having that faith that it is safe to let some of this stuff go that no longer serves you. So,
And I think you've done a great job of that with the community online and social media, being relatable and letting people feel vulnerable and to share that with others. But then you're helping them build some solutions and pull that into not a game plan, but more of just being okay and stair stepping into like, what's the new world for you? I wanted to talk about scarcity versus overflow, because I see this in how you talk about it. And I think people need to hear from a perspective of like what maybe they could even take away today.
So I think anytime you start something, like I really feel this a lot on social media, or anyone that has their own business or creating something, is that your results are a result of your energy, and you can have kind of energy coming from two places. And this is was part of my huge online journey, that I'm a Gen X, and I came from this thing where you just worked hard, and you know, if it wasn't working, you just worked harder. And you know, you push.
I'm on the X, and then I'm on the, I don't know, depends on who I talk to, but I think I'm an Xer too. Suck it up.
Just keep going. You know, you keep going. And so sometimes we all tend to put ourselves in this position where we feel like it almost becomes desperate. And okay, it's not working for us. That means we have to work harder. Okay, you know, and you're desperate. You want that sale, or you want someone to call you, or you want this to happen, and you keep pushing and you keep pushing. So it becomes this overall energy of lack. So where you're coming from is lack, and people can see this. They can sense it. It's like that. They can just, a million miles away, they can feel that you're not.
It's like when you smile on the phone, you can tell when someone's smiling at you through the phone. So this is even like bigger.
Right.
And that's the energy. Negative.
Right. Or the other side is coming from joy, abundance. Like when you, like how I want to help midlife women is like, I want to help them. And it's coming from a place of, you know, I just want women to feel so good about this next chapter. I want them to find their divine purpose. I want them to be everything that they were put on this planet to do. And so when you're coming from that place of pure joy, abundance, love, all of those things, you know, your audience can feel it. Your friends can feel it. You know, your family can feel it. Like this is just a beautiful place versus, oh my God, I got to make money, or I need people to buy my stuff, or, you know, I got to do this, you know, I want to look, you know, whatever it is, maybe
We
social
tell
class,
ourselves, yes.
all those things. So when you're coming from that, it's all about the energy that you're bringing to the table. So,
But that's got to be healthy for you to dial into that. And then it's easier if you allow yourself to have that.
yeah. And I think it's also easier for, you know, I think so many people have these big ideas of what they want to build a business for. And then building the business coming from a place of truly helping people is a different ball game because it's personal.
Yeah.
And it can be deep. I mean, especially a lot of the people in these books that have, I mean, you are affecting people's lives.
Yeah.
And that's not something that you can take very lightly because it takes vulnerability both on my side as well as theirs if they really want to move into a life of joy, abundance, faith, hope, all of those things. So yeah, it's a journey.
So that's where you're creating a new space for women. Let's talk about that because I know that you're on Instagram, but when it comes to a new space, I want people to know how to find you, obviously through the books, but what does a new space mean to you? I mean, what have you done for yourself to have this be a thing for others?
Yeah. Like I said, I am like the queen of, shall we say, pivot as I've gotten in this online journey because starting anything on social media online where you're the face, it is changing constantly. And I also think it's personal development on crack. Like it just like exposes every single one of your insecurities, weaknesses.
You're saying being a creative is like, let's go teach ourselves, teach tech, but you have to be online and be present and all the things. I mean, it's a lot. Yeah. And then, you're doing it, girl.
And as a business, you start comparing yourself to others and it's just all of these things and negative mindsets happen. But the community in and of itself, that's evolved and it's going to continue to evolve. Yeah. So as you said, like a lot of what midlife women relate to me because I'm right in the middle of it. You know, I did the corporate America ladder thing. I've been an entrepreneur. I've had, you know, I'm empty nesting in real time. Like since January 17th, I'm an empty nester.
We'll call you empty beaching or something. You're on the beach now.
Totally. You know, so all the things, my parents are getting older, you know.
Are you guys close to, are they back home?
They're in Wisconsin.
Okay. Yep. So you'll go back and forth and get your winter time too.
Yeah. All the things. So I'm in like, you know, right in it. So women can relate to me. The menopause thing is huge, you know. So I wanted to create a place for women, first of all, that they can resonate with other women. You know, this is a time where not a lot of conversations have happened. I mean, recently, like Oprah had a special out for menopause, and there's so many women that are now Gen X women that are finally like, okay, this isn't normal. We need to talk about this. Like we don't have, honestly,
giving some resources and community makes us feel somewhat normal.
Feel like crap. There are things that we can do, that we can live a very healthy, happy life.
Yeah.
So anyways, all of these subjects, just a place for women to feel not alone.
Yeah.
And so, but what I've realized in this community is that I bring in speakers, I have all the things, but you know, it's the one thing that is missing that I'm working on now and where my work is taking me is to that individual that even though now I have that community of women that resonate and we're all like, okay, we're all going through the same shit.
Yeah.
Like all of it. And it's all at once and it's a lot and no one knows how to navigate it. Like we're all there and we're clinking our wine glasses together. Get it. But it's really that gap of what's next for me? How do I find my purpose?
Yeah.
Now what?
Yep.
And it's in that gap is really where my work is now starting again.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very personal, individualized, sensitive, deep. And because I've realized that it does get to the point of what are we carrying that we probably have been carrying since childhood or our life experiences. A lot of this heavy, icky stuff that we need to let go of before we move into your purpose, your joy, your love.
Not clean slate it, still respect it, but
let it go.
Yeah.
And so I'm calling these big things we're holding rocks.
Okay.
And, you know, my personal rock comes from some childhood stuff of needing to perform. And like, I have to earn love and I have to like get attention to get that love, which comes from childhood. All of these things that it's like, I have to carry all this and I have to do it all on my own. And if it's not working, I have to work harder and I have to work harder.
Yeah.
And I've learned that that's really not healthy for me.
Yeah.
And I need to drop it.
Yeah.
And I need to let it go.
Identifying. I circled, I don't want to forget, because sometimes when I'm talking, faith, hope, and freedom, I feel like that's what you're giving yourself and that's what you're building for your community, your clients.
Yeah. And it's almost like I'm walking the same journey and I want to teach women the same thing that I'm learning as I'm going to, because, you know, if you truly want to be free and you truly want to have that joy, that freedom, you know, these rocks are heavy.
Yeah.
And also so much of our focus goes to these rocks.
They're not good to carry. You can strength train with them here and there, but they're not good long term.
Right. And they also hinder your ability to see clearly your main purpose.
Yeah.
And so my work is getting women to look up from all of these burdens that they've been carrying for so long. Let it go. You know, it's not easy. There is a process. It's the rocks method. I'm not ready to launch it yet, but in that method, it's not as easy as letting it go. And it's not as easy as this is a one-time thing.
Yeah.
Right. It's feeling safe to let it go. That being in an environment that you feel loved, that you are loved.
So before that happens, people can learn about it through the books.
They can. So the rocks method, this has happened since the book, but what is really great about the books in and of itself, Unleashed, the one that's coming out, is a lot of my, so I said that personal development on crack of starting some online businesses and going through like my journey and the authentic piece of it.
Yeah.
You know, because I started not authentic, right? Because
I see, but okay, it didn't look like that to me.
Really?
No.
Oh my God. But inside I was dying.
But you learn as you go. And I mean, I guess I could go back, look at YouTube 3 years ago, not love those either, you know, but we have to grow from it. So you're still, I mean, you're putting yourself out there and that's more than most can say.
Plus I was doing something like I was reselling these courses and none of my heart was in it. It was almost, I was coming from a place of, I just want to make a bunch of money.
Yep.
And so that's what I was talking about, that place of lack and desperation and that energy. And, you know, I did sell enough, shall we say, but the
purpose wasn't behind it.
It wasn't good. And my mindset and, oh my gosh, I was looking at how many views I was getting and how many followers. There's so
well, because in business, you're supposed to run the analytics and audit some of that. But I think that and this is where the stories are so important. We started with Derrick Hatch, he's the storyteller, and you know, he's going to be potentially better because he's been living that storytelling. That's what he does. But all of us evolve through sharing. And that's where, like, I'm not an author, but I love books. I've always loved books, but I wasn't a natural author, but then to write some chapters really helped me convey, like, how do I want to help people? And then you put it out there and then there's this evolution. And so that's why the books, the community are so important. So I really want us to motivate people to push, you know, whether, doesn't matter the demographic or the age, what do you want to do? Because we're going to help you nudge you to get to that point.
It is.
Through our experiences too.
Yep. It's all about the pivot. Like I said, I've changed since I've written this book, right? And this chapter in this book.
Yep.
And so as you grow and evolve, you know, your business, you as a person grow and evolve. So that's why it's like I've pivoted probably more times than I can count. I'm feeling like this is home to me where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
I can feel it, like all my years of coming up till this point feel like this is where I'm meant to be.
That's good.
Yeah.
And it's fun to be part of that in a small little way, but seeing that and then being able to celebrate it. And we're going to celebrate it this week even further.
I know, so fun. Yeah. So if anyone's around in,
so
go ahead.
Yeah, we talked about book signing. Yeah.
The book signing is tomorrow. That's from 4 to
conference.
6 in Boca Raton, Barnes and Noble,
Mhm.
4 to 6. And then at the Aloft, is it West Palm Beach? Where is it?
Delray Beach.
Delray. It's
Yep.
Delray Beach. Okay.
I know I keep saying Boca, Delray. I'm not hip yet. I don't know where all the cities, but I feel like I'm getting pretty comfortable with my Uber rides.
Yes.
Where I'm going.
That's so funny.
Well, I will see you
Yes.
later on.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, but how can people find you
Oh.
outside of Instagram? I know that you have, but just in case, I'll
do.
put it in the show notes.
The midlife community that I have it's free, and it's actually a link on my Instagram, on my TikTok,
Okay.
all over, and it's to
Okay.
get into the community.
I don't want to forget, people can find you, connect with you. And then on the Owwll Network too. We will be on there if you want to connect with us after this week. So awesome.
Okay, thank you, Amber.
Thanks. Good to see you again and have fun at your next thing.
I will. Did you have fun? Did you like it?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You got this.
I got this.
Get all the things.
Get all the things, this, and I think that's all I brought in. Oh, my phone, my actual phone.
Your actual phone. Bye, Debbie's social media.
Social media.
We got the media, breaking down the media. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. We got Miss Wendy. Miss Wendy. Oop.
Right through here.
And then we'll have you do that. Perfect. Hi. Good to see you.
More history.
Okay.
Because everyone's about to break the TV like that.
Oh, okay.
We're trying not to break things at the Owwll studio.
That's probably a really good idea. Do not break things.
None of that's
Yep. I'm just going to pull out what I need to pull out.
Be careful. This is the.
Oh.
It's okay.
All good.
Not made for TV.
Bye.
You're all done. Good job.
And we are live. And I'm so excited to be on a reverse live with you because you are the professionale. Always streaming. Yes.
Brought my LinkedIn mug.
Got it.
I brought my book.
Mhm. Good. We can cheer. Let's do our book cheers.
Yes.
Ooh, you got some other goodies too.
I do.
We have Wendy Shore in the house. Boop.
Hello. Hello. Can I stand
Best-selling
this?
author. You
There-
can
there's-
stack and organize.
I will put that
Yes.
there. Sorry. This is
There you
this is
go.
somebody else's, so
Well,
we're gonna show everybody.
I wonder if you can use we don't want to hide your mug, but why don't you could stack these books behind. Do you want to
There
do
we
that?
go. So
Yes.
you and I were together.
What would you say?
You and I were together in this.
Oh, yes. Okay, let's do here's the trick. So everyone's been watching. Kind of set it on top. Don't go back and slide forward because then the hair gets crazy.
Gotcha.
Just set. There you go.
All right. Wait.
All right, so we'll do a little book stack. We'll get organized. Thanks to all letting us situate.
Yeah. Behind the
It's
scenes.
not your first rodeo, Wendy.
A little bit behind the scenes here.
Mm-mm.
And I also have, wait.
Oh.
Mhm.
I want to talk about that. Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
So
There
I'm
we
so
go.
happy to see you. I'm glad I could hang with you a little bit at the airport.
Yes.
Kind of.
Yes, this. Thank you for joining us there. That was
Okay.
great.
Wendy Shore, best-selling author, LinkedIn strategist, which is like really, I think, important. If you don't mind me talking about your work today, is that going to be okay?
Of course. Yeah, always.
Always. I figured you'd be fine with it.
Mhm.
All right. So Wendy is not an amateur to the screen, to the public screen. She's on Lattes and Caffeinated Conversations.
Yes, with Melissa Cohen.
Melissa is your co-host, so I got to meet her. She's awesome. We have the books. Obviously, we're showcasing these. We've been in best-selling books together.
Yes.
We're celebrating that. We're celebrating some other things you have going on too. But I wanted to talk about collaboration because you guys were talking about that this week, and it's just interesting how my dream of doing this with all the authors that I've met is coming to fruition, and how important collaboration, whether it's writing a book, seeking out a community, I think that's, you guys have been talking about that. So I want to talk about LinkedIn in just a little bit, because I think people are not thinking of it the right way, or they've had some bias towards it in business. And I want to kind of demystify that with you. But first, let's talk about what you have found in business, because as a serial entrepreneur, you've had different partnerships over the years. You talk about that in your books.
Yes.
Why is collaboration and your network, even online, so important?
Well, I think today a lot of the relationships start online. So, for example, I met Melissa Cohen on LinkedIn.
Okay.
And then we connected in the DMs, first in the comments, then DMs.
Okay, so you were literally engaging on purpose, not just someone doing it for you. You guys were hanging out, chatting, and noticing each other.
You know, I have to tell you, when it comes to LinkedIn, LinkedIn's a little bit different. It's a little bit unique, and it's really a community building platform. Other social medias are great for exposure, but I have not seen, I've been very active on Facebook and even in Facebook groups.
Yeah.
I've been active on Instagram. I've never seen where a platform has resulted in real friendships and collaborations. People actively seek to help out each other.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
you get to choose.
That's one of the things that makes it unique.
Yeah.
Right. And I think people still look at LinkedIn as like, post your resume and that's where your resume goes to die. Right.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's changed. It's a real social media platform
Mm-hmm.
with real people who are mostly business people.
Mm-hmm.
But people
and we improvise as business owners. We just improvise. Let's do this. We'll do this, and then we'll showcase this guy up top.
There you go.
We'll find a way to.
We're just gonna. There we are. See, look at that. Lovely.
Oh,
we do.
Oh,
you know what? It's my headphones. There we go.
There was a period of time, maybe it was because, gosh, what is it, like 4 or 5 years ago, when a lot of the sales tools were built and then everyone was inboxing each other a bunch of spam and everyone got maxed out. I think that's where this all started, where it just felt like, I don't trust you because you're inboxing me. And there's still some of that, but you can find quality. And that's kind of where I want to head with you. Like, you are helping people do that. And I know that's what you do for work, but you are literally doing the work. I know Patricia is, and there's some of the others in our community that are actively on LinkedIn.
Yes.
Mad respect for it. You can find strategic partnerships and not even be in the same city.
Oh, 100%. So first of all, yeah, let's talk about the pitch slap for a moment.
Oh, okay. I want to know what that is. Tell me. Tell us.
I send you a connection request.
Okay.
You accept. And I immediately respond with, I have a product that can change your life. Right. And sometimes these are AI driven. Sometimes they're people.
Okay.
But most of the time they do not even take the time to read your bio. They just send you a connection request, and then they
can
trying to
help
sell
me
you your own product or service.
With what? Or they'll say
financial planning, insurance for healthcare. Like, yeah.
my tagline could use some work, but like, I've already told you what I'm doing. Yeah. So this, like, yeah.
Right.
Okay. So it's random.
So it's random, but it's the pitch slap. They immediately, you accept the connection request, and it's usually a nice, I read this post that you did, or I saw a comment that you left on somebody's, and then it's immediately a pitch. Don't do that. Nobody likes that. Nobody wants to get pitch slapped.
Can read through it.
Right. And the thing is you could actually be reaching out to somebody who is your ideal client, but you want to build the relationship first. And they may not even be ready for your product or service, but if you build a relationship, you may find that somebody that they know is. And so then there's the referral part of the networking and community building.
Yeah.
Right. And that is where collaborations are best.
Okay. So it's a safe place, you all. And I know a lot of you are on LinkedIn watching anyway, but I feel that sometimes even people that are maybe in corporate America that are not B2B or entrepreneurs, they might go, I don't need it. But why does everyone need to have a profile and a presence on it?
Well, LinkedIn is very heavy into like the search engines.
Yeah.
So if you were to look yourself up right now, within the first 3 things that come up will probably be something LinkedIn related.
Okay.
Your LinkedIn profile, a post. They're very heavy into SEO. So having a LinkedIn presence, when somebody looks you up, you're going to come up at the top. And if there's,
Yeah.
you know, people like, there's several Wendy Shores, right? I found. So
Yeah.
I come up now that I've been very active on LinkedIn, I come up higher in the search than I did before I got on LinkedIn.
Okay.
Right.
So it's giving you kind of like how Google, they'll reward you if you're actively on the platform and engaging and helping other people.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. And I've had some people transition and they're going to still stay corporate, but you can also use it reverse too. You can go out and search and connect with people that you might in the future want to do business with, learn from, find a community of friends, or
Absolutely.
there's really no excuses to find the resources.
And especially when it comes to, you know, solopreneurship, right? People
Mhm.
are building solopreneur businesses intentionally, right? It used to be seen as this fallback, or you're just starting out.
Oh.
But people are saying, you know what? I like staying small. With today's AI tools, it's easy to get stuff done.
Uh-huh.
And so they're intentionally building solopreneur businesses that are reaching 6-7 figures. And they're saying that we're going to hit 8-figure solopreneurs in our lifetime.
Okay, so I wasn't thinking about taking this avenue with you because there's a lot of business that's saying don't be solo,
Yes.
delegate. And that's kind of what I talked about in my chapter, is scaling your business. But this, I think, is the consultancy world.
Right.
And a lot of people have the main thing and then that thing that can eventually be a really great transition tool. If you are, a lot of our guests talked about finding their new kind of pivot.
Mm-hmm.
If you have the consultancy out there, you can pivot whenever you want and make it a full-time thing. And you've delegated through different businesses too and had to, I mean, restaurants completely different than what we're talking about, but
business is business.
Business is business, and your network.
Right. And so first with the delegation, as a solopreneur business owner, yes, you wear very many hats and you should know how to do most things, but it doesn't mean that you're doing everything.
Yeah.
You know, that's where hiring a VA comes in,
Mhm.
right? So you're not really working in a silo,
Yeah.
right? And we say business growth doesn't happen in a silo,
Yeah.
or as Melissa says, success is not pie.
Oh, well, okay, let's talk. Do you want to share what that means? Because I liked learning about that the other day.
Well, so success is not a pie. That's exactly what it means. It's not, you know, you don't get a slice of pie. It's not the name of a pie.
Yeah. Pat on the back. There you go.
Right. It's just, and I don't even know where that originated. Did you look up the origin of that?
I think she was talking about it. So we'll have to get back with her on that.
Yes. But I always said success doesn't happen in a silo. You don't grow alone. Even in a solopreneur business, you don't grow alone. Right. And that's where collaboration and community comes in really strongly important, because
now mine's falling off.
It's a
refrain. Keep going. I can hear you.
It's really where the community is very important, because it can be very lonely, right? And especially if you're in a home office, which a lot of us tend to be, whether it's a room, a basement, or, you know, we're in our home offices. So we leave our main part of the house, we go into our office and we work.
Yep.
Right.
Very efficiently.
Very efficiently.
Yay us, but
you're alone.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, your family may be in the other room, but you're shutting the door and you're doing the work alone. And it's different than when you're in corporate and you gather around the water cooler and you catch up with people.
Yeah.
Or, you know, for me in my restaurant, my work was social.
Yeah. Okay. So that's interesting, because I don't know that you can turn that off of that side of you, that enjoyment from having your different locations, seeing people's faces and seeing that they're enjoying what you're providing. So that is an interesting point, but you've been able to innovate off that and do the things you're doing now and still, you know, but that's where that network can still be helpful in bite-sized doses, or you can go in and have as much engagement as you want.
Absolutely. And recently I did an event in New York City. And we are doing it again. Just if anybody wants to come to our event in New York City, we're doing a LinkedIn local meetup. And we
Okay.
have a panel, and we're now having the same people on the panel.
Live.
It's going to be live.
Streaming live.
It's going to be streaming live, and
Right.
it's going to be
Gotta be.
live. So if you want to meet us IRL, it's going to be at the Tempo Hilton in New York City.
Okay, I saw that
on May
online.
19th.
Okay.
And if you can't make it, yes, we are going to stream the panel. And then afterwards, we're going to break out into mastermind sessions.
Fun.
But our MC Donnie Boivin, who we've, and I may have pronounced your name wrong, Donnie, I'm sorry.
Yay, Donnie.
Bovine.
Shout out.
I think it's Donnie Bovine.
Okay.
He's really big on talking about networking.
Okay.
Right. And he's saying, like, when you go to a networking events, you don't necessarily go to get your clients from networking events. You go to meet people who may then introduce you to your clients, because there's a different barrier, right? If I'm meeting with you and I'm not trying to sell you something, but I know that you know people who could be my ideal client, we can have better conversations and figure out how we can help each other and refer each other.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're choosing to be there. Like, I know BNI is no knocking on BNI, but it's mandatory. You have these certain things you have to do, where this is like a fluidity of a natural, like, you're choosing to be there, spending your time, looking forward to going to the city.
Right.
It's a different vibe.
Right. And he has a group that meets every week online too, multiple groups.
Okay.
And it's basically who can I refer you to this week? What are you looking for? Right. So are you looking to meet people in the healthcare industry? Are you looking to meet people like healthcare industry adjacent? Right. And what does that look like? And then everybody helps each other try and figure out who we can introduce each other to.
And you have a chance to kind of vet out the person you're speaking with too, or you can watch them online and see how you're feeling about what are they posting about. Are they consistent? Do you like their truth behind what they're messaging? Is it all AI? Because it might be a little bit, but
yeah. And that's why it's really important to get to know somebody, because when you refer somebody, it's your reputation. And another thing to keep in mind, which is interesting, there's a difference between a referral and an introduction.
Okay.
I can introduce you to somebody, or I can refer you to somebody. Referring comes with a stronger promise, right? Where introductions are just, oh, I know somebody, let me introduce you.
Right.
And then what
You're
happens?
Not going to hang your hat on that one. You're
Exactly.
Like, no, for the referral's different.
Right.
That's our rep behind the referral.
100%. 100%. And Patricia today did a really great post about your reputation. Like, your reputation's everything. So whatever you do in business, you really need to do it with integrity. And sometimes that means longer growth patterns. It means periods of no growth.
Yeah.
Right. As you're figuring out the next thing.
Yeah.
But when you go for the cash grab or the money grab and you
too trendy, it's not real.
It's not real. And you lose your reputation, right? Because you really can't deliver what you're promising. You're just going for you're following the herd and doing that overnight success promise, or looking for overnight success yourself.
Yeah. And what do you think about the younger kids that are seeing the trendy 1%ers? Like, we forget there's 1%ers of like success. It's not everyone making millions of dollars, but I think they think that's real for everybody. And you can Google who makes $1 million a year. It's not many people.
Right.
But it seems like there is. So I think there's doing something like LinkedIn, or having a community on LinkedIn, could be so important, because that could virtually, you don't have to be in the same city, can build a lot of that trusted, because you can watch, you can communicate, and it's kind of a safe place to play. But I think it's important that and this is where I wanted to kind of bring in with you, is what you do. You have to be doing these things. You have to be using an app like Owwll or something to build these business relationships, because the trendy stuff, it's not real for most.
and that's the whole thing. When you're on Owwll, and if you're on a call with somebody, if somebody calls you, call somebody, you have to know what you're talking about. Right.
Yeah.
It's one thing to write a post.
Yeah.
But it's another thing to actually speak to somebody and either get or give advice. And when you're giving advice, this is in my chapter, but how I found my voice and how I started speaking up.
And this one, an impact.
Yep.
Okay.
Was Clubhouse.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And that's how I met Patricia too.
Yes. That's how I met Patricia also. And actually even Wendy, even though we live in the same town, but what happened when I first got on Clubhouse, I was quiet.
I would never speak. I was too scared.
Yes.
And I'm chatty.
Right.
Pretty chatty over here.
Hello. Do I look like I'm shy? And that's it. I was quiet. I was afraid to speak up. And there was all these people, and some people who I saw on social media who I was like, wow, I can't believe I'm in the room with them.
Yeah.
And then I would listen to the advice that they were giving. And I was like, that's really bad advice. like that, like, no, like, what are you saying? Right.
And everyone can be in the room. It's free for all as long as you're respectful.
Yes. And you can get up on stage. And
Yeah.
people were just sharing really bad business advice, you know, from what I've seen and from my experience. And so I started speaking up because I wanted to put people on the right path.
Yeah.
Right now, I never called anybody out and said, oh, no, you're wrong. But I did put my thoughts, you know, and that's where I started speaking up and helping people. And that's where I sort of turned more towards helping entrepreneurs than helping small businesses.
Oh, wow.
That was like sort of the pivot. It was it didn't even hit me then, but now that I'm doing it now, I realize that's when, right? Like, you could always connect the dots looking backwards. And I realized that that's when I was enjoying helping people, and I was enjoying taking my experience. And this was the biggest for me in writing this chapter. And by the way, this is going to be my TEDx talk.
When is that happening?
I don't know. I'm applying soon.
Oh. So this is in the, this is
my,
it's been
this is my
submitted.
thought. So anybody who's listening, you don't need a hero's journey to make a difference in somebody's life.
I love that you talked about that in the book, because I wrote about something that happened in my way back, but I don't really live in that history. It was a time that happened with my family. So I wrote about it in my books because I thought I had to. And it makes it relatable, like my why.
Absolutely.
I needed to.
Yes.
But I love that you say that, because everything matters. Your story, it doesn't have to come from a place of just awful trauma to be
impactful.
Yes.
And what seems
you're like, you said
ordinary
it.
to you,
yeah,
could really be extraordinary to somebody else because they haven't lived it yet.
Yep.
And they haven't gone through it.
Yep.
You know?
So I'm glad you brought that up, because I don't think I wrote that down in my notes, but I was like, oh, you said it. And that's where it's like just having some grace with yourself and just do the work that you want to do.
Yes. And find your voice to help people, because if you help one person, you don't know who that one person's going to help, And even if everybody,
that's cool,
you just have this ripple effect.
Yeah.
Right. And so find your voice and share it. And you don't have to have that dramatic or traumatic event.
Well, you can also borrow from other people's experience, years and years. We have books for that. We have interviews, but that's where this community, you can go and filter and search. So
Absolutely.
let's talk about how you help people on LinkedIn, because I don't want to forget what's in this juicy, like I was like, what is that? I want to have one of those. How are you helping people online?
This is yours.
Oh, well, I got a gift. Yes. Because I kind of like, you talked about or was it you that said something about being, no, it was Gen X, and we're kind of like no excuses generation.
Mm-hmm.
But even though I really feel like right now, there's really no excuses. Like, you could be the quietest, most introverted person in the world, and you can still engage and talk on LinkedIn and comment.
Yes.
Celebrate the people you think are really making a difference.
Absolutely.
And that's where those friendships can start. And I think that's where like people might have given up at some point with the pitch.
Right. Pitch
slapping. Get back in the game and get your profile picture up and like, let me see who you are. And even like the younger, like if I were to hire someone, they don't have a LinkedIn, I'm like, you're not even innovating in your 20, in your, whatever age you are. I do pay attention to that because we are a virtual business.
And right. And I was just going to say that a lot of people work from home, right? So if you want to work from home, people want to know who you are.
Right.
And so you have to put yourself out there, right? Profile, engaging in comments. And here's the thing. If you're just starting out, you may not have a lot of experience. Okay. But learn something right about it. Read something right about it, right? When something strikes you, why? And write about it, because that's going to set the tone for you, your personality. And people understand that you're new, you're young, you're just starting out. So go out there, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like, I think Alex Hermosi talks about this and some others. Don't tell people about stuff you don't know how to do. Just show people what's working for you in your story and be vulnerable if you want, but like, don't show through what you've been doing. Right. And it could be an evolution of things. And I mean, your journey's been like that too.
Yes. Oh, a complete.
Do you ever miss the restaurant business?
I do sometimes. I do.
A lot easier to not be in the restaurant business?
It's a lot easier. You know, it was literally, and I have multiple restaurants. So could I step away and have managers run it?
It's not 9 to 5,
but it's not who I am. Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, why am I working on Friday, Saturday? Well, because those are my busy nights. And that's
Yeah.
when I get to interact the most with my
Yeah.
customers. Right. I've been asked to go back in it. And sometimes I'll be driving by a shopping center or a place and I'll be like, oh, that would be a great place for a, then I like slap myself. What are you thinking? No, I have a life now,
Yeah.
right? Like the restaurant was my life. And I'll be honest, when I left the restaurant business, it was a struggle for a while because being a restaurateur was also my identity.
Yeah.
Right. And so I was lost.
Yeah. Oh,
I was lost.
From serving and bartending in different phases of my life. There's this energy, this buzz, and then there's like the busy, and then you get over it and you conquer your like busy hour to 2 hours, whatever it is, and then you're like, but it's exhausting, and then you're up late, and so I'm sure to transition from that world of like, I mean, it's chaos in a good way because you obviously organize from the kitchen to the presentation to people, even how many tables, all of it's organized, but there's that moment of like multitasking.
Oh.
Going crazy, and then you're
chaos.
like making the drinks, going fast, and how many times can I work through that room and make every minute count? It's kind of fun, but I'm sure that was hard to detox out of that rush. We'll call it, not chaos.
Oh no, but it is chaos. There's a rush, and when things are going like, just sometimes your timing is just spot on, and sometimes it's everything is up in the air at once, and you have to like, in a moment,
Not
kind
cry.
of look and go and not stop. Don't cry. Don't cry but you have to like figure out with all these balls, which ones are glass,
Yeah.
and which ones are plastic.
Yeah.
Because the glass ones you can't let drop; they're going to break. So you can let the plastic ones kind of fall a little bit, and you'll go back and pick them up later. And that really helps the decision making. Like anybody who's worked in the restaurant business, and listen, retail is tough, and working with customers anywhere, but there's so much going on, and when people are hungry, they can be very cranky.
I'm kind of hungry right now. It's after 2, right?
Well, thank goodness you're not cranky.
Yeah, I'm not hangry yet. No, but I mean, and then they're checking the time. You said it would be 30 minutes, like all of that from front to back.
And when you're hungry, right? Like 3 minutes seems like 12.
Yeah.
Right. And 10 minutes seems like it's half hour.
Yeah.
And so people will literally go and, oh, I've been waiting half hour. And then you turn, you look, and you're like, ma'am, it's only been 8 minutes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go find a friend, go hang out and have some fun. Okay. So let's get into this quarterly ledger.
So this is what I had worked through with my clients and for myself. And it
That's
wasn't
cute.
organized.
Okay.
Right. So I put it together organized. So it's a planner in progress report.
Okay.
And then so here it kind of tells you in the front page how to use it.
Okay.
And then we go through and we have our
I love it.
big picture planning.
There's something to be said about having it in your hands. I know digital, it's kind of like a combo, but literally touching the paper.
I'm old school. I like the paper.
Yep.
And then we set up our quarterly, our monthly goals.
So you're doing accountability calls then?
A little. So well, yes, you go back and you look.
Okay.
So you have your week plan, but then after that, you then say, okay, what goals did I? Oh, and then I have where you can make and block time. This originally started as a social media content calendar.
Okay.
But it can be social media, or it could just be things you have to get done and when you're going to block it out, which includes family time, because sometimes if you don't block out time for yourself.
Okay, so you got 30 minutes, which is kind of like that Pomodoro if you hear about that, blocking out 20, 30 minutes, that's what you can time block. And if something's running over that, maybe that's a special note that needs to be addressed.
That needs to be addressed. And why is it running? And then we go into our weekly review.
Okay.
What stopped?
Virtual coffees is on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you have to connect with people.
Okay.
How many? And so wait, this is not in here, but I'm going to add it in the next version. I have a friend, right, who I adore. Her name is Chelly.
Okay.
And she talks about sending out ships, right? So back in the old days, right, when they would send the ships out to go across and pick up the spices and the goods, right? If you sent out one ship, maybe one would come back, or maybe it would get, pirates would get it, or maybe it would, so you would have to send out multiple ships.
Oh, because
And
you just
the
never
more
knew.
ships you send out, the more chance you have of having
Yeah.
the goodies come back into port.
Yeah.
So if you're doing nothing, if you're not reaching out to people, if you're not following
Love
up,
that.
you can't expect the ships to come in
Yeah.
if you're not sending them out. So I may have something on here like how many
Mhm.
ships did you send out this week? Right?
Oh yeah, because there's a certain percentage of conversion, not to get analytical, but if you don't have a volume of ships going out, how are you going to expect?
Right. You can't
How
just
many
sit there
emails
and
did you
wait.
send? Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
How many people have called you? How many did you call? None?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Okay, there you go.
And then I start each week with a quote.
Okay.
So this one is Start Where You Are, Use What You Have, Do What You Can by Arthur Ashe. I'll just pick another one. Oh, this is one of my favorite quotes, Sophia Bush. You are allowed to be both a masterpiece and a work in progress simultaneously.
Cool. Yeah.
Right. And then in the end, it's just getting the quarter done and then you review the quarter.
Okay. Okay. So quarterly ledger. So this is where, and then you could probably go back and reevaluate for the year. You kind of keep your core, your stack together.
And sometimes what happens is when you're doing this, you realize what you set out to do, you no longer want to do, right? You look at the goals and you're like, yeah, I thought I wanted to do that, but it's not lighting my soul on fire, or it's
And that's
not
important
working.
because if you don't write it down, then you probably could have a shiny ball show up and go, nope, remember that didn't work out. Like you can have some track record of that evidence of that.
And so I've been working on this program that I want to launch.
Okay.
Right. It's ready to go. It's called Solo 90, Solopreneur 90. It's 90 days to a profitable solopreneur business. And it's been a little bit on hold.
Okay.
Because what happens? Things happen, life happens, and you can't let it deter you. But my mom wound up, she broke her femur bone. Well, last year, I just want to tell you, my mom was in the hospital most of January, February, March, all the way through May. They had a heart condition and she was on her way to well recovery. And then she broke her femur bone in February, and she has been between the hospital and rehab, 5 blood transfusions.
East
blah,
Coast?
blah, blah. East Coast here. She's here.
Okay.
Which means I'm running several times a week to see her, which is, thank God I have my parents, and she's doing fabulous. And she's actually at the point where she's getting to stand up out of the wheelchair, but it's been a long road.
Sure.
Right. And so between my clients, between Ready Brush, I work at Ready Brush as a CFO 2 days a week.
Oh, sweet.
Toothbrushes. These are pre-pasted toothbrushes, great for traveling. So
oh my gosh,
I brought you a lot of presents.
You did.
I did.
Like, you're the only one. Like, we need to talk about this. Oh no, Kate brought me a coffee. Sorry,
it's the
Kate.
restaurant business. It's what I am. Hospitality.
No, this is so
right?
cool.
I show up. My parents taught me well.
Well, my electric toothbrush I charged it and it's not charged. So I have a different brush. Don't worry. I brushed my teeth today, but I would like to try one of these.
Oh, they're awesome. So they're pre-pasted, but they're quality. So you can use them over and over again.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
If you wanted to. Yep.
Cool. Okay. So let's get back to this. What you were just saying though, life happens. And so that's where you're just spending time to take care. But I think, let's say your mom goes in the hospital and you're using a workbook to then track when things, and we talk about resilience a lot on Pathways. You got to have a plan. You have to practice for risk management. We won't talk about, insurance right now. If you do things like this, when things pop up, you're more ready. And the fire is happening, but you've done the fire drill. That's why some of these
right
steps are very important.
And when you look, there is a section where it says, what stopped me from meeting my goals?
Okay.
Right. And sometimes it's just distraction. You get distracted.
Yeah.
The shiny penny, and there's all these things going on. And then you're realizing, okay, something's holding me back, but it's nothing real that's holding me back. But other times there's real things that hold you back. Life gets in the way. Best laid
some
plans.
Accountability.
Right. So, and it's okay to pause.
Yeah.
But don't stop.
Yeah.
And so now I've pushed this out. My plan now is July.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And, I know people say July is not a good time, but that's okay. I want to start this small anyway.
Solopreneurs, they're doing it. They don't have a season.
We don't have a season. We don't. But you know what? Some solopreneurs have, have young children, and then their children are off for the summer. So maybe they're working a little bit less, or maybe they're not really equipped to take a course.
But it's not before the holidays for sure. So this is a good time to have them start reflecting on what they want for that next year.
Oh, and then I can help them plan for their holiday, So for me, July is a great time.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to starting in July.
Okay. So you're gonna be showcasing that on LinkedIn. So obviously LinkedIn followers, you're already here. How else can people find you?
So they can
connect
visit my website
and beyond. Yeah.
Yes, wendyshore.co.
Okay.
CO, keep the M, keep your money. No, just kidding. Make more money. I don't know.
That's funny.
WendyShore.com was not available. So it was Wendy Shore.
Oh, I know, because you said there was a few Wendy Shores.
Yes.
We're going to put everything in the show notes too. So we'll be able to connect people with how they can get this too, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
All right. So we have a lot to celebrate this week.
We do.
So this is just the kickoff,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm
And
glad
then
we had this time.
We'll be together on Saturday.
Yep.
Yes. I know they spoke about it earlier, but we'll be at the Unleash event.
So yeah. So those of you that have come in and you're visiting with us now, before we break, we have a book signing. It's tomorrow. That's happening.
Book
I'm
signing
like,
is
what
tomorrow.
is today?
Yes.
And then a 2-day event. So we have so many people in our community that we're going to celebrate with. We have the 2 new books. And then we're going to have a book signing for all of the co-authors that have been best-selling authors. So
Yes.
very cool. I'm excited for this next journey, and I can't wait for people to learn more about that. Solopreneur, Solo 90.
Solo 90.
Okay. Putting it out there. It's got to happen now.
Yep.
Okay.
No choice.
Thanks for being here.
Oh my God. Thank you for having me. This was such an enjoyable conversation.
And more to come.
Thank
We
you.
got more to do. Maybe I'll be in New York virtually.
Oh,
We'll
that would be
see.
great.
Yeah.
Or just fly in.
I know.
It's,
I know.
You know what? The city. It's a great city.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gonna readjust.
Turn sideways. Grab my stuff.
Happy Mela.
Okay, you got your book. Okay. Wait, grab.
Thanks for my presents.
You're welcome. Go that way. Oh, I gotta go back to get my grab. I can just grab this.
That's a cool cup that Kathy you have. Miss, I like that coffee mug or that glass. So, Kathy, these kind of slip, and so what I've done is kind of set on top, but if it goes backwards and you push it forward, it'll make it kind of crazy.
Okay. Do you want me to set my books up here or?
Well, you get to celebrate your books.
I do.
I forgot about you and your colors. Your blue is always so beautiful. So happy to see you
I don't know
again.
if these are going to stand.
I know we could stack a little bit behind if you want.
Okay. How about we do? I don't know. Does that work?
Ooh, let's put that one on the top. Yeah.
There.
Can't wait to talk to you about that.
Okay.
Okay, so we
now I
got
gotta
this
get
guy.
started. So you said just rotate them a little. Oh, this is so weird.
If you set them more there, you're good. It was having other people get a little crazy in the back, but you look good.
How's my
You're
hair look?
good. I know. That's why I was like, hopefully people are not panicking about their hair. So thanks for those that are live listening to our headband podcast headphone issues. So Kathy is a best-selling author, and we're celebrating a lot with our community this week. So I'm so happy that we could do this today to kick it off.
I'm thrilled to be here and just thrilled that you and Jason from Owwll put this all together for all of us. It's really
Little plug. Who? Yeah.
It's really, really an honor to be here. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. We all appreciate it so much.
Yeah. And it's good to, because I was telling Wendy and Patricia that I was thinking about doing this since I've really seen you and we've been doing some podcasting. I was like, I really want to get to the nitty gritty with these authors. It'd be a lot of fun to do that. And just revisiting your stories and what you put on paper, it's like, I don't know. Like, I think you just embody, and I kind of was like maybe creepy last year. I was like, I wanted to hug on you because I just felt like after reading your story, like you bring, I don't know, it's not an energy like, wow, like I bring into the room a little crazy, but like a peace. And I guess it's probably from maybe 20 years in the NICU, but maybe it's just your kindness that you've always had that. And part of your journey is you've witnessed a lot and you've helped a lot of people. And then you're in this different variation of life. It's not nursing, but it probably can feel like that sometimes.
Yeah, a little bit.
But
it was 45 years in the NICU.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Well, let
I'm
me
dating
hold on.
myself. I'm dating
Well,
myself.
I wrote that down, but yeah, because it was always in the NICU.
pretty much. I did a couple other things, in my nursing career early on, sort of to try them out.
Sure.
But 20 years in the NICU as a bedside nurse, and then 25 as a neonatal nurse practitioner.
Okay, so what you're saying to me makes sense because I work with a lot of physicians, but you're talking about hospice for babies? Or younger children.
That exists. So neonatal is premature babies and sick newborns.
Okay.
And it wasn't always hospice. I mean, a lot of our babies survived and did very well.
Yeah.
And yet there are some that don't, or some that have very complex issues. And, we think that often grief only happens with death. And it doesn't. It happens with really, it can happen even in a joyful situation like empty nest. But it happens, a lot of times the parents go through a lot of grief in the NICU, even if their kid survives. I use a lot of language, kid, even if their child survives, because it's the loss of that image, that ideal that they had in their mind. And so even though they may be happy their child survived, even if their child survived with no problems, there's still that feeling of loss, and then if their child has long-term problems, it's even more complex.
There's my background in financial services. We help risk management for things like this that can pop up. I don't think a lot of people know how to communicate with grieving. And I think from what I've heard from just a few others, there is some tools and resources, not just for yourself in going through it, but how to help other people. And I wasn't really coming into this conversation today thinking that I was going to bring this up. But you are now a grief navigator.
Yes.
Okay. A lot of people don't know how to handle potential situations, so they kind of turn it on to them and like, I'm so sorry. Is there some of that is so important to communicate? Like, because we have to always work on communication skills, but you're taking it to a next level of grief communication skills, and it's not always about death.
Right.
So I just kind of like had this aha moment just after reading your words in your books. But is there something to be said about your work now that people need to stop and almost think about how they're approaching another person?
Yes.
Or even how they talk to themselves?
Yes. And
am I handling like a loaded yes?
Yes.
Let's go.
And so, I'll just share a couple stories because again, it's unique and it's individual. And, I don't want people to think there's, I got to figure out the right thing to say in a situation. There's never a right thing to say. It's tapping into like your heart and what really is coming up for you, even if it is around you, because, you said it said that. Yes, it is, because every time there's grief, we put ourselves in that situation. I recently had a friend who I've known since junior high, it was called back then. So almost 60 years, and she passed and my age. And it was like, what do you say, and like, how do I react? Because it's like that mortality, like slapped me upside the face again, once again, it's like, boing, like, oh, this could be me. This could be someone I know. I mean, it is somebody I know, but it could be, it could be one of my kids.
Yes.
It can happen at any time. And again, not just about death, but, I have a lot of friends that are going through some health issues or, they're retired and they don't know what to do with themselves or they're thinking about retirement or, all those pieces, or empty nest is another big one, And so those are the big ones. And yet a lot of grief happens day to day. It's a loss, a feeling of loss, and it's unique to each person. So, we are going to tap into, this a little bit about me. And so the two stories I want to tell you is, so I went to a funeral last year for a client friend, a dear client and a longtime friend, and her mother had passed, and her son said the most beautiful thing when he stood up. He said, "Everybody says I'm sorry for your loss." And he said, "But I didn't lose anything. My grandmother's right here."
Oh my, I just got chills.
And so it was like all his memories and his experiences that he was able to cherish. And yet recently I spoke with someone who lost a daughter, I don't know how long ago, but a daughter to suicide.
Okay.
And still grieving and still, and I don't know her well, but she just mentioned it sort of, not that you mentioned that in passing, but I think something was up recently that it was on her mind. And I shared that story with her, and that was not the appropriate story to share with her because it didn't land. She is still, it is a loss for her, and she's still in the loss of it. And, The other thing I want to say about grief is whether it's, again, a death or my grief was divorce.
Okay.
Years of grief over that, and really a couple decades. And so, like, it's not. I lost my train of thought.
Well, kind of where I was thinking of going with you today is talking about you weren't always in this place of allowing yourself. I don't think, based upon what you've been writing. And I think your stories are so important because other people might have been suppressing it. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah.
The evolution?
The
Do you really want to talk about it?
I'm gonna take a little sip of water here.
Because you built in, and you talk about this in your books. There's some frameworks and maybe the divorce. I don't know if it happened before or after the divorce, but there was a point where you were like, I have to live this life, and I'm going to participate and not suppress, kind of like in the moment. But you had to kind of harbor a lot of this because of your work.
Yes.
So it's probably pretty natural. But you also had some histories of some stories that were pretty, traumatic young.
Yeah.
You witnessed a lot since you were young.
Yeah.
So coming to this
feel
point,
like, so this, and actually, just be totally transparent, and honest here. This grief navigator I feel like it's always been in my life, but I wasn't speaking it out.
Yeah.
And people who know me for a long time was like, you've always been talking about this. I have been, but I wasn't really ready to own it and to really stop resisting it, to really allow it to be in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to allow it to be in my life because it is who I am. And I did have experiences with grief at a young age. If you read the chapters, I had a cousin who was murdered when I was young. And I had another cousin who died suddenly on a motorcycle, and watched, some family situations around that. And there was always this sort of like, it happened, but we don't talk about it,
Sure.
My cousin that was murdered, I recently, I think when I was writing the chapter, talked to my cousin because there was details I didn't know.
Sure.
And we had a really long, extensive conversation about it that he shared so much with me because he's now in a place to share. And, it's like getting yourself to where you're ready to share. I couldn't talk about my divorce soon after it happened, not like I can now, because I was angry and mad and bitter. I totally admit that. I stayed in that rage. You wouldn't know that now, but in some rage.
If you're not watching, she's so sweet. That's where I was like, I don't know how to explain this, but I'll say compassion. Like, you're oozing this safe place. I'm assuming that's what your friends, whether or not you were literally talking about grief, you have that in you, and you've been probably giving so much of yourself, but now you're owning this conversation. And that's interesting how that's transitioned into a new world for you as an entrepreneur.
Yeah. And even when I first started as an entrepreneur, I was all about different types of coaching and wanted to look at it so differently. I have all these, over the last 5-6 years, like different titles and different things. And I felt like I was avoiding this. And I was throwing mud at the wall and saying, okay, no, that's not it. This has to be it. This has to be it. Let me try this over here. And so now I get to like, oh, this has always been it. So let me just step into it. Let me fully step into it and own it. This is what we don't do in life. We don't teach people how to own their feelings, how to own who they are, why they're here on this earth. We all do. We are unique, even though our bodies operate similarly. We are all unique individuals, and I believe that we all are here for a reason, that we know who we are when we're very young, but life layers over a bunch of junk, and we got to peel that back and get to know yourself, and that's what I help people do. I don't have answers for people. I had to find my own answers. Nobody could give me my answers. Boy, I went to a few people and wanted them to give me my answers, and they wouldn't. And, it's like, because sometimes we're looking for that. There must be an external source that can give me the thing I need, the formula, thing.
So you're saying people got to do the work.
Oh, yeah.
They got to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe that's why you dabbled to try to figure out if there's a third party. I think we all need the third party, but you got to do the work. And I think there's an accountability factor. And I'm smiling to you because I'm hearing this. And I kind of knew that the people I'm meeting today, to have purpose, you have to really go within yourself, figure your stuff out yourself. And you might need some help to get there, but it really starts with you. And then your conversations and your relationships and your business can be different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So well, and I kind of put you in like a loaded,
all
conversation
good.
here, but I think you probably knew you're getting into that with me. So let's talk about what you have here. Your mindset navigator, but just really, I'm saying grief navigator. I think that's a really cool way to say it, in the sense of it's happening every day, and you're giving people tools and resources to do that.
Yeah.
So we have that through your book chapters. So obviously we've been talking about our books today. What are you showcasing here?
So I want to talk a little bit about being an author. So I wrote this book. This was my first book out of the gate, 7 Breakthrough Biggies. And it's basically 7 sort of habits, behaviors that we all have, like fear is one of them, getting stuck, and how to navigate. I have like it's a simple system. I really downplayed the book for a long time. I was like, I wrote this little book, I didn't own it. I wasn't.
Why do people
owning
do
it.
that?
I don't know.
I know.
And again, I have a dear friend, coach, who's leading Unleashed this week, who's on the cover, Wendy Weiss, Wendy Blum Weiss, who basically supported me in writing this first book, and then I played small with it, so small with it, and then stepped into these other 2 books, first called To Speak, Lead, and Impact, and then Impact Entrepreneur, where I worked we work with this team of beautiful authors who are on the same page our stories are so unique and different, and yet we all are looking to uplift others and encourage people and really empower them to own their life, to step into that ownership of who you really are.
Yeah. I didn't know about this first one. It's an interesting process to go through the writing. And then, like, when you talk about downplaying, I mean, I know we were going to talk about this, Kathy, but going back and studying who you are and trying to find the grace and be comfortable with yourself. Like, I bring a lot of energy into the room, and I can be a lot. I can tell when I'm passionate about something and someone's not jiving. I want to talk about it. Eyes are glazing over. Like, now I know. But I used to be really, I'd have people say, like, in high school or when I was younger, they'd want me to downplay it and kind of chill and not be my big energy. I know it's great for my work that I do, but I lived under what I thought other people, like, I didn't want to be too big because I would be maybe annoying, or I asked too many questions, things like that. And here I am asking you questions, celebrating who you are. But it's funny how we can downplay ourselves, just try to fit some narrative that is not real. And this is where the real work shines through.
And I was still working when I wrote this book, so I think there was some level of who I was as a professional, and am I playing small? Like, is this really that impactful? And I didn't think it was all that impactful, so I didn't really market it, or I shared it with some people. And yet when I go back and look at it, because occasionally I'll look and I'll go, if I'm feeling one of these things, I'm like, what did I write back then? And I look and I go, wow, this is some powerful stuff.
And your framework works. I mean, the steps work.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
So you have to tell yourself on some of your days, I got to go read my book. So how long have you known Wendy in this community then, would you say? How long?
I've known Wendy probably at least 12 years, 10 to 12 years.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like half the time that I would have been around them. And this is why I think the community aspect is so important. So, like, if people come and meet us tomorrow at the book signing, you're meeting the authors, we can sign books, but it's also about collaborating and seeing, I really resonated with this person. I want to meet them. You never know what can transition. And we just had Wendy Shore on, we were talking about LinkedIn. I mean, too, like with some of the social networks, we can really get help from anywhere. But we need our community to help us kind of. And that's where Wendy was like that for you. I think Patricia was like that for me. And then it's just like this neat mentorship of reciprocating friendships, but you can choose them. They're not like you were born into them and, hey, I got to listen to what you have to say. You're my family. Nope. We get to choose these amazing people that we can spend time with. And so obviously being a part of the community, we're still doing it and celebrating each other too. So it's really neat that I get to do round 2 with you from my side of things.
Yeah.
You got a few more than me. I got some work to do.
I actually have a book idea. I haven't really approached Wendy and Patricia about it.
They might see this, that.
I know they will.
Okay.
And I will.
Okay.
And I will.
We're
at
gonna
some
find
point.
out.
I think I talked to them about it, but I had a lot of ideas for a lot of different books. And I got I call them downloads, like in November, December, that I got the download, like, just put it all in one book. And I had this other title for it. And then like 2 days ago, I was sharing with a friend who's an author, a very accomplished author, about, that I'm calling myself the Grief Navigator. And she goes, "Oh, that's a great book title." And I wasn't thinking of it as a book title. I'm like, "Oh, I'm shifting. That's the new title." So it's in where the works, and if you want a taste of it, I am basing each of my blogs. I write a blog each month, and each blog is about a chapter of the book. So
there you go. Yeah. Okay. So we'll put in show notes after we produce the episodes from the live. I have some of your items already, but the blog is something that you can subscribe to and just it's happening already.
Yes,
Okay.
it's actually on my website.
Okay.
So it's not really a subscription. It's there for anybody. Okay. It's a freebie, and there are other things on there that you can get in my community and world if you want to dive deeper. I have Live Full Out guide, which is really to help people step out. It's like the first step of how do you take your life on? How can you operate that? What's some things?
Yeah.
And so I have 2 exercises in there to help people.
Can you share a little bit? Do you mind a little bit of that?
Not
Because
at
that was
all.
actually in my notes. I wanted to see because living full out, I couldn't articulate it earlier, but that's what I was pulling. Like you went through this life, and we won't call it corporate, but in the medical field, like nursing's no joke. And then I wasn't saying like you're suppressing it, but you were able to unlock this. And that's where that guide, I think that was the evolution of that, is putting that out there. So can you give people maybe a little nugget that they can?
Sure.
Make it tangible?
What I really was doing was compartmentalizing. So I'll tell the story real quick first is, when you look at most medical people learn to do that because things happen and, we're not really encouraged to talk much about it. Or you might have somebody like, "Hey, how are you? How'd you do with that terrible situation?" You're like, "Oh, I'm fine." And you move on. And so it's definitely, I learned very young to compartmentalize things. And I remember when another dear friend and coach said to me, they make, "Where do you feel that in your body?" And so I know I'll be dating myself here, and that's okay. I said, you know what those Dewey Decimal System boxes were back in the libraries? That's what was sitting in my chest, was a Dewey Decimal System box. However, it was stuffed, and the box, those drawers were like bulging out, and every now and then one would just go and burst, and then there'd be like this form of anger or rage or whatever kind of thing I was feeling, and then it would be, okay, now go back and stuff it. So I was really good at that. So the Live Full Out guide is truly about looking at life 2 ways. And operating every day from one or both of these ways. And the first one is about today is the first day of your life. Today is the first day of your life. You've never seen a camera before. You've never seen a phone before. You've never seen a bird. You've never seen anything. Like, it's the first time you're seeing anything. And you approach it from that standpoint of like looking at it like, with some wonder and curiosity. And what is that? Because we get
an innocence to that.
Yes. Like you think about a kid. I always use the analogy of Disney World. The first time you go to Disney World, and I've been to Disney World probably.
And then you stand in line, you're like, regretting my
I'm
decision.
going to Disney. But the kids are like, Disney World. Yeah. And so, if you can take some excitement and thrill into your daily life, that's cool. Like just look at something that you see every day and say, let me look at the beauty in this.
I'm hearing gratitude.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gratitude and appreciation. And then the other one is taking today on like it's your last day. What if today was your last day? What would you do?
Yeah.
What would you call? What would you want to spend your last moments being and doing? And that is humbling. And it's like, like who would I call? Who would I want to be connected with? Would I want to like sit and watch movies all day? Probably not. No, I'd want to be in community. I'd want to be connecting with people. I'd want to be talking to my loved ones. It's like, so how can we bring that idea to your everyday life? Maybe one thing each day you reach out to somebody, or you do something that brings you joy. It's like, so it's those kinds of things. And that's different and unique for each person.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you spending time with all of us.
Yeah, it's been fun.
So we're going to be looking for you. We're going to celebrate this week. I'm glad I got to spend more time. I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I've enjoyed this. And again, thank Jason. And and Wendy and Patricia for this Unleash event
Yeah.
that we're hosting, they're hosting this weekend, and for the whole community. And with all these books, it's, when I saw the book signing tomorrow, I moved something around so I can be there.
Oh, good.
It's
Okay.
like, oh, okay, the book signing, it's not my book, and yet I want to support.
Oh,
the
no.
community.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not in the book this time, and yet my books are still there. I think
They are.
our books.
You better be there.
And so, it's so important to, I think, support the community and support the mission that we're all on, to really, like I said, empower humans, help them be their best selves, uplift them, and help them really, really see what's possible for each person in their lives.
Yeah. Well, you are amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing with everybody.
That's how I'd like to sign off. Go be amazing.
Go be amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Thank you.
It's awesome. Thank you so much for being here.
You're very welcome. Appreciate it.
Thank you. When the door opens, that means the time is up.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Well,
That's my courtesy call.
Grab my things, and thank you again.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate
so
you.
much.
Good.
Didn't hit the TV. Good.
You're behaving yourself.
I'm behaving myself.
Thank you so much for doing it. I didn't know what you want to do, so okay, you can decide. Rachel, give me your phone. And
Hi, friend.
this looks so cool. And it's ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good.
Okay.
Your hair's longer than I remember.
I've grown it out a bit.
You're gonna come in here. Your phone died. I'm gonna put it back up though, so we get it back on there. So just give me a minute. I want them all on your phone. You could head over there.
Okay. This is so cool.
Wow. Okay, we're watching the TV behind us. I almost bumped into that yesterday. Hello.
I want to give you a
I know.
hug. I'm so happy to see you.
Glad we could do this. Okay, so we're gonna set these up. Kind of slides. So, oh, you just popped it on. It was like no problem.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I'm a podcaster. I'm going to a studio after this for a live stream as well.
Oh,
But for something I'm doing with Coinbase and Base after.
Well, are we gonna talk about it today?
I can mention it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, so you're still not a local Floridian.
No, I am not Californian.
You're still. So we're in the
Orig-
West. Yeah.
Originally from New York, then I moved to California. Yeah.
Now, your mom was with you last trip. I met her.
Wow. Yeah, my mom was with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. She's not here this time.
No.
Okay.
I'm here to support you all and one of my best friends, Jawna, who's
Yes.
here.
Okay.
So
So this
Jawna's
is where
gonna
it's
be
kind
coming
of
up.
like the afternoon. So you can hear me okay.
Mhm.
It was this one.
Yep.
This is
Impact
our-
entrepreneur.
So this is where I met Rachel last year, and it was so tough because I kind of geek out. I'm like a wannabe Web3 person. So when I hear that you're involved into that, I'm like, oh, but it's a kind of like a hard thing to shake out. A lot of people can tune it out and not understand it. So we're gonna get to a little bit of that, I think, today, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. I'm happy to dive in.
But the reason I brought up your mom is like you putting together a chapter of a best-selling book. You talked about your father, and that was something that I remember. We were on a panel and we were talking about putting things into motion kind of for him, on behalf of him. And so I think there's coming in today, bringing some legacy to our conversation is celebrating your book, but then also it's kind of like legacy. And then you're also going to the future more than most people understand and doing some really cool things for the world. So not to give you just like a dropped a bomb, but I've been doing that to a lot of people today.
I know.
But you've done some really cool things. And I think that the space that we're going to kick up with your episode and then also with Jawna is like you guys are in uncharted territory going into this new world, but trying to make the world a better place. So it's not just about entrepreneurship. It's beyond that. It's community. We talk a lot about community. So let's talk about what you've been up to, because you can find your story here, but this is just, I think, the beginning.
That's the building blocks.
Yep.
So I skimmed through your chapter before this, and I realized that you and I have a lot of parallels in our journey, in our style of writing, and both really staying rooted in our why, and using some of the challenges through our life to catapult us towards more success, being more driven, wanting to make an impact. And shout out to you for being a mother and doing everything you do. Like, just so much respect for you, Amber. So I guess to begin on that panel, I really was reflecting on the serendipitous nature of all of this coming together, everyone that came together to co-author Impact Entrepreneur, connecting with Suzaita. So I guess I can start at the beginning of the story.
I didn't know that Suzaita too.
So at USC, so I've been in the blockchain industry for several years, and I've had the opportunity to do educational workshops at some universities and colleges. So I was doing one at USC, and this is a month after my father passed away, and I was trying to just stay active in my career, continue pushing to do what I was doing. And Suzaita, I saw she was coming to the event and she needed help with a videographer. So, and this is just serendipity, those little moments that lead to things you would have no idea at the time.
Yeah.
So I connected her with my videographer, my go-to videographer. Shout out to Adrian. I work with him on all my creative projects. Former Nike, just all-star creative human being. So connected her with him. And I had no idea that tiny decision, just helping I didn't know Suzaita. We were just in the circuit of this event at USC together. Connected her with my videographer. She approached me, I think, after I gave my workshop at USC. And she's like, Rachel, I think you'd be perfect for this book. I think there's one more spot left. I need to connect you to my mentor. Her name is Wendy. Do you want to become a published author? And I'm sitting here just blown away, because this is a month after my father passed away, Amber, and his lifelong dream was to become a published author. And I was like, I'm getting chills. I always get chills when I tell the story.
I know. I was like, can I just talk to you about the hard stuff first? Let me drum up. Let me just
we'll get to the what I've been doing for the past year, but just to lay the foundation of what this book means to me.
But also the community and strategic partnerships isn't always about money.
Exactly.
It can be so
legacy fulfillment too is a big thing, my dad had this lifelong dream, and he wrote multiple books. He was the creative person, always firing off the ideas, but when it came to publishing, getting it out,
execution, it's easier for us now, right?
Because he was the creative, bleeding heart artist. You know what I mean? So I actually have his books, and one of my life goals now is I would love to get those books published for him, and also embark on my own solo book journey as well. So doing this was really giving me a glimpse into what's possible. And also, when you're writing a book, the deadlines are important. Working with a group helps to motivate you. And that really was important for me. So shout out to Wendy and Patricia for the whole program they put together. It's brilliant. It really was a life-changing, big milestone in life. I was telling, I was having a tea ceremony with the CEO, the US CEO of Owwll Bank, a couple weeks ago. And I told him about this. He was like, Rachel, what you've done, this is some people never do this in their life,
It's a tea ceremony. So it's great. I want to picture this.
Yeah.
Hot tea?
So hot tea.
Okay. I'm guessing it's all natural and yummy, good.
All
good
natural.
Stuff.
Yeah. We went to this spot. It was really just lucky find, hole in the wall in Berkeley.
Okay.
And it really had all this different Chinese this painting on the table of the Confucius period, and they went really deep into the different teas. And I will say, because of the industry I'm in, I have had a lot more exposure to the APAC regions.
Okay.
And I didn't tell you this, but I lived in Japan for a little bit last year. So
oh no. So I think there's some of that, you've been studying different walks of life for a while.
I would say that I have been showing up consistently in our industry, and that has brought me to different places where I've had the pleasure of experiencing these different cultures. Japan, Thailand. I'm going to Dubai this Friday. It is all because of blockchain.
Because they have use cases in different countries, and that's where people don't. So maybe we break it down and talk a little bit about Web3 even.
I would love that. I could talk
People, I think are scared about it. So if you can book for dummy it, because we got to lean into it just like AI. And I think sometimes people go, oh, that's just, it's here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So and it's amazing. So I want to know about, Japan as one of those countries that so many of my friends have traveled to in this last 12 months. Everyone's like, that is my favorite country.
Yeah. And there's like some paperwork I filled out coming in, asked favorite food.
yeah.
I put Japanese because
Well, I marked Chinese first, and I was like, oh no, there's Japanese.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Too.
The cuisine in Japan is just it kind of spoils you, and then you come back to the U.S. But yeah, so you mentioned community, and something with the blockchain space and crypto industry that I really love is the community. It's like this global, borderless kind of financial collaborative revolution, and it's like anywhere I go, there are people who are working on things that I'm working on or have the same beliefs and values that I have. So it's like it's kind of created this cool kind of experience of global travel and having my people there and knowing people where I go. And I'm going to Dubai this weekend. I'm going for Token 2049. My company, I'm leading business development at Decent Labs, and we're sponsoring some activations. And we're sponsoring 1001 crypto nights with L Bank. We're doing a conference called Coin Friends, running in parallel to the main conference. And we're doing another one as well where I'm speaking called ETH Dubai. So yeah, I guess I'm getting a little into like what's currently happening.
ETH.
Yeah, like Ethereum.
Okay. Yeah.
So I guess just to rewind and kind of give a holistic overview of the blockchain space. So what crypto is, what blockchain technology does for people is it gives you a solution to truly own your money in a permissionless way, right? So it's like, for instance, when you entrust a bank, like a big centralized bank with your assets, it's not really yours. The bank typically like has this money spent. And with crypto, when you own your assets in a wallet, you are the custodian of those funds. Like you truly have ownership of it. And the idea of that has always fascinated me because the US dollar is a deflationary asset, right? It goes down in value over time. What I love about Bitcoin is that it's not. So it has gone up significantly in value over time. I think right now we're at over $90,000, and we hit a major milestone this year and broke past $100,000. So Bitcoin has reached all-time highs recently. And I'm more of the mindset of focusing on the impact in the industry over the price and chart. There are people who really watch the charts and are looking for price action. I think if we all lock in and focus on the innovation and the impact, that stuff comes.
Well,
right?
It could be something as simple as somebody in another country. We don't think about this, that in another country, you could have money in your hand and you can't open a bank account.
Yep.
And that is the most simple way of saying, like, you think that these people, or if they do have money in the bank, the government can take it at any time.
And we've saw all the bank failures in recent years. So the Silicon Valley Bank, for instance.
It's like people don't realize that's what's happening in other countries. People work their butts off.
In Ghana. Yeah, I did a workshop. If you look on YouTube, I did a workshop with the head of innovation in fintech at the Bank of Ghana. And there are massive areas in Ghana, these rural regions, where people do not have access to open their own bank account. Also, you asked what my favorite charity was. I wrote Sierra Leone Rising because I've also done some work with Sierra Leone as well with Princess Sarah Culberson.
Yep.
And yeah, it's actually quite interesting to see on the global stage how many people don't have access to basic financial liberties and, I would say even human rights to custody your own assets.
I feel like, it's not that we're having a civil rights, human rights conversation, but there's so many things that we sit in the US and don't understand is not available, even like safe transportation in different countries. So some of the work that you're doing, blockchain, you're doing community work though. It's like a function of fintech, but also caring about other communities. And you've built some of that in the past.
Yeah, I've worked on, I've been in the space now. I'm going on 5 years. So I've done a lot of business development and, BD often for my roles, at least, have overlapped with community, with events. I started doing grassroots meetups in Southern California. That led me to have a real passion and really appreciate gathering in person and building community. So I've gone on to do business development, for one of the biggest layer 1 protocols back in 2021. Then, more of an HR tech project, helping people to earn in a legal and compliant way, especially in the US, because crypto was, kind of under attack by the government for several years.
Well,
but
that's the funny thing is that to have legitimate contracts on the blockchain, you can't have people messing with them. It's legit. Like no one could create fraud on the blockchain, like the code.
It's permanent and
So-
it's immutable and it's forever
And
on
I
the
wonder why
blockchain,
it's getting under attack. It's kind of interesting, but we won't go down that aspect.
Well, that's
but-
we could do an entire other podcast episode on that. But I think that the trajectory that our industry is going in is really positive right now. You know, we're seeing a lot more, like, you know, a lot of companies were leaving the US to go innovate overseas.
Okay.
Hence, you know, we threw a big conference. I worked on the Ethereum Developers Conference in Tokyo, and all these conferences and big events started popping up in the APAC regions more. You know,
Okay.
innovation was going overseas, and I think that right now there's a more favorable climate emerging around cryptocurrency, which has been very positive for
Good
our
awareness.
industry. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're going to Dubai.
Yeah.
You live in California. But you talked about borderless. It's like
Mhm.
literally reframe your brain to think we can go anywhere and work and really create an impact
It
anywhere.
is-
We can do that. And I think that's really what we've been seeing all day today with the different episodes is trusting yourself, getting back to the core. Like I think you talk about really doing what you love and then giving that, creating the impact with it. So community, we're calling it, but it's not just like friendship and networking. It's like literally changing lives.
It's building too.
Yeah.
Building. And you know, when I talk about this borderless community, it's also a new global economy emerging, the global on-chain economy. And it's really fascinating to see, you know, I mentioned a little bit earlier that I'm working with Base and Coinbase as well. And today, actually, after this, I'm doing a live stream on their Build on Base account. So one of the things we focus on for this is empowering creators too. You know, a lot of the beliefs and philosophies behind what Base and Coinbase are doing is, you know, that the internet is broken, you know, the creator economy is broken, incentives for creators that are making content is broken. And there are platforms that have emerged recently that are really gaining traction, like, you know, like Zora, Farcaster, these new social media and content creation platforms where you're actually incentivized for your creations as a creator. And as someone, you know, that does podcasting, I create video content, I have a media company. That's really, that's something that makes me really hopeful for, you know, just better incentive alignment for creators.
Okay. Now, is some of this worry about the creator economy because of AI?
Well, that's one worry, yeah. But I would say, you know, there are larger, more Web 2 social media platforms
Right,
where
so what's that? What's Web 2? Canva?
Like I would say anything that's not on chain, right? Like, and I'm actually do see a viable use for like platforms like Instagram, TikTok. I use those platforms to create content because I also don't want to I want to make sure we're not siloing ourselves in blockchain and not continuing to educate the masses and bring more education, awareness, and onboarding to you know, folks that are still operating primarily in Web 2. So what I would say is that I still see the importance of using platforms like Instagram, like TikTok, and others, but through using Farcaster, Zora, and these on-chain platforms where I take a JPEG and a picture, I post it on Zora, it becomes a coin, and you know, that week I get creator rewards for so it's like creating more on-chain content is currently, I mean, we're seeing it unfold in real time, you know, in the blockchain space, more opportunities. You know, Vitalik Buterin himself is even on Warpcast now using Farcaster. So yeah, there's just a lot more people going in that direction of celebrating on-chain content. So yeah.
Okay, so are we going to have on events in the metaverse then?
I am actually emceeing for a metaverse conference next month. Shout out to ClankerCon, to the ClankerCon team. There is a group called the Creators who are building on Base, and they're throwing a massive metaverse conference where there will be booths. There's going to be performances. One of my best friends too, the CEO of Own the Doge, her company stewards the Doge IP. So they actually own the IP rights to Doge. She's going to be there. I think we're like recreating we're having like a panel on the moon and like a Mars in the metaverse.
To get the best experience, I need my glasses for this.
I think, yeah, your VR glasses.
I think you could.
Amber, we got to get you in there. And I think honestly, they would welcome you in with open arms. They want to bring more creators into this space. So we would love to have you at ClankerCon.
Well, I even think that physicians are my core client. A lot of them are going to be using technology. I even know some business people that they meet people for conferences in the metaverse to make it fun. They're going to play ping pong and go meet on a jet, like certain things that just make it the conversation that could be hard a little more interesting. but that's really to the length of my extent of my knowledge. But it sounds like I do need to get the glasses.
We'll get you
We'll
into
get a kit.
ClankerCon. Yeah.
Now, are you owning real estate yet in the metaverse?
No,
Okay.
I'm more focused. I mean, that's a real world asset that I'd rather have tangibly in real life.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's what's interesting is that you can have the 2 and the 3 and have a combination of things, and that could be important because, I mean, obviously we're not going to just be floating around all day.
Yeah, exactly. Like we live in this physical reality. And, something I was thinking of recently is I'm starting to talk to a project called Revolve, and they're like brokering real estate and selling properties. And they also have an NFT to symbolize this property
That's what
on
I kinda was
chain. So
heading at.
yeah, I am talking to they're called RWA, real world asset projects, that are bringing real world assets on chain. So that is an interesting space that's emerging and gaining some traction.
Yeah, I think I'd have FOMO if I was missing out and not completely thinking about that. But I'm going to let you help me kind of see like what would be cool and hip to kind of just sidestep me into it. But I think
you're
that's
so cool and hip already.
right.
There's nothing I can tell you there.
Okay, so there's a lot going on. How do people connect with you and find you? Because it sounds like it's going to be hard to find you. You're all over the world, but how would you want to connect with people?
Well, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, Rachel Brissenden. You can connect with me on any of my socials. I made it easy. It's all at Rachel on Chain. I'm primarily active on Twitter, on Instagram as well. So yeah, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn are where I'm most active. And also, some of these new on-chain platforms like Farcaster and Zora, I'm also on as well. So.
Okay, so I feel like that's what I need to put in the show notes, because people that might want to tiptoe into that, we need to show them what's up.
If you're interested in getting more into, the on-chain space, the new creator economy, kind of understanding blockchain culture, I think those are places where things are happening right now. So,
yeah. Is there anything else you want to share for our couple days? Sounds like you're jet setting out of here pretty quick.
I have to go on Friday. I just want to say I'm so grateful for you having me on today. I came out here to support you all, to support one of my best friends, Jawna, who is here, and co-authoring this book with you. It's been a life-changing experience, and we're all like connected for life here. Like this book brought us all together, and just going through your chapter, I think it's awesome how many parallels we have in our story, and I would love to collaborate with you.
Yeah,
and,
we talked about that. We just have to execute now because it's been a year. We've been saying that.
And you're on fire. Like the whole thing you put together here today is super impressive, and I'm super proud of you.
Well, thanks for the shout outs. Absolutely. Thanks to Owwll for letting us hang out and be here all day.
Shout out to Owwll.
And we'll see you soon, honey. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me another hug.
I'm proud of you. Woo, girl.
Thank you.
Can't wait to hear more.
Sorry. Are we still live now?
We are live.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can't do anything too weird.
Okay, not too weird. All right, we'll keep it.
But Stephanie, I thought it was done at 2.
Still got Jawna.
Great. Well, no, I thought the live wouldn't last this long. Okay. We got Jawna next, yeah? Good.
You're still live. Do you want to do anything out here? Still going?
It's official. You're
so nice to meet you.
in real life is what all the cool IRL.
Two rock stars meeting.
Yep, set up.
I'm going to. I'm just going to go for her. Don't face it that way.
Sorry.
Your camera's better facing this way, or we can
It'll be selfie mode.
pop it and go this direction.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're the expert. Okay.
You want me to go a little higher? It's going to be.
I don't know if it'll go.
Hiya.
I'm going to put
It's
it in
real.
ours. I'm going to put it in ours.
Okay.
Oh, because it's not tall enough. Okay, this one, honey.
Is it okay to? Oh,
You're gonna,
We're good, guys.
you're gonna scoot.
and you're gonna hit the play button?
Are you
For
going
me?
live or is this a recording?
No, this is just my video. Is that
Oh,
okay?
got it.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
fine.
fine.
Okay.
We just wasn't sure if you needed to connect you to like Instagram Live.
No. Is this?
That's yours.
Okay.
Okay, you're recording.
And just kind of set on top. If it goes back, it'll
Okay.
kind of fluff. You're still
Okay.
good. Yep.
Okay.
That feel good?
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi. Okay. So we just talked to your homegirl, Rachel.
I know.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Awesome. All right. So congratulations to your week. You are officially, we've been saying it, but not sure how to say you're a published author in this chapter of this book, right?
It's really exciting.
And it's right there. We just finally got them. I don't even know whose
Can I
copy
hold
that is. You can hold it. So the people that are still live, we are all day long today celebrating amazing co-authors. And John and I have been seeing each other on Zooms and waving hello. And but now we're really going to get down to the nitty gritty and talk about the good stuff. And I love your chapter because, or especially having you towards the end, there's been a lot of entrepreneurial talk. You have an amazing story. You've done amazing things that I probably don't even know, but a lot of people are fangirling the fact that you live or still live on a boat. But like, there's all these things that you are doing. But the pulling it all together and pulling this, how you see life and the energy behind the neuroscience, going with your gut. Like, I kind of want to unpack and not give away your chapter, but it's almost like trusting yourself a little bit more. So there's that aspect of you and like being a scientist. Yes.
Yeah.
But then going way into the future with your work. And then we just talked with Rachel about it too, but you're going to the core elements of life, but then you're also going way into the future and innovating. So there's a couple ways I want to go through that without giving away your chapter that we're going to book sign this week. So really appreciate you being here. Let's go back a little bit and talk about, there's some things I want to tee up, mainly like life is short until you extend it. So that's something I pulled from your chapter. I really liked. Let's go back to some of your work and what got you to this place of really helping others through the work you're doing today.
Yeah.
It started back in the day and it wasn't always the same as what you're doing now. So let's go a little origin story on you.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I'm very excited to be here and to meet you live in person. This is very cool. So thank you for saying all that, because a lot of people say to me, you work in crypto, you work in neuroscience, you work in tech, you work in venture capital. What are you doing? They're all over the place. And my philosophy is that actually these are all the future and they're happening now.
Yeah.
And I feel like so many people don't have access to this information for a whole host of reasons. A lot of it comes down to financial wherewithal. A lot of it comes down to whether or not you were born into privilege, you know, to have the education and everything. And I just feel like we're in a time where information, in my opinion, should be made freely available everywhere. And so I have had this philosophy for a very long time that democratization of information that is typically gatekept by, I don't want to call anyone up, but just say higher institutions or finance or venture capital or even the medical and scientific community. I don't think it was always done intentionally. It was just because we live in a litigious society and there's all these reasons why we gatekeep. And I thought, here I am having all of these different experiences and education, and I felt like I wanted to share it with people because I work with people from all over the world, from all different backgrounds. Some of them have zero education. Some of them left school when they were 8 years old to help support their family, from all over the world. And these are incredible people. And I thought, there's so many people in the world that are unbanked, that don't have access to education. And these people make our world better.
Yeah.
And so that was sort of like the impetus behind wanting to stitch all of these together into like a common theme. And yeah, my origin story really is, I started out sort of in the traditional way. Like I went and did the MBA thing and, you know, kind of worked in big tech and venture capital.
Okay.
And then I co-founded a couple of my own startups in the tech space. And then I started getting involved in crypto, and then just on my own journey, wanting to understand at a deeper level the human being.
Yeah.
Right. And I know sometimes people will say, well, this sounds woo, this sounds a little, but I actually think more and more people are very interested in this topic. And so I went in to study neuroscience to become a neuroscientist, because I really went in to sort of understand the human psyche beyond psychology, right? Because it affects our whole being, our body, how we show up in this universe, how we're all interconnected. And I started to see patterns amongst all of these things, like new technology, innovation. Even in science, we're doing things like gene editing with CRISPR technology and with AI, and we're talking about consciousness and crypto. And
I'm laughing about the AI comment when we were talking about our text messages, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's great until it's not, right?
And I just thought, really what's happening here is I just see a pattern amongst all these things. They look like different disciplines, but actually they're all the same. They're all about our future, and they're all happening now. But most people don't realize
I
that. They
know.
think it's a sci-fi movie. And so
To me, that's entrepreneurship, Jawna.
Yeah,
If people want to say, that
exactly.
doesn't connect, serial entrepreneurs don't apologize for the different businesses they've been in.
Exactly.
And then there's discovery, and you're a scientist. So there's going to be some discovery.
So I do a little bit of all of
innovate.
it. And, you had asked, I think, or I'm not sure if you teed this up yet, but just like the whole sailboat thing, there was never
people fangirling you.
That's so cool. I love to hear that. I was going to say, so I am a sailing captain,
Oh my
and I live on a
gosh.
Greek island in the Cyclades. So if anyone ever wants a sail
You better be
plan
careful.
for the Greek islands, you can contact me or you can contact Amber.
Yeah.
But I never really did things the way that I was supposed to. That I did probably like right
You've
out
always
of
been a disruptor before people started saying that.
yeah, and a people pleaser too. And then, you sort of outgrow those things and you realize you don't wait for permission, because if you wait, you will never get permission. You just have to do it. So I was of the school of, just do it and ask for forgiveness later. Right. And of course, not hurt anyone along the way, but that's really, really been my philosophy. And then the whole living on a sailboat thing was about self-sovereignty, of not feeling like I had to follow the path of
the traditional American dream. And that's kind of evolved and been different too, most recently.
And I love all of that. And I've done a little piece of it, but it's just like, maybe that's not me.
Yeah.
And I also love that I can invite people into my world and say like, hey, let's meet here and I'll sail you there. And so it's been an incredible journey. And I get to work with people from all over. And like you said, be careful what you say about the sailing thing, but it's opened a lot of doors for people that maybe have never been sailing. I'll say, I'll take you sailing, or I'll teach you how to do that.
Wow.
And I just feel like, what are we on this earth for if we can't share those things and give those things to other people?
Yeah.
Right?
We talked episode before about being borderless, and
Exactly.
technology is
Rachel
available
knows.
to help us do that. And we don't have to be afraid of it. And we have so many options. I interviewed somebody a while back that was in the South Pacific, and he goes, my children have the best education here, and my cost of living is low, but the US can kind of trick you into thinking that it's just so bad and so dangerous everywhere.
It's really not.
That's
In
scary.
fact, I've never been more free living in the Greek islands. And I'll just give anyone an example that is curious about that lifestyle. It's about 25% of the cost of living in America. And I love America. I'm from the US, but if anyone was looking to explore, and I've met lots of families that are sailing around the world with their children, and their children are some of the most amazing kids I've ever met, because like you said, they're actually getting a real world education by interacting with other people and
Imagine that.
new languages, cultures,
Yeah.
cuisine. So yeah, it's been a real treat.
How'd you pick that area then? Is there more business over there for what you're doing?
No, I chose it because I actually have family and cousins on this particular island. So yeah, so that's really why.
All right. So when people throw around crypto, I think people just think, oh, Bitcoin.
They think of that, and they also think of nefarious activities, because up until a couple of years ago, the legislation around the world wasn't ready for crypto yet, because it was so innovative and it was so disruptive to the central banks, to big banking institutions.
And you were saying, basically, I'm not going to get into politics and medical and all the pharma stuff, but basically when there's rules like legality that happened, or like litigious, like there's foundational principles that have been developed, but then there's people that take advantage.
Exactly.
And they start to dominate and control. And there's those, some of that where this decentralization is opening and getting rid of that old school, like antiquated process.
Exactly. And in fact, the legislation, this has nothing to do with politics or anything like that. I don't really go there.
Me
Right?
either.
But it's just like the legislation was designed for the Industrial Revolution, for banking.
Yeah.
All those rails were put in place way back when. And so it's just, the world wasn't ready for it yet. And so it allowed this window of people. It was like a Wild West. And so if you wanted to engage in that, I mean, have at it. And people did. And so was it illegal? Was it wrong? It's a gray area.
Yeah.
It's not really for me to say, but there was a lot of people taking advantage
Has it
of that.
been innovated or, established?
You were a bit of a cowboy, and some people were celebrated for this. And in that crypto world, we sort of like this anti-establishment, because we are all about disruption.
We're not shooting guns.
Yeah, and about exactly. And we're about like decentralization of power to enable more people to have access to education, financial means to be able to feed their families. Like, it's not all about making money off of a meme coin. Like, some people are truly feeding their families with this.
Oh, see, okay. So keep going with crypto, because again, I want to demystify that and have people just think, oh, she just buys Bitcoin and just watches the market. It's like, that's not what you're doing. You're doing things on the chain, or your projects are. Okay. So let's talk about.
So I'll give you an example. So I've helped over 1,000 different crypto projects launch on the blockchain across all chains. And I worked from the legislative side of it. So I worked with a group based out of the Marshall Islands because it was legislation that was most similar to Washington's LLC, the Limited Liability Corporation. So it was sort of a copy and paste of that. And because the rest of the legislation in the US wasn't ready at a statutory level for all the things happening, we said, okay, how can we make this work in the Marshall Islands so that people can still be registering their DAOs and their legal entities above board? And so I've seen a lot of different capacities in terms of, it wasn't all about making money. In fact, a lot of these people were setting up nonprofit legal entities to be able to work with people from countries all around the world where these people would never normally get an opportunity because they needed like an HB1 visa to work in the US. It's like, if you put it on the blockchain, we're borderless. You don't need a visa. I can still pay you. I can send it to you through a wallet. So we're not going through traditional banking SWIFT systems. And if you think about the percentage of the population, the numbers in the billions of people that are unbanked, zero bank account, operate completely.
Well, that's what I brought up
cash.
to Rachel in the previous episode, was that I don't think a lot of people realize that not everyone can just go walk into their own bank and open.
Even here in the US, people really underestimate the power of paying in cash. And so cash then becomes sort of like a war on cash. It's like people that had more financial means don't use cash in general.
Okay, and that's where these families are actually feeding themselves through
That's
coins
what
and other
different parts of the world. It's like, I don't want to call out any part of the world to stereotype it, but just say all over the world.
Sure.
Like, I was working on projects where, let's say, instead of a company, instead of it being a traditional corporation, it was called a DAO. And maybe Rachel touched on this.
No. So I've read the acronyms and I actually wrote it down, but I didn't break it down. So that is the decentralized.
It's a decentralized autonomous organization. And you can think of it as a modern day innovative corporation or like LLC.
Sounds really fancy and like scary sometimes.
It's really just a group of people coming together with a shared mission. And then they decide to put like their corporate charter.
Okay.
Just in terms of like what their mission, vision, values are, who's like on the board, if there is a board, you make that all available to everybody that say works there or participates in that DAO, and those people get compensated. So whatever the mission is, like maybe, there's one in the scientific community called Vita DAO. There's other ones called Moon DAO, where
like
there's
a subject matter expert gets paid for facilitating
It could be, maybe they're a coder, they're a developer, maybe they're a community manager, and maybe in the beginning they're just paid like a token to just sort of be like a founding member. And then there are other ones.
That's kind of like $1 for a transaction of real estate back in the day.
For example, yes. And so this allows them to receive that money in their crypto wallets without needing a bank. And then here's the thing though, with crypto, eventually, if you want to actually hold cash in your hand, you do need to transact with a traditional bank. And what we see in a lot of these other countries where
the government's kind of control,
they would find somebody that has a bank account and they'll just do sort of like this street market, black market, like, hey, I'll send this to you, give me the cash.
Got it.
But that happens even today, right? It's like, it happens everywhere. So to me, crypto it's like AI. I don't think it's anything to fear. And I hope, my hope is that people give it a chance because it's not going anywhere.
Right.
When you have BlackRock, Jamie Dimon, Fidelity, and every other huge person across the globe, central banks behind this, it's not going anywhere. So just think of it as a technology that enables simplification of moving money. And I think what the crypto space has done really well is enabling the technology, maybe where they could have done a little bit better, and they're starting to do it now, is explaining things simplistically. Because right now, if I were to tell my mother, open a crypto wallet and here, I'll pop you, some ETH or whatever, she would say, come again?
So then you have to remember your key. That's like my biggest holdup is what are you going to do with these people that just forget their stuff?
You need to remember like your seed phrase. And so that's the part that's like kludgy and clunky. And that's because it was designed by engineers for engineers.
Yeah.
And now when we get bigger companies involved, like it's just like all those big names I mentioned, they know how to work with consumers because they've been doing it for decades and decades. And so I think we're going to blend that really exciting technology that enables a lot with sort of like the traditional knowing how to work with the end consumer.
Yeah.
And marrying the two to provide something that's a little bit easier to use and has like a better user experience.
Yeah. And Goldberg was talking about technology and I was like, okay, Apple versus Droid. And she's like, Apple's better for the older person too, because it's safer.
Yeah. And you also,
but like knowing that,
question.
knowing how to tap, like, so creating that end user experience is probably just.
It's huge because if I were to put like, I'm not insulting you but you just mentioned about this, the seed phrase. It's like, if I were to show most people a crypto wallet, they would say, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're getting so much closer to make it so much easier and then not needing.
Still secure, but easier.
Yeah. And not needing to like remember your seed phrase because remembering your seed phrase, you have to actually write it down physically. And it's like, isn't that very old fashioned?
Right.
That?
Right. That's kind of funny that you'd have to go old school to be, hip with your cold wallet, or no, is that a cold wallet?
Well, a cold wallet is when it's just almost think of it as a digital paper version. So you would put that in your safe. Maybe you have like a safe deposit box and you put that in there and it's got all of your
get it off the chain.
And nobody can steal it's like taking off chain. But I always worry, what if there's a fire? What if that bank all of a sudden no longer has
the digitization that's supposed to happen?
Yeah. And like, what if it doesn't work?
Oh, see, we're going to make it less scary. I promise people.
Yeah.
Yes. If I'm going to nerd out for a moment, if we haven't already done that, can we talk about the vagus nerve?
Yeah. So, okay, we're going to go from crypto to the vagus nerve. It's sort of
we have limited time together, my friend. Not, we will continue this going, but going back to like the neuroscience part of you and like what you talk about in your book and beyond, I've kind of paid attention to some of this personally. That's why I'm like, let me talk about this. But I think sometimes people don't take their literal internal, maybe gut feeling intuition seriously. And that can really help protect people. And so literally a gut check could save your life, right? Or save your money.
Really. I mean, I'll be quick, but you can kind of view, like the book is titled The Biohacking Entrepreneur. And for me, I love all of this, longevity science, health span, joy span, biohacking. My thing is, it doesn't matter what protocol you use or what supplement you take, or, you're the next Brian Johnson or whomever, Andrew Huberman. If your core is not settled, meaning your nervous system, it's putting lipstick on a pig. It really doesn't. Yeah. It's sort of like, if that's not settled and taken care of, and for the most part, most people's are not. And they're,
so where is it?
So it basically, it weaves through like,
because it's long. Cord. I remember looking at
it basically goes,
he talks about it in his chart.
Yeah. It basically just goes through the core of the body and it touches upon like every organ. And you can kind of think of it as like your body's internet.
Okay.
And so for people to just understand, their nervous system has two parts, like a sympathetic and a parasympathetic part. And if you're always in like this fight or flight mode, which most of us are because life is busy.
Some of us are addicted to the chase of the game.
Exactly. Some people are addicted to the chase of the game. And it's no coincidence that all of these social media apps, they hire neuroscientists to make these
dopamine hits are like,
this is all by design. And so I don't get paid. I don't do that because I don't believe in doing that. But I will say we are hired for that. And I'm called on a lot in the gaming industry to help make it more sticky. And I just don't participate in that because I feel like that's not the way I want to serve people. You know? But yeah, so the vagus nerve is, people can search that up. They can learn about it. It's really about.
But you do want to get yourself out of that fight or flight.
You do. And you ideally can't live in one state or it's unhealthy. Like you should constantly be in a state of flux of like, a little bit of fight and flight because it gives you the motivation. And, people talk about cortisol being so bad, but actually cortisol is very healthy, and it's what gets you out of bed in the morning, and it's what makes you run from a tiger. And so it's just when you're in a constant state of like high cortisol, it just has a negative cascading effect across the body. Like it lowers your testosterone levels, and men and women both have testosterone. Like women, a lot of women are surprised to hear that. And that's where you get fatigue, brain fog, and then it just has a cascading effect across like your insulin and your glucose levels. And that's the part to me that we can do all of these fancy protocols. We can invest tons of money in supplements, but I'm of the opinion that do all of that if you want, but address the baseline first, because if you don't do that, you're not really helping yourself.
Have you always been really good about this aspect?
No, I wasn't. So this comes from a learned experience. And I'll just say, without getting into the details of it, I was involved in a partnership where I'll just say it was completely smoke and mirrors, and I was business, and I was highly deceived. And it just taught me a lot about, I'm very trusting, and I know that about myself. And I know that, maybe I shouldn't say it on a podcast, but it makes you a little vulnerable. But I also think I've never connected with somebody that wasn't a little vulnerable with me. So I don't want to lose that part of me. So that's why I thought maybe I'll write about this, because we have so many biohacking protocols out there from like Dr. Andrew Huberman and Peter Attia, all these amazing people, and all the other co-authors in the book. But I thought no one really talks about this sort of just basic baseline. It's free.
Because you can set your environment. If you're in that state, what can you do? And maybe it's limiting the distractions.
It's limiting the distractions. And you know what is my favorite thing, and I hope it's okay to say here, is it's just like do a water fast for 24 hours. You know what? Most people have never gone more than 15 hours without eating.
Yeah.
And we're blessed that we don't live in a place where
Today I'm doing that. I haven't eaten all day.
Well, it makes we'll talk.
So that's how I'm so dialed in and laser focused. See, it's working.
It really does work. But I'll talk
water.
later.
I'm just kidding. No, but I really have never done that. Like I'll try to do 15, 16 hours of food, like eat by 5, not eat by 10 in the morning. That works for me to,
it has to work for you.
But I feel like I'm way less inflamed, less swollen. And you get less cravings, I think.
You absolutely do, because you're changing your entire gut microbiome. And so once that shifts out.
Tell me. No.
Well, I don't want to overstay my welcome here, but once you do that, so your brain, your gut, and your heart all have neurons, and they're all communicating with your brain. And so if you have an unhealthy gut, which most people do, like 88% of Americans are metabolically unhealthy, and they're unaware of it. It's not their fault. It's just, again, this information has largely been gate-kept, and it's been for very privileged people that had access to longevity clinics that are like $100K a year. The average person can't afford that. So now all of this stuff is like showing up on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, which I love because people can get a free education on this.
Yeah.
But people should know that their gut actually, like, that's where all your serotonin is produced. Like the feel good, happy hormones.
I guess most people don't even think that
they don't think of
the
that.
reason,
Yeah, they don't think of that. And then if you're just sort of grinding away and you're a busy entrepreneur and you just don't make time for taking care of yourself. I know it sounds so cliche, but that's the biggest shift I've made too, is you have to be a little selfish.
Yeah.
You have to say, you have to take care of yourself first.
It literally go simple to the baseline of it all.
Baseline. It's like, the water fasting, that's just like a lifestyle for me. It's changed my life. And also, I'm not diabetic. I'm not pre-diabetic, but I wear a continuous glucose monitor because I don't want to become, because like I said, 88% of Americans are metabolic syndrome, basically.
Yeah.
And that's just due to our diet. That's what the government recommends is the pyramid. If you eat that diet,
that's a whole other episode.
You will be on insulin. And then, it's just
interesting. That's a whole other episode.
We'll go there another time, but yeah.
No kidding. Okay. So thank you I have all these notes, but again, I might overwhelm. I love collecting all the data, but how can people find you outside of maybe seeing you this tomorrow?
Yes, I'll be around
celebrating
this
the new book. So
weekend.
congratulations.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for this opportunity. I'm
Yeah.
so happy to be here and talking with you. Well, people can find me on social media. For example, like on LinkedIn is Jawna Standish. On Instagram, it's neuroscience Jawna.
Okay. And I'll link it in the show notes too. That to give you like,
yeah.
Got to remember, because I know sometimes we have everything just pre-programmed. But yeah, so like if we were to follow you, are you helping people today? Like, what is your work today?
Yeah.
Because you're working with a lot of projects too.
I'm working with a lot of
on the
different
blockchain. So that's not really for all.
Yeah, it's not for all. And I'm also working with corporations. So
Okay.
some Fortune 500 companies, I'm working with their sales teams, but I'm also working with a lot of blockchain foundations and
Okay.
helping projects get launched on the blockchain. And we're weaving in the whole AI piece of this, the consciousness component, and sort of the longevity piece of it.
So that's really the community that can be, you guys can all help each other out, it sounds like. So I want to make sure that people know like what would overlap for their business.
Yeah.
to
So
be
I would
able to
say
work with you.
anyone in business, really.
Okay, cool.
Thank
More
you
to come,
again.
Jawna. All right.
Thank
And
you
I'll
so
be
much.
booking my trip next year. So we'll just get you that itinerary and we'll be
Come
ready to
to
go.
the island of Syros. You will
Okay.
not be disappointed.
Okay.
It's the island that nobody's heard of, but it's Greek people know about it.
Okay. All right.
So thank you so much.
Can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you officially.
I don't want to.
Thank you. Yeah. You're
I'm
good.
sending you a kiss.
I will see you soon.
And you will edit out any of my rant.
You're good.
I have my floor, so it's 3:10.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, give me, you want to go live on Instagram? Just have to wait. Just bring up Instagram and I'll do it. Just hit the live button and then I'll do it from there.
Just when I thought I was early, but I don't have the time. So I'm so sorry, Jason. I know. I know.
We fell behind the last couple. Yep. Perfect. Okay, go ahead and take the seat. Just squeeze in that.
Hi, Eileen. What did you bring? Let's talk about Eileen.
What did I bring?
Thank you for coming. And I'm excited to be able to hang out again since last year. You were fun to meet last
I
year.
know. We had a lot of fun last year, and it's so good to see you again.
You've been up to some things that I want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to celebrate being authors, celebrate our other co-authors, and you're going to stay through this weekend?
I am here the whole weekend. Well, I'm local.
Oh, I forget that.
I'm local.
I'm the out-of-towner.
I'm a Floridian. I'm a South Floridian. So I'm here, but I'm going to be involved the whole weekend.
Okay, so we need to do a little cheers. You have this.
Yeah.
Let's do a book cheers because you're in Impact, right?
No, I am not.
Oh wait, I thought you had
I am in I was in the
oh,
first
I had that
book,
one. Okay, so
Call
I had
to
this.
Speak, Lead, and Impact.
You and Steven were in this one.
Yes.
And then we have some others with Becoming You.
Yes.
But everyone gets to hang out at the book signing, so that's where we all can celebrate together.
Right. Well, I'm in the next one.
Oh, that's
I'm
that's
in
why.
the biohacking.
Yeah,
one.
that's where I was like, there is
Yeah.
another book that I was just reading about you,
I'm in the biohacking book.
and that's hot off the press.
Yeah, look at this. The biohacking entrepreneur. You know what? I haven't seen it in person.
Nobody has. This
is
was like we told them you got to bring it in.
Oh my gosh, I
Because
love it.
I've been reading the different PDFs. That's where I'm like, I'm touching the books, and I'm like, all right, Eileen, which one? Which one? Hot off the press.
Yeah.
Getting to know you and the work that you're doing, I think it's like the perfect ending of the day. We have Jason who's going to wrap us up and has had us here all day donating his space to us. So shout out to the Owwll networking app.
You've been here all day. You
I've
must
been
be
here all day.
exhausted.
We're talking about water fasting. I'm legit water fasting right now. And that's okay.
Okay.
You know, when you get in the state of flow and you just have to keep going.
Yeah.
And then if
Yeah,
you see me
I
later,
know.
I'll be hanging out,
I know.
refreshing.
Don't have a glass of wine because you'll be out cold.
You know what? I gave up drinking a while back, but see how I did make a note. I just didn't read it. Lots of this 15th person today. So I think it's great that we're closing the co-authors. Jason is a new one, but the community aspect of where you've come from, like you've been working with women primarily, correct?
Yes.
But you psychotherapist, clinical social worker, that's to the core who you are. But I want to touch on the community and the things that we're, I think, becoming a little more aware of now of like what we need as humans and women especially. But what you saw in the last 5 years has really activated this new world that you're in. So I don't know if you want to go origin story with me, but it's very important. I think it's very important to you to make sure women are not I don't want to say left behind, but not paying attention to the community that they need and deserve. And you're helping pull people together with your work. So
that's exactly it. So, not necessarily origin, like starting from when I was a little girl, but, listen, I think when we all survived this pandemic that we went through, so many things were really triggered in a lot of us. And in women, especially, the loneliness aspect was really triggered. Now, the loneliness epidemic was already, identified and was already sort of, been worked on. Dr. Vivek Murthy, he was the Surgeon General. He had identified that. But what happened during the pandemic, it got exacerbated. It got like so loud in the quiet. So,
you mean like people started, because I think, were people feeling less hopeful?
They were so lonely.
Yeah.
And I think people's fear of getting sick, of being in crowds, of being together, really kept them isolated.
Yeah.
And, we have this, kind of unrealistic kind of feeling, well, we're connected because we're connected on our phones. But actually, the more we use the phone, the less connected we feel.
Because you're just disassociating to this natural primal need of human connection.
Well, it's not really intimate connections, which is what people really want and need. The intimacy that you need. It's fake you could say whatever you want.
It is. Everyone's living their best life on there. That's not real.
I know, right? Right. And so,
but it can be a mental trap. And there's Jawna Neuroscience was just talking about dopamine hits and how they're triggering certain things. But then if you can't go anywhere, like as kids, we would maybe sneak out of the house and go find the action. We weren't sitting on our devices just like scrolling. So we were living and maybe causing some trouble, but we were going for the real life activity.
Yeah, listen, when I was a little kid, I got home from school and my mother would tell me, get in your play clothes, get out of your school clothes. I'd get in my play clothes and I'd be outside with the kids in the neighborhood. Kids don't do that, now. First of all, they have, these devices. And also, I think there's a lot of fear about letting your kid out on the street alone.
Well, so there's that where there's like this whole anxiety nation, I forget the podcast, where people are saying, go and let your kid go walk to the wherever. Like you guys are causing some of the issue. And I'm like, I got to work on that too with my 6-year-old. But yeah, so I think you bring a love element to it. Like you talk about intimacy, but it's not always like male, female. You're talking about like real deep,
deep connection where you feel safe, where you feel seen, where you're heard. And that creates that connection with other people that we need. Because in the book, The Biohacking Entrepreneur, I talk about community and connection is the ultimate biohack.
Okay. Now, do you feel it has to be in person or can it be virtual? Because we talked about virtual as far as like social media, but can you really have an impact, say, like on LinkedIn meeting people? Do you feel like it face-to-face is better?
I don't think virtual is worse than in person.
Okay.
It's different then.
Okay.
Okay. Because when you're in person, there's the energy of what is felt in the room. There's the cues, there's the body language that you don't necessarily pick up on virtual. But I will say that the virtual gives you another, opportunity to look eye to eye to somebody.
Okay.
Like on Zoom.
Yeah.
You're looking eye to eye.
Okay.
And so you can't escape. And that creates something, like a focus that you don't get necessarily in person. You don't have all those distractions that you have, in an environment.
And it's not an or.
Yes.
And I mean, we connect in person, but then we have these availability to meet with our community through Unleash, Wendy, Patricia, and now here we are today. So I guess both are very necessary.
Yes.
And we talked about a bit of like forward thinking with technology. leaning in. There's really no, what would you say to somebody that's kind of having a hard time building a community? Because I'm kind of that go-getter, like no excuses. You can go online, you can engage on LinkedIn or any platform. Do you ever find that people are still like having a hard time with that?
Absolutely.
It's not
Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why I started my sister group.
okay. So that's, I kind of want to get to that, but I
Yeah.
wasn't naturally teeing that up. So that is why.
Yeah, because women, listen, I think there are natural communities that happen as we, develop through our life, right? So when we're younger, we have school.
Yeah.
That's a natural community.
Yeah.
When we go to college, that's a natural community. Some of us who have children,
Yeah.
you have that community of the mommy and me's and the nursery schools and all of that. There's this natural community. But when we get to a certain age, not you yet, but like women who start to get into their 50s or so, they start to realize that they don't have that same community. And especially during the pandemic when they didn't even have the work community, because, there's so much to be said.
You can't go to, church, all these things.
Right. There's no church. There's no water cooler.
Yeah.
Water cooler is a very important, third place, we call it.
Okay.
That was like the third place that we could meet people at the water cooler.
Okay.
Yeah. And so women are really in their, midlife start to say, I don't have those same communities. I don't have those same opportunities. Yeah, they could volunteer.
Yeah.
They could join a book club. They could play mahjong, let's say. They could, volunteer for a charity. But not everybody has the confidence to do that. That takes courage sometimes and bravery and vulnerability to get out there and really put yourself in a position of, okay, I want to do this. I don't want to, remember when we were younger, we had to go to the bathroom with our friend. You couldn't even go but to the bathroom alone. And that's how a lot of people feel, like they don't want to go alone to places.
Well, that is something that they're automatically provided relationships at times in school. And I think you're nailing the head. Like there is a demographic. I can think of my mom. I was just with her. We're talking about outside of Bible study, outside of the job. If she quits her job, she's way too available.
That's right.
As grandma and spouse. Too available. Mom, help me. But you have to go and make your new friends.
Yeah.
You have to make your friends, and maybe it's not all going to work out perfectly, but people are also busy too. So I think having a place that you can pull in a trusted source of like-minded, but
like
learning from each other.
Yeah, well, like as a psychotherapist, I think what's really important is we have to reestablish and kind of create a new identity for ourselves. And sometimes that's scary. Sometimes that's painful. Sometimes that's so overwhelming. You don't even know where to start. So that's why I think, going into therapy is, and sometimes we're avoiding things because we've had trauma as a child or, growing up. So I think psychotherapy helps with that.
Okay.
But I think my sister group, which is not a psychotherapy group.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a group of women that I've gathered together, and it's open, and talk about, it's like a hybrid because I do have women that join us from California, let's say, and across the country, and we have in person as well.
Okay.
And so we gather together. Usually I have a theme for the month. We talk about it in terms of, like, for example, in April, it was, spring, it was Passover, it was Easter, so many great themes that we could talk about: freedom, renewal, recharge, planting seeds, all of those things. So I usually take a theme every month and we talk about it. And of course, the more we get together, the more safety we feel, the more, confident we become to share, and it becomes so intimate.
There you go. Okay. And some of those experiences, though, as you're kind of building, it keeps building off of, and then
Yeah. So, we have, I'm trying to create a community that feels safe, that feels loving, that feels supportive. We have like this WhatsApp that we follow up with, and everybody's always texting all month,
Mm-hmm.
things that are happening, the good, the bad, the ugly, you know, and women are there to support each other because, you know, for so long we've been told we have to do it alone. And that's not true.
Do you think it's they might feel that if they're not doing all, because, you know, like you talked about motherhood, or we want to take all these things on so we can say we've made like a production, almost like setting yourself up with this, I don't know, because not everyone's a business owner, I guess is where I'm getting. You set yourself up to these metrics, supposedly. So then when if we're not doing it ourselves, if we need help, there's something weird about that, is where I'm trying to say. And it is important.
Well, we've been taught,
Yeah,
you know, as women that we're expected to do it all alone. You know, we're the ones taking care of the families, and we're the ones taking care of the emotional needs of the family. And, you know, and when we have to reach out for help, it's viewed, but, you know, it's changing little by little, but it has been viewed as a failure.
well, and I didn't want to use the F word, but yeah, that's where, like, I think that if we're not doing all these things and hitting this level of whatever it is for the individual, if we need help, there's something weird that. And I think it's men and women
broken
too.
with us. There's something wrong with us. We're not supposed to ask for help. We're supposed to do it all alone.
And the community aspect is really weaving in, but we know that because we are in this unleashed community and beyond, that is so important, and it helps drive, maybe push us sometimes to hear other stories. And
well, you know, I'm so passionate about this, but between my sister group, my book that I just wrote.
Okay, so let's talk about this. That is a beautiful cover.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I just got my cover and I'm so excited.
So this is brand new cover.
The Circle of Sisterhood, Lonely No More. And so I'm so passionate. This is going to, you know, I'm launching it. I mean, I haven't published it yet, but I'm launching it very soon. But talking it up because that's what I've been doing this whole time since the pandemic. I've been working on gathering, on sisterhood, on loneliness. I have a huge summit coming up in June, gathering women.
Okay, so let's talk about that. How do people find out about that?
Well, they can go to our website, which is, I'm a co-chair with this other person, and our organization is called Sisters of Zion. So it's SISTHERS of Zion. And we have a website, www.sistersofzion.com. They can go on there. They can buy tickets. You can go virtually if you want.
Yeah, that was my next thing. We'll link up a lot of this that you provided to me in the show notes, but I want people to maybe meet you because you're local.
Yes.
If they meet you this week, I want them to know there's more to talk to you about for these events, or to link up to your community too.
If they're going to be at the event this weekend, look for me. I have a vendor table.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to be a vendor. So I'm going to have a table with all this information. I'll have, you know, flyers. I'll have little giveaways. We'll connect heart to heart. I promise. And, you know, you can learn more about me, and you can learn more about all the, you know, different events that I'm having.
Yeah. Excited to see
I
that.
know.
And I'm excited for you to celebrate. So we're going to have to figure out, I want to know when this launch is happening, because I'm a really big stickler on covers, and I know the perfect place for that book.
You do?
At my house. So, so Eileen.
All right, I'll come over to your house. I'll hand deliver it, and we'll do a podcast. We'll do a podcast from your house.
Okay. Oh, I like that idea. All right. So we have to wrap up.
Okay.
We're not done.
I know.
There's more to go.
Oh, there's so much more.
And I'm excited that you're going to be at the event. So I'm going to be here all weekend. But yeah, let's keep connecting. And I want to be able to help pull people to your sister's group too. So
yes. I really think we can collaborate, we can connect, and we can really help a lot of women.
Yeah.
We really can. Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Same here.
Thanks for being on the show.
Okay. Thanks for having me. And
congratulations.
I hope to see you all this weekend. Okay. I know now it's time for you to have some lunch. I know you're so
almost
tired.
We're going to wrap up with Jason.
And hungry.
We're going to give him.
Okay.
We're going to tribute this man.
Okay.
Just let us have all day.
So go and enjoy.
Thanks, Eileen.
All right, I'll see you. Are you going to be at the book signing, right? I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will.
I'm going on, so you
All
guys
right.
are all set.
All right. Good seeing you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Later.
I forgot you locals know each other.
Oh, yeah, I know. Let's keep it to like 12, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I do this a lot.
We're going to give you a shout out. We got to celebrate today, Jason. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Feeling good? I get to podcast
We did
with
it.
the man.
We did it. We got 16, 17 people flowing through here. Everyone made it here. And we have some content and we have a book.
You got a book.
This is the book I'm in.
That's the book.
Yes.
So I want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
You put this together and made it happen. And
Team effort, though, right?
team effort.
Had the kids up front. No one saw that, but they'll see some of it on socials. Bring your children to work day nationally. And they came in and they made a few dollars selling some goodies up front.
Well, I met you last year,
Of
and
course, our producer in the studio for 7-8 hours. We got to give her a lot of credit behind the scenes. And of course,
thanks
I
to
was
the whole
producer
hour.
number 2.
You are
Right, I was running around doing a lot behind the scenes as well, capturing videos for everyone. So it's been a fun day.
No one saw you working. You were working hard today. That's why I'm like, how are you doing? But yeah, major gratitude. I'm really happy that I got to do this. And
Thank
it
you.
was a vision since last year meeting you, but also all the stories with the authors. It was something I'd want to do. I'm glad that we can make it happen, especially having it live at this amazing studio.
Absolutely.
So I'm glad I got to interview the many entrepreneurs. You've been asked to be in a lot of books. I saw the stack already in your office, but this is the new chapter. So I got to actually, I mean, I had a feeling you were this connector, but seeing the story behind, it's just been in the DNA, in your DNA.
Yes.
The books and the authors, people that we talked to today, a few of them are really going into the innovation of the future. And the networking app that you've put together is spearheading it. And it's something that's so essential. And I'm kind of one of those go get it type of girls. And we were talking about that a little bit earlier in some of the other episodes, but there's really no excuses to get connected now. And I know that a lot of people that are watching this know about Owwll and maybe use it today, but you and I've talked about how it's like underestimating the power of putting in the work, and it's not door knocking. You literally can do this from anywhere. So do you mind talking about that a little bit and why this was so important? Because you're naturally gifted at this, but we have to do more.
Well, I'm going to push it back over to you for a second, right? You're in the financial service industry, correct?
Yep.
So how many years have you been in the business for?
16.
Let's talk about your first 3 years in the business. How hard was it to get a meeting with somebody either on the telephone or to sit down?
Well, I'm going to have to throw it back to you and say I was always virtual.
Always virtual.
So
Okay. So how did you get meetings?
I worked with my brother's company and he built to his, let's just give him credit for the lead source. But yes, there was email campaigns. You had to do that work. You had to systematize, try to reach people. And then we were kind of the original before COVID. We didn't have that financial practice that was like I was working out of my house. So that when everything kind of changed for the financial professional, it was interesting. A lot of people are like, what's Calendly? Like the stuff back in the day. But what if you don't have a lead source?
Yeah. And
what if something pivots? What if the website that you advertise on goes away?
but wouldn't you agree that the amount of meetings you had during a work week equaled typically better success in your field, right? If you had
absolutely
20
the
meetings in a
volume.
week versus 3 meetings in a week,
Hands
of
down.
course, you know, the week you had 20, you always did better. Is that correct?
So I see where you're going with this. The volume that I had put my production level so much higher, quicker, faster.
Yes.
And that's where you're going with this. And that's
Absolutely.
what you're offering that to people and giving them the ability to receive or go get.
Correct. And that's the point I'm making
Yep.
is in your early days when you're an entrepreneur, the hardest thing often is getting meetings. Right? Everyone watches everyone on social media making it look so easy, but it's so hard.
Right.
And inevitably, if there's no meetings in your schedule, then less outcomes will occur. Right. So I'm a big believer on getting on the telephone, getting on Zooms, and just talking and seeing where conversations go. And then inevitably it leads to opportunities. Those opportunities can be, hey, I just talked to somebody and I got invited on a podcast. Hey, I just talked to somebody and got invited to go attend an event.
It's not just revenue with the client. It's
Correct.
the strategic partnership. But you mentioned the phone call. Sometimes we forget that that is literally what people want to do. They don't want to be on Zoom. So you actually offer that through, like, let's just get on the phone and have a chat. And it kind of takes the pressure off of the Zoom, how you look, and the audio. It's not old school. I don't want to say it like that. Like, I still leave voicemails, but I used to not do that because I'm like, oh, who wants to have that? I prefer text messages. But weaving in multiple ways of communication is key because certain people want to receive it a certain way, and you're providing all of that through the opportunity.
Yeah, the app is for the first technology that I'm aware of that in real time you could call people, right? There's other technologies out there that everyone thinks is our competitors, but they're all scheduling platforms, meaning that I see that you're an expert. There's a calendar link and you have a price tied to it, right? And next Thursday, if I pick it on your schedule for 30 minutes, you're $100, right? And maybe we jump on Zoom or maybe it's a phone call, but it's not in real time. With Owwll, what's so unique is you can log in any minute of the day, 7 days a week, and there's somebody active to speak with. Now, obviously, certain hours, there's more active individuals.
Sure.
But how unique is this that if you want to target speaking, let's say with CEOs, then every day you log in, at some point, there's going to be a CEO that is available to speak with at a certain cost. How unique is this that you could give them a ring? Now, it's not to solicit them, right? It's to connect with them and have a genuine conversation and see where it goes. And inevitably, the more times you tell people what you do for a living, eventually one's going to bite and say, actually, I'm in the market for insurance. And then naturally, in your shoes, you do that 10, 20 times in a week, someone's going to actually say, okay, let's proceed. Let's do business together. Amber, you're a genuine human being. I could tell. I can tell by your social media, like, you know your stuff. You got an alphabet next to your name, and it's going to turn into opportunities. But also, maybe 2-3 other conversations are going to lead to podcast situations where you get great PR for yourself, or it will lead to an event invite, right? And it's really endless because we're all human and we all need guidance and we need mentorships. And sometimes we're having a crappy day, and sometimes by just naturally speaking to another human being, you get motivated again and you get back into the zone.
That's what the live call, like, you can immediately go and do it. If you schedule something, that's gone. That time is gone and you're not actively acting on it. And that's really important. I think that sometimes we sit and wait and then we're not going to execute. This allows people to go and find it. But also, if the call can't happen because that person that you maybe want to see is off, you can follow and then you start connecting too. So there's like this way of looking forward to seeing that person, and then you can see when they're back on, but utilizing that on a regular basis.
And even friendships.
Both ways. Yeah.
Right. I drive to my office. You know, my typical routine is drop the kids off and then I'm headed to work 30, 45 minutes due to traffic, and I'm listening to music. Right. But if I get a notification that one of my buddies is available to chat with on Owwll, I give them a ring. I'm like, oh my God, I haven't spoken to this individual in such a long time. Or if it's someone I met at an event recently, I'm like, oh, I remember meeting that person at the event. So it's giving people the ability to give that individual a ring, and there's no awkwardness. How often do we look down at our cell phone and we have all these contacts from college, from high school, from our early days, and all these friendships from events, but you're like, I can't reach out to any of them. Like, you and I haven't spoken for over a year, right? And if you went on Owwll, all of a sudden I'm like, oh, there's Amber. I'm going to call her on Owwll. Right. But I'm not going to reach out to you out of the blue. I'm not going to text you.
Well, right.
I'm not going to email you.
Someone's available. And then you know that it's meeting the same time frames for different people.
Correct. You know, because Owwll has this mechanism that you log in, set yourself available, and you're welcoming calls at a certain price level. Right. So you're allowing folks to come in and your time. So there's no other technology really like it right now that I'm aware of, at least.
No, I don't think so. All right. So give some tips for success on this. You've been with it since you're the founder. What do you like, a little takeaway? If we pull open the phone, grab the app, what's the first thing to do for success, like from your side of things? That maybe people miss.
Build a strong profile.
Yeah.
Most people download the app, go to the camera roll and pick a photo.
Yeah.
And it's not professional. Right. Next thing they do is they put one line for their bio, right? And they go available at a higher price and expect phone calls.
Yeah.
They're valuable on other platforms because they put in the time. But an Owwll, someone looks at their profile picture and go, this person doesn't look like the right fit that I want to speak to. The next is they read their bio and says, like, I'm an entrepreneur, like nothing else. Expect that person to take the effort to go research them.
Yeah.
Right. people want to stay in the app that they're utilizing, not exit the app and then start doing proactive work outside of it. No different on Instagram or LinkedIn.
Yeah.
So first thing is a robust profile. Next, list areas you want to collaborate with others on, right? People that are spending money to speak with you, you know, there's icebreakers that you put on your profile that open the doors to conversations. So if you're open to be on podcasts, right there, you know, interested in networking with others, to be on podcasts. And these are the different topics that I could speak about. Next, go on offense and make calls. I'm a big believer in life is you can wait around on LinkedIn and Instagram and post, and you can be that 1% that posts and everything comes to you.
Yeah.
But if you're like the 99%, right, that succeeds,
business.
it's going on offense. It does. So with Owwll, it's no different. It's if people are available to speak to, call them. Don't wait for them to call you.
Well, financial services, what are the stat is like 5 years to successful. Like it might take 5 years to even build that out. But I mean, other businesses can be like that. I think that this brings back that, not the door knock, but kind of like if you want to be successful in business, you do have to make multiple attempts at communication. So when I talked with you about a year ago about this, I wasn't thinking about that because we've been kind of pre-programmed into like, hey, follow me, like me, maybe DM me. Well, go find those people that you want to connect with. Absolutely. I mean, it's such a cool the ability to have access to that. And I mean, I had to rethink it too when I was looking at it initially about a year ago and be like, oh yes, because I've been pre-programmed into kind of sitting back a little bit. But
I like the way you say pre-programmed, because it's just like when taxis and Uber, were compared, right? When Uber came out, everyone was like, I don't get it. This is so stupid. I could call a taxi in 2 seconds and they come to my home. Why would I want to get in a car with a stranger who hasn't had the same background check that the taxi service has, and, order it on my telephone device? Big deal, right? Like I'm just not seeing the benefits. And then all of a sudden you got in that Uber for the first time and you were able to leave a review, able to leave a tip. They took away the awkwardness. Yeah. And it was wonderful. And all of a sudden getting in a car with a stranger made perfect sense. And taxis went away, right? The poor medallion folks in New York City who spent over $1 million for a medallion, unfortunately have become worthless today compared to what, they once were worth. And with Owwll, same thing. You have to change your mindset because we're pre-programmed to say this is the way it's done. You schedule a meeting with a person who you want to network with versus calling somebody because they're welcoming the call. Yeah. And be willing to spend money to speak with someone. Yeah. With everything being free today, everyone runs to use LinkedIn and Instagram because it's free. But is it really free?
Okay. So
they're taking, all your time.
Careful with the free, because if you really want to be around people that have it going on that you want to learn from, they're not the ones doing $0 deals. So to pay to play and putting yourself in rooms, even audio room, that way is so important. Be around these people that are going to help you grow. And this is a business opportunity for so many of us to connect. Like you said, friendships can come from it too, but you got to put that forth the effort. So you do. I really like what
often on social media, everyone sees these entrepreneurs promoting how they're so successful utilizing LinkedIn and Instagram and TikTok, right? But when you peel back the onion, like, most of them aren't. Most of them are not making 6 figures. And when you look at most entrepreneurs, it does come back to relationships. I talk about this all the time. Yeah. Every time I interview a successful entrepreneur, I've done over 500 episodes between all my shows. Yeah. There's one common denominator. It's relationships.
Well, and that's where like your book chapter really talks about that. I mean, I knew that about you after meeting you. People can meet you if they haven't already tomorrow at the book signing.
Absolutely.
And this weekend too. So let's talk a little bit about the weekend before we wrap up today. But you've really taken the king communicator that you are and put this into a platform, but that everyone can have access to it.
Yeah.
So really appreciate
Thank you.
everything that you've been working on and still work on.
Yeah, it's been a long 4 years building and scaling this platform and the community, right? It's not just a platform, it's a community.
And make sure
like-minded professionals who really see the value of what we're doing. We're making impact.
One thing I noticed too with your Zoom tutorials is that other people do come and you can meet some of the other users that way too. So I also want to talk about, like, after experiencing that, it's not just about learning how to use it, but you can actually see people and communicate with you too. So I don't want people to forget about that.
Which is bringing back community.
Yep.
Right. The app itself, is one thing that you call people one-on-one, but how cool is it? Then we do community meetups on Zoom. Then you get to see the people that you've spoken with, and naturally you have a good relationship with someone on Owwll. We're not saying it has to stop there.
Yep.
DM them on Instagram or LinkedIn and meet up in
I was like,
person.
the person
Grab a
that
cup
just
of
spoke was
coffee.
amazing. I have to find her, and then here
Of
we go.
course.
So
And that's the power of communications. You just don't know where conversations will go. And that's the same thing with networking events. It's like you go to a networking event, you don't usually know what's going to happen from that event. And then all of a sudden you're so happy you went because things blossomed from it. And then you go to a networking event, you're like, I shouldn't have went. I wasted my time. But it's no different with Owwll, right? You have to have the right expectation and mindset going in. It's like if you make 5 to 10 calls per week, there's going to be some bad calls in there. And that's normal.
that's the weird guy at the happy hour table.
Of course. Of course. We always
Sorry,
go to
there's
some of these
probably a few of
happy
you out there, but yeah, there's
I know
one.
I get a little bit more than you do, you know, of course, being a guy in Boca Raton, Florida, you know, it's just awkward at some of these restaurants when they come over. And I was kidding. Obviously for females, it is awkward, you know, a lot of events, right? And a lot of times they're coming over to you like, hey, Amber, can you give me your phone number?
Yeah.
I'd love to connect. And you're like, here, message me on LinkedIn. But now how cool is this? You could say, actually, all my intro calls are done on Owwll because I love
You're chaperoning
I love the security because the app does in-app phone calls.
Yeah.
And I love that people really value my time. So go ahead and download Owwll and give me a ring. I'm online once a week, Tuesdays from 10 to 12.
Yeah. So my days will be Fridays. Those are my media networking.
There you go.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you for doing all of this. Any parting
welcome.
words for the
Parting words, you know, if you're listening live, of course, go to Barnes & Noble on Glades in Boca Raton and come meet the 16 authors, get autographs, get some pictures taken during the meet and greet, and come to Wendy's event this weekend and Patricia's event. And there'll be a few hundred people out. We'll have our Owwll Interactive Podcast booth out there.
Yep.
And of course, call me on Owwll.
new hosts are coming too?
Yes, we have a bunch of new hosts.
Okay.
Awesome. Take care, everybody. See you later. And great job, Amber. Kicked butt 6 hours, 7 hours straight.
I should have